Alright my bro-tatoes, gather in, no art degree required tonight. If you've ever looked at a painting and thought, I could probably do that, Picasso would have had some thoughts about that, so I'm glad you're here with me to learn something cool. This is a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story, built from real historical accounts and shaped to be both accurate and easy to unwind with. Tonight we're easing into the story of Picasso. Not just the famous paintings, but the long quiet process of experimenting, changing styles, and seeing the world in ways most people wouldn't think to try. If this calm, slightly boring history helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now settle in, adjust that pillow a little, maybe let a fan or some soft background noise run, and let's slowly drift into the story. Welcome back my tired friends, settle in, get comfy. Tonight we're going to spend some time with one of the strangest and most human stories in the history of art, which is the story of a boy who arrived in the world already knowing what he was going to do with it, and spent the rest of his life doing it with an intensity that never once let up. His first word was pencil, not mama, not the Spanish equivalent of whatever a Malaga infant in 1881 typically produced first. According to his mum, what the infant Pablo reached for with his new mouth was the word for the thing he most wanted, a shortening of the Spanish lapis, pencil, pids peas, a demand dressed up as a word. He was born on the 25th of October, 1881, in a house on the Plaza de la Merced in Malaga, on the southern coast of Spain, and he arrived into a family that was already organised around art in a way that would have made his trajectory probable even if he had turned out to be merely talented, which he did not. His father was José Ruiz Blasco. José was a painter and a teacher of painting, a methodical and technically accomplished man who had spent his career painting the kinds of things that the academic tradition expected of him. Still lifes, pigeons, birds in general, the occasional landscape, the human figure rendered with careful fidelity. He was not a radical. He was not chasing anything new. He taught at the School of Fine Arts in Malaga, and he curated the city's municipal museum, and he painted his pigeons with the patient devotion of a man who had found his subject and intended to stay with it. He also recognised what he had produced. By the time Pablo was 7, José had begun teaching him formally, in the way José understood teaching, which was the way the academic tradition understood it: copy the masters, draw from plaster casts, draw from live models, build the foundation before attempting the structure. The foundation went in very fast. The boy's hand moved with a sureness that José, who understood what sureness in a painter's hand looked like, recognised as something outside the normal range. He began bringing his son into his own work, asking the boy to help finish paintings, to add the legs to a pigeon composition, to complete a section of background. The boy was better at it than he was. At some point when Pablo was around 13, José looked at what his son had painted on a canvas he had started and understood that the thing had happened, that the child had arrived at a place he himself had never reached and was not going to reach. The story that has been passed down, possibly apocryphal but consistent with the accounts of people who knew the family, is that José gave his palette and his brushes to his son and stopped painting. Whether the gesture was as clean and final as the story suggests, or whether it happened more gradually and the legend tidied it into a single moment, the underlying fact is documented in what José produced after that point, which was very little. He had been surpassed by a 13-year-old. The 13-year-old in question had by this point already spent several years compulsively filling every surface available to him. In school, which he hated with the thoroughness of someone who finds the pace of institutional learning genuinely painful, he drew instead of listening. His teacher allowed him to keep a pigeon in the classroom, a live one, because Pablo would not stop drawing pigeons, and the teacher had concluded that the easiest path was to provide the subject. He drew on the margins of his school books. He drew on the walls. He drew the way other children breathe, which is to say without thinking about it, as a continuous baseline activity that ran underneath everything else. The family moved several times during his childhood. Malaga first, until Pablo was 10, and then La Coruña on the northwestern coast of Spain, where José had taken a professorship. La Coruña was cooler and greyer and less beautiful than Malaga, and Pablo missed the south the way children miss the specific textures of the first place they knew. He kept working. The move to La Coruña produced a small formal sketchbook in which he recorded the city around him, the streets and the faces and the harbour, with the observational precision of someone who uses drawing the way other people use language, as their primary method of understanding what they are looking at. In La Coruña, his sister Conchita fell ill with diphtheria. She was 7 years old. Pablo made a private bargain with himself during her illness, the kind of bargain that a 13-year-old makes with the universe, when the universe has not yet demonstrated its terms clearly. He told himself he would stop drawing if she recovered. Drawing was the thing he valued most absolutely, the only currency he had that felt proportionate to what he was asking for. She did not recover. She died in January of 1895, and Pablo did not stop drawing, because the bargain had not been honoured on the other side, and because he was 13, and the need to draw was deeper than any bargain he could make against it. The family moved again that year to Barcelona. Barcelona in 1895 was not what Malaga had been or what La Coruña had been. It was a city in the middle of something, the modernist movement that was reshaping Catalan architecture and art and intellectual life simultaneously. Antoni Gaudí building his impossible organic structures across the city, the cafes full of people who were arguing about what art was allowed to be and what it was not. José had taken a post at the city's School of Fine Arts, the Llotja, and he arranged for his son to take the entrance examination for the advanced course in classical art and still life. The examination normally took students a month. Pablo completed it in a week. The jury admitted him at 13, looked at what he'd produced, and admitted him to the advanced class rather than the standard one. The examiners were astonished, according to the accounts that survive, in the particular way that professionals are astonished when someone young does the thing they have spent their careers building toward, and does it without apparent effort, and is 13. Picasso said later, looking back at these years, that he had never drawn like a child. When he was 12, he said he drew like Raphael. It was a statement about what childhood had actually been for him, which was not a period of gradual development toward competence, but a period of refining something that had arrived essentially complete. He did not yet know he was going to break it. He was 13 years old, and living in Barcelona, and drawing like Raphael, and the century he was going to reshape was still 17 years away from ending. Barcelona in 1899 was a city with Paris on its mind. The modernist movement that had been reshaping its architecture and intellectual life for the better part of a decade was explicitly oriented toward what was happening in France, toward the painters and poets and musicians of Montmartre, toward the particular electricity of a city that had decided it was at the centre of everything and was conducting itself accordingly. The artists in Barcelona's bohemian circles spoke Catalan rather than Spanish, and called themselves nationalists, but their hearts, as one contemporary observer noted, were set on Paris. They were watching from a distance and preparing to close it. Picasso arrived in this city at 15 and understood it immediately. He began spending his evenings at Els Quatre Gats, the Four Cats, a tavern in a neo-Gothic building in the Gothic Quarter that had opened in 1897 and advertised itself as an inn for the disillusioned. The name referred both to the four founders who had established it and to Le Chat Noir, the famous bohemian cabaret in Montmartre that had been the model and the aspiration. The walls of the Four Cats were hung with paintings by Ramon Casas and Santiago Rusinol, two of the founding painters, and on any given evening the room contained writers and architects and musicians and young painters who were arguing about what art was and was not supposed to be doing, which was the argument that Picasso had been waiting his whole short life to be part of. He made himself useful immediately. Pere Romeu, who ran the tavern, commissioned him to design the menu. Picasso produced a cover that showed a group of clients seated in front of the building's facade, a work that was immediately compared to the style of Ramon Casas, who was the most admired painter in the room and whom Picasso had identified as the person worth studying. Picasso studied him. He also began producing charcoal portraits of the regulars, between 50 and 150 of them, hung in the main room in February of 1900 for what was effectively his first public exhibition. The portraits were pen and ink and watercolour, quick and observational, caricature edging toward genuine likeness, and they showed what the next decade of his work would confirm, that Picasso saw people the way other people see surfaces, all the way in on the first look. He was 17 years old. He met Carl Casagmas at Els Quatre Gats in the spring of 1899. Casagmas was a painter and poet, the son of the American consul in Barcelona, 1 year older than Picasso, and drawn to the same bohemian experimentation that drew everyone in that room. They recognized something in each other immediately, the particular recognition that happens between two people who are both in the early stages of becoming something and can sense the same quality of becoming in the other person. They set up a shared studio at Riera de Sant Joan 17, decorated the walls with murals, and spent their days working side by side in the way that young artists work when they have found someone who keeps pace with them. Casagemas was funny and brilliant, and already in some difficulty with himself that his friends managed as best they could. In September of 1900, the two of them left Barcelona for Paris together. This was the thing they had been building toward. Everyone in that room at the Four Cats had been building toward it, and now they were going. The Universal Exposition was open in Paris, and Picasso had a painting accepted for exhibition there, the first time his work had been shown outside Spain. They arrived in Montmartre and moved into a studio that had been vacated by the Catalan painter Isidre Nonel, a cramped and productive space in which they worked and argued and went out into Paris and tried to absorb as much of it as possible in the time available. In Paris, Casagemas fell in love. Her name was Germaine Gargallo, a model who had become part of their circle, and the love was not returned in the way Casagemas needed it to be. He had always been volatile, mood swings and depression, that the people who knew him had learned to manage, and Germaine's refusal opened something in him that did not close. Picasso, watching his friend deteriorate, suggested they leave Paris for the holidays, come back to Spain, get some distance from the situation. They went to Barcelona and then to Malaga, where Casagemas's behaviour became erratic enough that Picasso, in an act he would later struggle with, put him on a boat back to Barcelona alone and went to Madrid to work. They never saw each other again. On the evening of the 17th of February, 1901, Casagemas organised a farewell dinner at the Café de l'Hippodrome in Paris. After many rounds of wine and absinthe, he asked Germaine one final time if she would marry him. When she refused, he drew a pistol and fired at her. The bullet grazed her. Believing he had killed her, Casagemas turned the gun on himself and shot himself in the right temple. He died in the hospital that night. He was 20 years old. Picasso was in Madrid when he heard. He returned to Paris in May of that year and moved back into the studio they had shared, lived in the room where his friend had slept and eaten and worked, and descended into the grief that had ended at the Hippodrome. He visited the site of the shooting. He began painting Casagemas, his face, his body in the coffin, the scene of his death and burial, a series of works that were simultaneously portraits and an attempt to understand what had happened and what Picasso's own share of responsibility for it might be. In the preliminary sketches for the most significant painting of this period, a large allegorical work called La Vie, the face of the central male figure was Picasso's own. In the finished painting, he changed it to Casagemas. The grief did not resolve into something discreet and manageable. It went into the work, changed the colour of the work, changed what the work was about and who it was about and what Picasso thought painting was supposed to be doing in relation to the people it depicted. The Blue Period had not yet been named. It was not yet a period. It was simply a painter sitting in a room in Paris in 1901, surrounded by the absence of his friend, reaching for the blue end of the palette. The summer of 1901 started well. Picasso had an exhibition at the gallery of Ambroise Vollard in Paris, a dealer with an eye for the genuinely new, and the show was noticed. The critic Félicien Fagues reviewed it in La Revue Blanche and understood what he was looking at. The paintings Picasso produced for that show were bright, energetic, full of colour, depicting the life of Paris with the hungry attention of a 20-year-old who had just arrived in the city he had been dreaming about since the Four Cats. He was young, and his friend had just died, and the paintings he was making that summer showed almost none of it. The second half of the year was different. Picasso's psychological state deteriorated as 1901 wore on, the grief for Casagemas moving from fresh shock into something deeper and more settled, and as it did, the palette changed. Not all at once, not as a decision. The blues came in the way that grief itself comes in, gradually and then all at once, and then simply present, the new baseline condition of things. By late 1901, Picasso had painted a self-portrait in which he showed himself at 20 as a man with hollowed features and a patched coat, the face gaunt, the eyes inward, no trace of the energy of the Vollard paintings. He looked like someone much older and much colder. He was also genuinely poor. This is the detail that the retrospective fame of the Blue Period tends to obscure. The paintings from this period are now among the most reproduced and most beloved in the history of Western art, hanging in major museums, reproduced on everything imaginable, sold at auction for figures that would have constituted several lifetimes of income for the 20-year-old who made them. At the time, he could not sell them. The critics who had praised the Vollard show retreated when the blue paintings arrived. The market did not want elongated beggars and blind old men and emaciated mums and the quiet misery of people on the margins of a city. Picasso went without food during stretches of 1902. He burned drawings to stay warm. He knew what poverty looked like from the inside because he was inside it. This shaped what he painted. He began visiting the women's prison of Saint-Lazare in Paris, where nuns served as guards and women were housed with their nursing infants. He went repeatedly, drawing the women there, the mums with their children, the particular combination of confinement and tenderness that the prison produced. The visits gave him models and material and something else harder to name, a contact with human suffering at its most unadorned, with people who'd been removed from ordinary life and placed somewhere that stripped away everything except the essential fact of their existence. The paintings that came out of these visits, the soup among them, have the quality of documents, not of suffering dramatized, but of suffering observed with complete and sober attention. The subjects of the Blue Period are consistent enough to constitute a world. Beggars, the blind, prostitutes, old men alone at bare tables, mums hunched over children, figures stretched tall and thin against empty backgrounds, elongated in the way that El Greco had elongated his figures 4 centuries earlier, a technique Picasso had studied in the Prado and was now applying to the people he saw on the streets of Barcelona and Paris. The elongation is not distortion in the pejorative sense. It is a formal choice that gives the figures a kind of ghostly grace, a presence that is both entirely human and slightly beyond it. The National Gallery of Art, writing about these works, described the effect as Picasso metaphorically allowing his subjects to escape their fate, to occupy something like a utopian state of grace. Blindness recurs throughout the period with an almost obsessive frequency. The Blind Man's Meal, painted in 1903, shows a single figure at a bare table, one hand reaching toward a wine jug, the face turned slightly away in the unseeing orientation of the permanently blind. The Old Guitarist, also 1903, is the most famous of these works, a hunched old man cradling an enormous instrument, the body angular and compressed, the guitar taking up most of the space around him, the man himself reduced to the bare minimum of presence required to hold the thing and play it. The guitar is brown, the single warm note in a painting otherwise built entirely from blue-grey cold. X-ray examination of the canvas has revealed that other figures are painted beneath the surface, the guitarist laid over them, Picasso working through several compositions before arriving at this one. The blindness in these paintings was not merely descriptive. Picasso was aware of the symbolist movement's interest in blindness as a condition that opened toward inner vision rather than closing it. The idea that those without sight might see something others could not. Whether he subscribed to this idea fully or used it as a formal resource is a question the paintings do not answer cleanly. What they establish, painting after painting, is a sustained attention to the people who exist at the edge of the social world, the people who are present in cities and invisible in them simultaneously, and a consistent refusal to sentimentalize what he found there. La Vie, completed in May of 1903, is the Blue Period's most ambitious and complicated work. It is large, nearly 2 meters tall, and shows 2 groups of figures facing each other, a naked couple on the left and a cloaked woman holding a child on the right, with 2 smaller paintings within the painting visible in the background, one showing a crouched figure of grief and one a couple embracing. The central male figure has the face of Casaemus. In the preliminary sketches, that face was Picasso's own. What the painting means has been argued over ever since. Birth and death, love and its consequences, the passage between youth and age, the weight of what is owed to the living and the dead. What it refuses to do is resolve. It holds all of these readings simultaneously and will not choose among them, which is either a weakness or the most honest thing the painting could do, depending on how you look at it. The Blue Period ended as gradually as it began, the cold colours warming slowly in late 1904 as Picasso's circumstances changed. He settled permanently in Paris, moving into the Bateau Lavoir in Montmartre, a ramshackle building where a community of artists lived in overlapping poverty and mutual support. He met Fernand Olivier, who became his companion. The depression that had organised the previous 3 years began, not to lift exactly, but to shift, the way weather shifts, the same sky but a different quality of light. The paintings changed colour. The Blue Period has a strange relationship to its own fame. Picasso struggled to sell these works for years. They were not what the market wanted. They were not what critics had learned to praise. They came out of grief and poverty, and a sustained attention to the people that prosperity tends not to look at directly. Now they are worth fortunes and hang in the world's best museums and are printed on coffee mugs. Picasso himself, who lived to see all of this, said almost nothing about what the period had meant to him. He had said what he needed to say in the paintings. The paintings are still saying it. The rose period arrived the way the blue period had arrived, gradually and without announcement, the palette warming as Picasso's circumstances changed, and the depression that had organised the previous 3 years began to shift. By 1904 he had settled permanently in the Bateau Lavoir, a ramshackle building in Montmartre that housed a community of artists in overlapping poverty and mutual company. Fernande Olivier arrived in his life and became his companion, and the subjects of his paintings changed with her presence, the emaciated beggars giving way to acrobats and circus performers, the cold blue replaced by earth tones and rose and the particular warm grey of a Paris afternoon. He was painting the world as a place worth inhabiting, rather than a place worth documenting at its margins. He was also looking at things very carefully. Cézanne died in October of 1906 and was honoured the following year with a major retrospective at the Salon d'Automne. Picasso studied it with the attention he brought to everything he wanted to understand, which was total and patient and ultimately transformative. What Cézanne had been doing with form, the way he had broken apart the convention that a painting should show you an object from a single fixed point of view, the way he had allowed multiple angles and multiple moments to coexist in a single image, was something Picasso recognised as a door and walked through. He was also looking at the ancient Iberian sculptures on display in the Louvre, recently excavated from Osuna in Spain, their faces simplified and archaic, the features reduced to essential forms with an authority that had nothing to do with the academic tradition he had been trained in. He started incorporating what he saw in these faces into his own figures. The 3 central women in the painting that was building in his studio across the first half of 1907 owe their faces to these sculptures. The other 2 women are something else entirely. In the spring or early summer of 1907, Picasso visited the Ethnographic Museum at the Palais du Trocadero in Paris. He described the experience himself, years later, to the writer André Malraux. The smell reached him first, he said. Mould and rot and the flea market quality of a place that housed objects brought from very far away by people who did not understand what they were handling. He wanted to leave. He stayed. The masks, he said, were not like any other pieces of sculpture. Not at all. They were magic things. They were against everything, he said, against unknown threatening spirits. He understood what they were for, what they were doing. He understood, standing there alone in that awful museum, why he was a painter. He went back to his studio and changed 2 of the faces in the painting he had been working on for months. The painting was called, at that point, Le Bordel d'Avignon, the brothel of Avignon, a reference to the Carré d'Avingo in Barcelona, where Picasso had spent time as a young man. Later it would be given a more polite name. It shows 5 nude women, confrontational, staring directly out of the canvas at whoever is looking at them, the conventional passivity of the female nude entirely abandoned. The 3 on the left have faces derived from Iberian sculpture, simplified and flat. The 2 on the right have faces that were changed after the Trocadero visit, angular and fractured, wearing something very close to African masks, the planes of the face broken apart and reassembled in a way that is simultaneously familiar and wrong, or rather wrong by the standards of what Western painting had been doing with faces for several centuries, and right by some other standard that the painting was in the process of establishing. X-ray analysis of the canvas has confirmed what this looked like before the changes. Originally, all 5 figures shared similar facial features, the same almond eyes, and simplified profile that characterised the Iberian influence. The Trocadero visit produced the rupture that split the painting in 2, the left side and the right side operating by different visual logics, the whole canvas held together by the confrontational directness of the women's gaze rather than by any conventional compositional unity. Picasso had created hundreds of preparatory sketches and studies across the previous 9 months. The early versions of the composition included a male figure on the left, a medical student entering the brothel holding a skull, a narrative element he eventually removed because the story it implied would have contained the image rather than releasing it. He also removed a sailor on the right. What remained when both men were gone was pure confrontation, 5 women, and whoever was looking at them. Nothing between the image and the viewer to absorb or mediate the encounter. The painting's immediate reception was damaging. Picasso showed it to his circle at the Bateau Lavoir, and they did not know what to do with it. Georges Braque, who had become his closest collaborator within a year, said at first viewing that it was like eating rope or drinking petroleum. Henri Matisse, his great rival, was appalled. The poet Guillaume Apollinaire, who was among Picasso's most devoted supporters, was shaken. The dealer Daniel Henry Kahnweiler, who visited the studio in July of 1907 and saw the canvas, was at a loss. The painting did not go on public display until 1916. In the years between its completion and its first public exhibition, Picasso kept it rolled up in his studio. What the painting had done to him, and what it would eventually do to the history of painting, was not immediately legible to anyone standing in front of it in 1907, including Picasso himself. He had produced something that did not fit any existing category, that had broken the expectation of what a painting was supposed to do when it depicted a human figure, that had made the question of how to show a body in space into an open problem rather than a settled convention. The problem, once opened, could not be closed. The collaboration with Braque that began almost immediately after Les Demoiselles, the two men working in such proximity that they sometimes could not tell which paintings were whose, would push that open problem into what became Cubism, and Cubism would change what painting was allowed to attempt for the rest of the century. But that is the next chapter. At this moment, in 1907, there is only the canvas, still damp, too large to hang easily in the studio, showing 5 women who will not look away from you, their faces assembled from Iberian stone and African wood, and Picasso's own particular way of refusing to show you things the way you expect them to look. He understood, he said later, that it was his first exorcism painting. He had given form to the spirits. He had become independent of them. The question that Les Demoiselles had opened was this: if a painting does not have to show you what a thing looks like from a fixed point of view, then what is it allowed to do instead? Picasso did not have the answer when he finished the painting in 1907. He had the question, which is a different thing and in some respects a more valuable one. The question needed another person to help develop it, and that person arrived in November of 1907, when the poet Guillaume Apollinaire arranged a meeting between Picasso and a young French painter named Georges Braque. Braque had already seen Les Demoiselles, and his initial response had been the rope and petroleum remark, the opinion that the painting was as unwelcome to him as eating rough fibre or drinking kerosene. But it haunted him through the winter of 1907 and into 1908, in the way that genuinely new things haunt the people who are capable of understanding them, not pleasantly and not easily, and not with any immediate sense of what to do about it. He went south to L'Estaque, where Cézanne had worked, and spent the summer shedding the colours of Fauvism and working through the structural problems that the older painter had left unresolved and that Picasso had now ripped wide open. When he came back to Paris, he came back with paintings that were doing something Picasso recognised. The collaboration began almost immediately after. Almost every evening, Picasso said later. Either he went to Braque's studio or Braque came to his. Each of us had to see what the other had done during the day. The statement, which Picasso made in a late interview, sounds almost domestic in its rhythm. The two painters checking in with each other daily like colleagues running a project together, which is precisely what they were. The project was the reinvention of what a painting could be, conducted in the studios of two men who were temperamentally almost opposite. Picasso intuitive and bold and restless, Braque methodical and reserved and committed to structural precision, and whose differences turned out to be exactly what the project required. Braque's own description of the collaboration was that they were like two mountaineers roped together. What they were building, across the years from 1908 to 1914, came to be called Cubism. The name was coined accidentally by a French art critic named Louis Vaucel, who described Braque's landscape paintings of L'Estaque as reducing everything to little cubes. Bizarreries cubiques, he wrote, geometrical peculiarities. He meant it as a dismissal. The artist used the word as a handle, and the handle stuck, which is how many of the most important movements in art history acquired their names from someone who thought they were insulting the work. The word does not quite describe what the work was doing, but it points at it. What Cubism actually did was refuse the convention that a painting occupies a single moment in time from a single fixed point in space. The academic tradition and the entire history of Western painting from the Renaissance forward had built itself on single-point perspective, the mathematical system that produces the illusion of depth on a flat surface by arranging everything in relation to a single vanishing point. It is a powerful system, and it produces beautiful work. It also requires a lie, the lie that the viewer is stationary, that the world is frozen, that the object being depicted exists in one moment from one angle. Cézanne had begun to question this without quite abandoning it. Picasso and Braque abandoned it, in the paintings of what came to be called analytic cubism, which developed from roughly 1909 through 1912. A figure or an object is shown from multiple angles simultaneously, the front and the side and sometimes the back all present in the same image, assembled into a composition that is recognisable without being illusionistic. A guitar becomes a collection of planes and curves that represent the guitar from every angle at once rather than from one. A woman's face shows you the profile and the frontal view in the same head, both truths present simultaneously rather than forced to choose. The palette during this phase narrows to greys and browns and ochres, the colour deliberately reduced so that the structural question stays central. The investigation of form kept clear of the distraction of chromatic beauty. The subject matter of analytic cubism is modest almost to the point of comedy. Guitars, bottles, newspapers, a pipe, a glass, musical instruments of various kinds, the things that sit on tables in studios and cafes, the furniture of a working artist's daily life, chosen not for symbolic weight but because they were present, and because their forms were complex enough to be interesting, and simple enough not to overwhelm the formal investigation. Braque, whose father had been a house painter and who had grown up understanding the relationship between pattern and surface, introduced techniques from that tradition into the fine art context: stenciled letters, faux wood grain, the deliberate flattening of illusion that house painting requires. Picasso, who had always been interested in everything that could be done with a flat surface, incorporated these techniques and pushed them further. In 1912 they invented collage. Picasso pasted a piece of oilcloth printed with a chair caning pattern onto a canvas and drew around it, producing a work called Still Life with Chair Caning that incorporated an actual non-art material into the painting, a piece of the real world used as representation rather than representation standing in for the real world. Braque, working in parallel, introduced papier-colle, pasted paper, gluing fragments of newspaper and wallpaper into compositions alongside drawn and painted elements. The result was synthetic cubism, which ran from roughly 1912 to 1914, and which reversed the logic of analytic cubism. Where analytic cubism had broken objects into their component planes, synthetic cubism assembled those planes into new constructions, building a guitar or a figure from geometric fragments rather than analysing an existing one down to its geometry. The collaboration during these years was so close that even experts, looking at the unsigned paintings from the period, sometimes cannot determine which of the two men made which work. Picasso and Braque occasionally signed their paintings only with initials, or not at all, treating the work as genuinely joint rather than individually attributed. This was unusual to the point of being unprecedented in the history of art. Two painters of comparable ambition voluntarily merging their output to the degree that authorship became uncertain. Art historians have spent decades trying to establish precise chronologies, debating which idea came from whom and when, and have acknowledged that the conversation was so continuous and so reciprocal that the question may be unanswerable. Outside their immediate circle, Cubism was initially confusing and then influential in approximately the way that all genuinely new things are confusing and then influential, with the confusing part lasting longer and the influential part being larger than anyone involved anticipated. Other painters came to it and developed their own versions. Juan Gris, Fernand Léger, Jean Metzinger, Francis Picabia, all working in Paris in the years before the war, each took the formal discoveries of Picasso and Braque and applied them to their own concerns and sensibilities. Unlike Picasso and Braque, who refused to exhibit their Cubist works publicly, through most of the collaboration, these painters showed their work at the major Paris salons, and it was through them that Cubism became visible to the broader public and to critics and to artists in other countries who had not been in the studios of the Bateau Lavoir. Then, August of 1914 arrived. Picasso saw Braque and their friend André Derain off at the train station in Avignon as they left for military service. Braque later recalled the moment. Picasso recalled it too, saying that after seeing Braque off that day he never saw him again, meaning that the Braque of the collaboration, the Braque who had been his other half in the most intense creative partnership in the history of modern art, was gone even if the man himself survived the war. Braque was wounded at the front and did not paint again until 1917. The partnership that had produced Cubism was over. Picasso, Spanish and therefore not conscripted, stayed in Paris. He continued to work. He always continued to work. but the particular quality of those 6 years, the daily studio visits, the constant conversation conducted through canvas, the 2 mountaineers roped together on a face that no one had climbed before, was finished. It had lasted long enough to change what painting was. In January of 1937, the Spanish Republican government approached Picasso with a commission. They were building a pavilion for the Paris World's Fair that summer, and they wanted a mural, something large and significant, something that would assert the legitimacy of the Republic at an international event in the city, where Picasso had lived for most of his adult life. Picasso accepted. Spain had been in civil war since July of 1936, when the nationalist general Francisco Franco had launched a military coup against the elected Republican government, and Picasso, who had not been back to his birthplace in years, and who rarely mixed politics and his art, understood that this was not a moment to stay out of it. For 3 months he stared at a blank canvas and produced nothing. The commission had not given him his subject. He had several preliminary ideas, none of them convincing, none of them finding the particular quality of necessity that Picasso required, before he could commit himself to a canvas of this scale. His personal life was in turmoil. The civil war was intensifying. He was working dispassionately on something he did not yet believe in, which was for Picasso the worst possible working condition. Then, on the 26th of April, 1937, the German Condor Legion bombed Guernica. The town sat 10 kilometres from the front lines in the Basque country in northern Spain, a quiet agricultural community that was also the ancient symbolic capital of the Basque people, the place where the traditional rights and liberties of the Basques were historically centred. It was a market day, Monday, which meant the town centre was full of people. The German aircraft arrived in the afternoon and bombed for approximately 2 hours. They dropped high explosives first to break the buildings open, then incendiaries to burn what was exposed. The nearest military target, a factory on the town's outskirts, went through the attack untouched. What burned was the town. The journalist George Steer, a correspondent for the Times of London, was nearby and reached Guernica shortly after the bombing. His account appeared 2 days later on the front pages of the Times and the New York Times, and then in the French paper L'Humanité. It described the deliberate destruction of an open civilian town with no significant military value, the bodies in the streets, the animals running through the rubble, the particular completeness of the destruction, tile roofs and wooden porches burning long after the planes had left. Picasso read the account in the newspaper in Paris. He made his first sketch the next day, the 1st of May. He had found his subject. What followed across the next 35 days is one of the most documented creative processes in the history of art, because Picasso's companion and fellow artist Dora Maar photographed the canvas at multiple stages of its development, preserving a record of the painting's evolution from initial composition through successive revisions. There are over 40 preparatory sketches and studies in addition to Maar's photographs. The documentation shows a painting that changed substantially as it was made, not in its core emotional content, which was fixed from the first day, but in its compositional organisation, the arrangement of the bodies and the symbols and the spaces between them. The canvas Picasso was working on was enormous, 3.5 metres tall and nearly 8 metres wide, painted in his studio on the Rue des Grands Augustins. It required scaffolding to reach the upper sections. He chose to work in grey and black and white, stripping out all colour, a decision that gives the painting the quality of a news photograph, the documentary authority of something that is reporting rather than interpreting. He also ordered house paint rather than artist's paint, specifying a matte finish, the minimum amount of gloss, so that the surface would have no beauty of material to distract from what it was saying. The painting that emerged shows a collection of figures in extremis. A wounded horse occupies the centre, its mouth open in a scream, stumbling over a fallen soldier below it. A bull stands on the left, facing away from the chaos, intact where everything else is breaking. A woman with a dead infant holds the child up in a gesture that is simultaneously a cradling and a presentation, her face torn open in grief. Another woman drags a wounded leg across the bottom of the canvas. Another leans from a window holding an oil lamp into the scene. A dismembered soldier lies on the ground, a broken sword in his hand beside a flower. Flames rise on the right side. A light bulb shaped like an eye hangs at the top of the composition, its spiked rays a mechanical parody of illumination. The symbols have been argued over ever since. The horse, Picasso said, represented the people. The bull represented brutality and darkness. The lamp held by the woman in the window was the lamp of truth, or the lamp of the Republic. The broken sword was resistance that had not surrendered despite being broken. The baby in the mum's arms did not need explaining to anyone who looked at it. Picasso also added, at various points, that the painting meant exactly what it showed, no more and no less, which is the kind of statement artists make when they have been asked one too many times to reduce their work to a caption. The photographs Dora Maar took during the 35 days show a painting trying out different answers to the same question, which is how to contain this level of suffering in an organised image without reducing it, without making it bearable to look at, without allowing the viewer the comfort of aesthetic distance. The early stages show the bull and the horse in different positions, different proportions, different relationships to each other. A raised fist appears in early sketches and disappears in the final version. Colour appears in some studies and is stripped away again. The compositional logic shifts and settles and shifts again. On the 4th of June 1937, Picasso declared it finished. It was exhibited at the Spanish Pavilion at the Paris World's Fair beginning in July, placed near the entrance so that it was among the first things visitors saw. The initial reception was mixed. The painting was difficult, the composition dense and fractured, the imagery not easily decoded by viewers who had not been given a key. It did not win the public immediately. It was not designed to be immediate. What it was designed to be became clearer as the painting travelled. After the World's Fair, it toured Scandinavia and England to raise awareness and funds for the Spanish Republic. In 1939, when the Republic fell to Franco's forces, Picasso refused to allow the painting to go to Spain. He had said before the war was lost that the painting would be given to the Spanish government the day the Republic was restored, and he held to this position with absolute consistency for the rest of his life. He loaned it instead to the Museum of Modern Art in New York, where it would remain for 42 years. During World War II, when Paris was under German occupation, a German officer visited Picasso's apartment. Seeing a photograph of Guernica, the officer asked whether Picasso had done that. Picasso answered that he had not. "You did," he said. The painting returned to Spain in 1981, 6 years after Franco's death and 8 years after Picasso's, in a Spain that had become a constitutional monarchy rather than the republic Picasso had insisted upon. It was displayed initially behind bulletproof glass at the Prado Museum, and then, in 1992, it was moved to the Museo Reina Sofia in Madrid, where it now hangs. Approximately 11,000 people visit it every day. Guernica is 3.5 metres tall and nearly 8 metres wide, and it was painted in 35 days by a 55-year-old man who had spent 3 months unable to start it and found his subject in a newspaper on the 1st of May 1937. It does not resolve. It does not conclude. The horse is still screaming, and the mum is still holding the child, and the soldier's sword is still broken, and the light is still the cold mechanical light of the bulb, rather than the warm light of any sun. It is the most visited painting in Madrid. It has been reproduced on protest banners in conflicts on every inhabited continent. It has been quoted, referenced, and adapted by artists working in every medium for nearly 90 years. It has become the thing that Picasso most consistently resisted, which is a caption, a single image that stands for a single idea. He would have been annoyed by this. He also would have recognised it. A painting that people reach for when they are trying to show what war does to the bodies of civilians is a painting that has done its work. On the evening of the 7th of April 1973, Pablo Picasso had friends to dinner at his villa in Mougins, a small town in the hills above Cannes in the south of France. He was 91 years old. After dinner he went to his studio and painted until 3 in the morning. Then he went to bed. He woke at 11:30 the next morning and could not get up. He died before a doctor arrived, of heart failure, on the 8th of April 1973. He had painted until 3 in the morning on the last night of his life. This is, in some ways, the most Picasso fact about Picasso. He had said, more than once, and in more than one way, that he believed work would keep him alive, that the act of making things was the thing that held him to the world. He was superstitious about stopping. He had painted through grief and poverty and 2 world wars and the death of friends and the collapse of relationships and stomach operations and respiratory problems and the ordinary deteriorations of an extraordinary old age. He painted in the last year of his life with what his biographers describe as frenzy, a word that appears in multiple accounts of his final period, the same word that appears in accounts of the very beginning, the 7-year-old at his father's side, the boy who drew instead of listening in school because the drawing could not be stopped. Between 1968 and 1972, Picasso produced more than 100 paintings and hundreds of engravings. He was 87 years old at the start of that period. The work of these final years is not what most people picture when they think of Picasso. It is late work in the fullest sense, the work of a man looking at mortality from inside it. Figurative and often erotic, and sometimes crude and sometimes visionary, the style stripped of almost everything except the urgency. In 1972, a year before his death, he produced a series of drawn self-portraits in which the face is shown as something close to a skull, the eyes enormous and dark, the features reduced to their essential structure. He was looking at himself and seeing what was coming and drawing it anyway. He's buried at the Château of Vauvenargues near Aix-en-Provence, a property he had acquired in 1958. The château sits overlooking the Mont Sainte-Victoire, the mountain that Paul Cézanne painted dozens of times, and that Picasso had studied in the Salon d'Automne retrospective of 1907, the same retrospective that had pushed him toward what became Cubism. He's buried, in other words, in the sightline of the mountain that belonged to the man he said was the father of them all. This may have been intentional, it was certainly not accidental. He left behind somewhere between 20,000 and 50,000 works, depending on how the counting is done and which categories are included. Paintings, drawings, sculptures, ceramics, prints, engravings, stage designs, illustrated books, tapestry cartoons, and things that do not fit cleanly into any of these categories. The range of medium is itself a statement. He worked in whatever was available, whatever was interesting, whatever he had not yet exhausted. He learned ceramics in his 60s and produced more than 3,000 ceramic works. He made sculptures from bicycle handlebars and saddles, from cardboard and wire and string and wood, from whatever was in the studio and could be made to hold a form. Scarcity of conventional material was never an obstacle because he did not define material conventionally. His career spanned more than 76 years. When he was born, the Impressionists were still the radical edge of painting. When he died, abstract expressionism and pop art and minimalism had all come and gone. He had outlived most of the movements that had positioned themselves against him or alongside him, and had outlived several that he had helped create. He had watched Cubism become a historical period while he was still alive to discuss it. He had done things in painting that no one had done, then moved on from them, then watched them become the curriculum of art schools across the world, then moved on further still. The legacy of what he did to painting is difficult to overstate, because it is so thoroughly embedded in what painting has been allowed to do since 1907 that the specifics are hard to see clearly. Cubism changed the understanding of how a flat surface could represent space and time. It changed the understanding of how multiple truths about an object could coexist in a single image. It opened the question of what relationship a painting was required to have with the visible world, and the answer that Cubism proposed, which was that the relationship was negotiable, was so fundamental that it made almost everything that came afterward possible. Abstract expressionism, which rejected figuration entirely, is a response to the question Cubism opened. Pop art's engagement with flat planes and commercial imagery borrows from the Cubist vocabulary. The conceptual art movements of the second half of the 20th century, which pushed the question of what art is allowed to be into entirely new territories, all passed through the door that Picasso and Braque opened in a Montmartre studio between 1908 and 1914. He was aware of this and said very little about it. He made statements about art that were oracular and often contradictory and sometimes deliberately unhelpful, as though he preferred that the work speak for itself and found the conversation around the work slightly beside the point. He said painting was a form of magic. He said it was a lie that told the truth. He said it took a long time to become young. These are not the statements of someone who wanted to explain himself. His face became one of the most photographed faces of the 20th century. He was the first living artist to have a retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art in New York in 1939. He joined the French Communist Party after the Second World War and was awarded the Lenin Peace Prize in 1962, and these affiliations generated controversy that followed him for the rest of his life, as did his treatment of the women he was involved with, which by the accounts of several of those women ranged from complicated to harmful. The biography is not simple, and has not been made simpler by the passage of time or the scale of the reputation. What remains when all of it is accounted for is the work itself. The Blue Period paintings, still in the museums where they have lived for decades, still doing what they were doing in 1902 when nobody wanted to buy them, which is looking at suffering without sentimentality and without distance. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon at the Museum of Modern Art, still stopping people in the gallery the way it stopped everyone who saw it in Picasso's studio in 1907. still refusing to show you what you expect to be shown. Guernica in Madrid, where 11,000 people a day come to stand in front of it and feel what it feels like to be in a room with a painting that will not let war be abstract. The Old Guitarist, in Chicago, a bent old man cradling an enormous instrument in a room full of cold blue, the guitar the only warm thing, playing music for no audience in a painting that was made in a period when Picasso could not sell paintings and was burning drawings to stay warm and had just lost his closest friend. He was a boy in Malaga who could draw before he could speak. His first word was the word for pencil. He drew pigeons for his father and then painted over his father's unfinished pigeon, and his father understood what he was looking at and gave him his brushes. He went to Barcelona at 14 and passed an entrance examination in a week that was supposed to take a month. He went to Paris at 20 and moved into a leaking building in Montmartre and began to work. He worked for the next 71 years without stopping, except when grief stopped him briefly and exhaustion slowed him for a year, and his body failed him in small ways that he ignored. He painted until 3 in the morning on the last night of his life. The work is still here, all of it. The pigeons and the beggars and the broken guitars and the fractured faces and the screaming horse and the skull-like self-portrait of a 90-year-old man looking at what was coming and drawing it anyway. If you are still awake, my tired dumplings, that is Pablo Picasso. If you fell asleep somewhere around the Blue Period or the Shed in Montmartre or the Blue Guitar in Chicago, which would be a very good place to fall asleep, that is exactly what this was for. If you have a hand free from wherever it is, a like and a subscribe cost you nothing and helps the channel more than you would think. It is the least baroque thing you can do with a finger, and Picasso would have approved of economy. Good night. Before alphabets were printed by machines or tapped onto glowing screens, human hands shaped every letter with deliberate care. You're about to step into the quiet world of those who turned writing into an art form that demanded years of practice and endless patience. The morning light filters through rice paper windows and touches your workspace. You have been awake since before dawn because the best hours for calligraphy arrive when the world is still half asleep. The stone on your desk waits for you to grind the ink stick against its smooth surface. This ritual never changes. You add a few drops of water and begin the circular motion that your teacher demonstrated 3,000 times until it became as natural as breathing. The grinding takes 7 minutes today. Sometimes it takes 10. You learned long ago that rushing this step produces ink that lacks depth and character. The friction between stone and stick creates a sound like distant waves on sand. Your wrist moves in steady circles while your mind empties itself of yesterday's concerns and tomorrow's obligations. Ink pools in the shallow well of the stone. You test its consistency by lifting the stick and watching how the liquid falls back into the reservoir. Too thin and your characters will look pale and uncertain. Too thick and the brush will drag across the paper like a reluctant mule. This particular darkness has the right weight. You set the stick aside and arrange your brushes in the order you will need them. The largest brush stands as tall as your hand. Its bristles come from the tail hairs of horses that grazed in mountain pastures where the grass grows tough and wiry. The medium brush holds badger fur known for its spring and resilience. The smallest brush tapers to a point finer than a single hair. You made this one yourself last winter after your old detail brush finally gave up its shape. Paper waits in neat stacks to your left. Each sheet cost more than a day's wages for an ordinary labourer. The papermaker who supplies you operates a small workshop on the edge of the city, where he follows recipes passed down through his family for 6 generations. He knows you by name and sets aside his finest sheets when you place an order. You do not think about cost often, because thinking about cost makes your hand tense. The moment you begin calculating the monetary value of each stroke, your brushwork suffers. The characters become tight and controlled in ways that look mechanical rather than alive. Better to forget the price and focus entirely on making each mark as perfect as possible. The paper comes from mulberry bark that was beaten and soaked and spread thin as butterfly wings. The process takes weeks from raw material to finished sheet. The bark must be harvested at the correct season when sap flow is optimal. It gets cleaned and boiled and beaten with wooden mallets until the fibres separate. These fibres then float in water and settle onto screens in thin layers that become paper after drying. Light passes through it when you hold it up to the window. Your first practice sheet goes down on the desk. You weight its corners with small stones worn smooth by a river that dried up 200 years ago. The stones carry a pleasant coolness that somehow makes your thoughts clearer. You dip the large brush into the ink and press it gently against the side of the stone to remove excess liquid. The first stroke of the day is always the hardest. Your arm feels stiff despite the stretching exercises you performed while the ink was grinding. You take 3 slow breaths and let the brush touch the paper. The character for Mountain begins with a strong vertical line. Your brush moves down with controlled pressure and the ink spreads into the fibres. Each stroke requires a different combination of speed and force. The second stroke angles to the left like a peak leaning into the wind. The third stroke mirrors it on the right side. You step back and examine your work. The character is acceptable but not inspired. The left peak looks slightly weak, as if the mountain might topple in a strong breeze. You try again on a fresh sheet. This time the strokes feel more balanced, but the vertical line wavers near the bottom. Mountains do not waver. They stand firm against centuries of storms and earthquakes. The third attempt pleases you more. The brush moved without hesitation, and the 3 strokes work together to suggest something solid and eternal. You hang this sheet on a line strung across the room where completed work dries in the morning air. By evening you will decide whether it deserves to be saved or recycled into practice paper. Your teacher would arrive at this point in the morning routine. He died 4 years ago, but you still sense his presence behind your left shoulder during these early hours. He would examine your mountain character and say nothing for a long moment. Then he might point to the way the brush left the paper after the final stroke. Too abrupt. A true master allows the brush to lift gradually, so the ending feels inevitable rather than chopped off like a conversation interrupted by a rude neighbour. You practice Mountains for another 30 minutes. The character appears simple with only 3 strokes, but those strokes contain all the principles of good calligraphy: balance, rhythm, controlled energy, mindful completion. When you can write a mountain that captures the essence of mountains, you will be ready to tackle more complex characters. The sun climbs higher, and you switch to a different text. Today you're working on a passage from an ancient poem about autumn leaves falling on a forgotten path. The first character requires 11 strokes. Your hand traces the pattern in the air above the paper before committing ink to fibre. This helps your muscles remember the proper sequence and prevents you from having to stop mid-character to recall the next move. The brush touches down and begins its dance. Stroke 1 is a horizontal line that establishes the width of the character. Stroke 2 drops vertically from the left end. Stroke 3 hooks slightly at the bottom. By stroke 7, your mind has quieted enough that thinking stops, and the brush seems to move on its own. The remaining strokes flow naturally and the character appears complete on the page. This state of effortless concentration is what you practice for. It arrives unpredictably, like a bird landing on your windowsill. You cannot force it or summon it through willpower. The only path is through endless repetition until technique becomes invisible, and the barrier between your intention and the mark on paper dissolves. You finish the entire poem by mid-morning. 20 characters arranged in vertical columns that read from right to left. The text fills a scroll of paper that will eventually be mounted on silk backing and hung in the home of a merchant who commissioned this work 3 months ago. He wants the poem displayed in his reception room where visitors will see it while waiting for him to finish counting his money. The merchant has no deep appreciation for calligraphy. He simply knows that owning handwritten scrolls signals refinement and education. This bothers you less than it once did. Your teacher used to say that calligraphy serves many purposes. Sometimes it preserves sacred texts. Sometimes it decorates temples. Sometimes it helps merchants prove they have arrived at a certain level of social standing. All of these purposes are valid because they all require someone to dedicate their life to mastering the brush. You eat a simple lunch of cold rice and pickled vegetables. The food tastes of nothing in particular, which is exactly what you want. Strong flavours distract from the afternoon's work. You have a commission that requires copying an entire chapter from a philosophical text. The client wants 40 pages finished by the end of the month. You completed 12 pages last week and you will finish 8 more this week if your hand cooperates. Copying text is different from creating original compositions. Your creativity is limited to the quality of your strokes and the spacing of your characters. The words are fixed. The meaning is established. Your job is to render them clearly and beautifully so future readers can absorb the wisdom without struggling to decipher messy handwriting. This particular text discusses the nature of change and permanence. The philosopher argues that everything flows like water in a stream, and you never step into the same river twice. You have copied these words so many times that you have memorized entire passages. Sometimes while grinding ink you find yourself reciting paragraphs in your head. The irony does not escape you. Here you are copying thoughts about constant change using a skill that has remained essentially unchanged for over 1,000 years. Your ancestors in this profession used the same tools and followed the same principles. They ground ink on stones. They practiced characters until their hands cramped. They worried about the consistency of their brushwork and whether their vertical lines stood truly vertical. You arrange a fresh stack of paper and begin the afternoon's copying session. The first character is complicated with 17 strokes that weave together like basket reeds. You have written this character at least 500 times, but you still check your reference copy to make sure you remember the proper stroke order. Writing characters in the wrong sequence is considered a serious error, even if the final result looks acceptable. There is a correct way, and all other ways are wrong. Your brush moves through the complex pattern. Each stroke builds on the previous one, and the character gradually emerges like a landscape appearing through lifting fog. You finish and move to the next character, then the next, then the next. Time becomes elastic during these sessions. You might look up and discover that 2 hours have passed while your conscious mind was occupied with nothing more than the proper thickness of horizontal lines. The afternoon sun shifts across your workspace. You adjust your position slightly to keep the light falling on your paper at the correct angle. Shadows are the enemy of good calligraphy because they make it impossible to judge the true darkness of your ink. You need consistent lighting to maintain consistent quality across 40 pages of text. By late afternoon, your hand begins to tire. The small muscles in your palm and fingers are asking for rest. You complete one more page and then stop for the day. Pushing through fatigue leads to sloppy work that you will only have to redo tomorrow. Your teacher taught you to recognize the moment when continuing becomes counterproductive. You clean your brushes with care that borders on reverence. Each brush gets rinsed in clean water until no trace of ink remains in the bristles. Then you reshape the tip using your fingers and hang the brush to dry with the bristles pointing downward. This prevents water from seeping into the bamboo handle, where it might cause the wood to split. The inkstone requires scrubbing with a small stiff brush to remove dried residue. You add fresh water and work the brush in circles until the stone's surface feels smooth again. Some calligraphers keep their stones spotless enough to serve food on. You're not quite that fastidious, but you do respect your tools as partners in your work. Your practice sheets go into a basket for recycling. The merchant's commissioned scroll gets carefully rolled and placed in a wooden tube to protect it from dust and moisture. The pages of philosophical text join a growing stack that you cover with a clean cloth. Everything has its proper place, and every evening ends with this same ritual of organisation and cleaning. You stretch your fingers and rotate your wrists to work out the stiffness. Some calligraphers develop permanent cramps and tremors after decades of this work. You have been lucky so far. Your hands remain steady, and your grip stays reliable. You attribute this partly to good fortune and partly to the finger exercises your teacher insisted you perform every morning. The evening meal is rice again with a bit of fish and some greens from your garden. You eat slowly and think about nothing in particular. Food is fuel for the body. You neither love it nor hate it. It simply is. This attitude toward food developed naturally over years of training when thinking too much about meals seemed like a waste of mental energy better spent on calligraphy. After dinner, you allow yourself one luxury. You bring out your collection of old scrolls purchased from various dealers over the years. Most of them are practice pieces or unsigned works that someone's descendants sold off when clearing out an estate. You study these scrolls not to copy them directly, but to absorb the different styles and approaches that other calligraphers brought to their work. Tonight you unroll a scroll that shows bamboo stalks bending in wind. The artist used very wet ink and quick strokes to suggest motion and flexibility. Each leaf is a single decisive mark. The entire composition probably took less than 10 minutes to complete, yet it captures something essential about bamboo that a more careful rendering might miss. You wonder about the person who created this. Were they young or old? Did they work quickly out of skill or impatience? Did they know this piece would still be studied 100 years after their death? These questions have no answers, but asking them feels important somehow. The scroll goes back into its protective box and you prepare for sleep. Tomorrow will be another day of grinding ink and practicing strokes. The day after that will be the same. The day after that too. This repetition might seem tedious to someone outside your profession, but you find comfort in the predictability. Each day offers another chance to improve by small increments that accumulate over years into something approaching mastery. You lie down on your sleeping mat and close your eyes. The smell of ink still lingers on your fingers despite washing them twice. This scent has become so familiar that you barely notice it anymore. It is simply the smell of your life. Your training began when you were 12 years old. Your parents brought you to the master's studio on a cold morning when frost made patterns on the windows. You remember feeling terrified of the old man who barely looked up from his work when you were introduced. He asked you to write your name using the brush and ink he provided. Your hand shook so badly that the characters came out twisted and uneven. The master studied your attempt for a long moment and then nodded once. He told your parents to return in a week. If you survived that week without running away, you could stay and learn. The first week consisted entirely of grinding ink. You ground ink for the master and for his 3 senior students who barely acknowledged your existence. You ground ink until your arm burned and your fingers blistered. You ground ink in the morning and in the afternoon, and sometimes late into the evening when the master decided he needed especially fine ink for a special commission. No one explained why this was necessary. No one told you how long this phase would last. You simply ground ink and watched the senior students work and tried not to cry from boredom and frustration. On the 4th day you made the ink too thin and the master slapped your hand with a bamboo stick. The blow was not hard enough to cause real injury, but it stung both your palm and your pride. On the 7th day the master handed you a brush for the first time. It was an old brush with bristles that no longer held their shape properly. He told you to practice vertical lines on cheap paper for the next month. You were not to attempt any characters or creative work. Just vertical lines, thousands of vertical lines. You drew lines until they haunted your dreams, straight lines, thick lines, thin lines. Lines that started with confidence and ended with a whisper. Lines that began tentatively and grew bolder toward the bottom. Each line required complete attention despite the apparent simplicity of drawing a straight mark. The challenge was maintaining consistent pressure throughout the entire stroke. Beginners tend to press harder at the start and lighten toward the end, or they begin lightly and press down as they gain confidence. Either pattern produces lines with uneven width that reveal uncertainty in the hand. The master would occasionally glance at your work and grunt non-committally before returning to his own projects. These grunts contained no information you could decode. You learned to ignore them and focus solely on the quality of the lines you were producing. Seeking approval from each glance would have driven you mad within a week. After the month of lines, you graduated to horizontal strokes, then diagonal strokes, then curves and hooks. Each type of stroke required weeks of practice before you could move on to the next. By the time you were allowed to attempt actual characters, 8 months had passed and your understanding of what calligraphy required had fundamentally changed. You used to think it was about making pretty letters. You now understood it was about training your hand and mind to work together with such precision that nothing was left to chance or accident. Every movement needed to be intentional and controlled. Spontaneity would come later after technique became instinctive. Your first character was the numeral one, a single horizontal line. You had practiced horizontal lines for weeks, so this should have been easy. But writing a line that was meant to be a character, rather than just a practice stroke, added pressure that made your hand tense. The line came out wobbly and uneven. The master made you write the numeral 1 500 times over the next 3 days. By the end you could do it with your eyes closed. The line flowed from your brush with consistent width and proper slight taper at the ends. You felt proud until the master pointed out that 1 was the simplest character in existence, and you still had thousands more to learn. Years passed in this way. You progressed from simple characters to complex ones. You learned the classical texts that every educated person was expected to know. You memorized poems and philosophical writings. You studied the great calligraphers of the past and tried to understand what made their work transcendent rather than merely competent. The master rarely praised you. Mostly he pointed out errors and areas for improvement. Your verticals leaned too far to the left. Your hooks lacked crispness. Your spacing between characters felt cramped. On the rare occasions when he said your work showed promise, you felt like you had won an imperial prize. Other students came and went during your training. Some lacked dedication and left after a few months of grinding ink. Others showed talent but could not accept the endless repetition that mastery required. One student stayed for 2 years before deciding to become a merchant instead. He told you that making money seemed more practical than perfecting brushstrokes. You understood his reasoning but never seriously considered leaving. Something about the work satisfied a need in you that had no name. The focused concentration, the visible improvement over time, the sense that you were participating in a tradition that stretched back centuries. These things mattered more than wealth or social status. By your 22nd birthday, you had become the senior student. 2 younger students now ground ink for the master, while you worked on commissions that paid actual money. The master took a percentage of your earnings, but you accepted this arrangement without resentment. He had given you a skill that would support you for life. The master died on a spring morning when cherry blossoms were falling like pink snow. You found him at his desk with a brush still in his hand. He had been writing a character that was never finished. You completed the stroke according to what you believed his intention had been. Then you wrapped his body and notified his family and disciples. The funeral drew calligraphers from across the region. They came to pay respects and to view the master's final works displayed in his studio. You stood in the corner and listened to them discuss his technique and his influence on the art form. Some of them recognised you as his senior student and offered condolences mixed with subtle questions about whether you would continue operating the studio. You inherited the studio because the master had no children and his family had no interest in calligraphy. His widow gave you the space and the tools and the reputation attached to his name. In exchange, you promised to maintain the standards he had established and to train students who showed genuine promise. That was 4 years ago. You now occupy the position your master once held. You have 2 students of your own who grind ink and practice basic strokes, and probably wonder if they will ever create real calligraphy. You try to be more encouraging than your master was while maintaining the same rigorous standards. Teaching has given you new appreciation for how difficult the master's job was. Watching students make the same mistakes repeatedly requires patience you did not know you possessed. Explaining concepts that seem obvious to you after years of practice tests your ability to remember what it felt like to be a beginner. Your younger student struggles with consistency. Her strokes vary in thickness even when she is trying to maintain uniform width. You have told her 100 times to keep steady pressure on the brush, but the correction never seems to stick. Yesterday you finally understood that she's gripping the brush too tightly. Tension in her fingers transfers to the bristles and causes unpredictable ink flow. You showed her how to hold the brush with relaxed fingers while still maintaining control. The demonstration took 5 minutes, but the lesson required 3 months of watching her work before you could diagnose the root problem. Your master probably knew what was wrong from the beginning, but he waited for you to discover it yourself through continued practice. This is how the tradition passes down through generations. Each master teaches students who become masters who teach students. The methods barely change because they work. Innovations happen slowly and only after much debate and consideration. Calligraphy is conservative by nature because it values preservation over novelty. Sometimes you wonder what your master would think of your work now. Would he approve of the commissions you accept? Would he criticise your technique or praise your development? These questions remain theoretical because dead teachers cannot offer opinions. You must judge yourself using the standards he instilled during those years of training. Most days you feel you are meeting those standards. Some days you fall short and you know exactly where and why. The character's balance is off. The stroke lacks energy. The composition feels cramped. You can see the problems clearly, which means you have internalized the critical eye your master possessed. On very rare days, you create something that surprises you. A character appears on the paper that seems better than your current skill level should allow. These moments feel like gifts from somewhere beyond your conscious control. You hang these pieces on your wall until familiarity makes them ordinary again. The workshop where you make your own brushes sits in a corner of the studio that catches afternoon light. Making brushes is not your primary skill, but every calligrapher needs to understand how their tools are constructed. You cannot use a brush effectively without knowing what happens inside the metal ferrule where bristles are bound together. The process begins with sorting animal hair. You have several bundles of horsetail hair that you purchased from a farmer who raises mountain ponies. The hair must be cleaned thoroughly to remove oils and dirt. You soak it in a solution of water and ash for several days, and then rinse it repeatedly until the water runs clear. Once clean, the hair gets sorted by length and texture. The longest hairs will form the outer layer of the brush tip. Shorter hairs go into the core where they provide structure and spring. You arrange the hairs on your workbench and begin the delicate process of bundling them together. This step requires more patience than almost any other aspect of calligraphy. You must align hundreds of individual hairs so their tips form a perfect point. Each hair has a slightly different length and thickness. They want to stick together in clumps or splay outward at odd angles. You coax them into submission using a mixture of gentle pressure and stubborn persistence. The bundle slowly takes shape. You tie the base with strong thread to hold everything in place. The thread must wrap tightly enough to compress the hairs into a unified mass, but not so tight that it cuts through individual strands. You learned this balance through trial and error after ruining several bundles by pulling the thread with excessive force. Then you insert the bundle into a bamboo handle that you carved and sanded last week. The bamboo came from a grove 3 days' journey from the city where the plants grow straight and true. You selected this particular section because the nodes were evenly spaced, and the walls had consistent thickness. Irregularities in the bamboo translate to irregularities in how the brush feels during use. The fit must be snug enough that the bristles will not work loose during use, but not so tight that you crush the ferrule. You test the fit multiple times before committing to the final assembly. Each test insertion reveals whether you need to sand the inside of the handle slightly more or trim a few hairs from the bundle. You mix a glue from fish bladder and carefully coat the base of the bristles before seating them permanently in the handle. The glue recipe came from your master who learned it from his master, in an unbroken chain reaching back generations. The proportions must be exact, or the glue will either remain tacky forever or become so brittle that it cracks under normal use. The glue takes 3 days to cure completely. During this time, you must resist the temptation to test the brush. Premature use will compromise the bond, and the brush will fail within weeks. You have made this mistake before in your eagerness to try a newly completed tool. The bristles worked loose after just a few uses, and you had to discard hours of careful work. When the glue is set, you trim any stray hairs that stick out from the main body of the brush. This trimming requires steady hands and sharp scissors. One wrong cut can ruin hours of work. You cut with tiny snips and constantly check the symmetry of the brush tip. The finished brush gets tested on practice paper. You dip it in ink and make a series of strokes to evaluate its performance. Does it hold enough ink for a full character? Do the bristles spring back to their original shape after being pressed against the paper? Does the tip maintain its point, or does it split into multiple paths? This particular brush passes all the tests. The tip feels responsive and the bristles have good spring. You add it to your collection with a small sense of pride. Making a brush from raw materials connects you to the physical reality of your craft in a way that simply buying brushes from a shop never could. Not all your brushes come from your own hands. You also buy from professional brush makers who have perfected their art over generations. The best brushes cost as much as a month's rent. You own 3 such brushes that you use only for final copies of important commissions. These brushes are treasures that will outlast you if properly maintained. The economics of calligraphy rarely make anyone wealthy. Your income comes from commissions that pay modest fees for substantial work. A scroll requires days or weeks to complete, but sells for an amount that a merchant makes in a single afternoon. You accept this disparity because you chose this profession knowing its limitations. Some calligraphers supplement their income by teaching, or by working as scribes for government offices. You have considered both options, but ultimately decided to focus on pure calligraphy. Teaching your 2 students provides some additional income, and scribal work feels too much like copying without the artistic element that makes the copying worthwhile. Your clients come from various backgrounds. Merchants want scrolls to impress their business associates. Scholars commission copies of rare texts that exist in only a few locations. Temples hire you to create religious inscriptions. Families ask for commemorative pieces marking births or deaths or marriages. Each commission requires you to adjust your style to match the client's needs and expectations. A temple inscription demands formality and perfect execution. A personal scroll for a family can afford slightly more expressive brushwork. A text for a scholar must be readable above all else, with any flourishes kept minimal. You dislike commissions that demand overly decorative calligraphy, where the visual impact matters more than the meaning of the text. Some wealthy patrons want their scrolls to look impressive, even if the actual characters become illegible under layers of artistic elaboration. These projects feel like betrayals of the form's fundamental purpose, which is to communicate clearly through beautiful writing. Your favourite commissions involve classical poetry. The rhythms of ancient poems naturally lend themselves to calligraphic interpretation. Each line contains a thought that deserves to be rendered with appropriate weight and energy. You can vary your brushwork to reflect the mood of the verse without violating the principles of clarity and balance. Last month you completed a series of 4 scrolls featuring poems about the changing seasons. The spring poem used lighter ink and flowing strokes to suggest new growth and gentle rain. The summer poem required bold, dark characters that evoked heat and intensity. Autumn brought thinner lines and careful spacing to reflect the sense of things passing away. Winter demanded stark simplicity and strong contrasts. The client was pleased enough to recommend you to his friends. This kind of word-of-mouth recommendation is how you build your reputation. There are no advertisements for calligraphers. You either become known for quality work or you struggle to find enough commissions to support yourself. Competition exists but feels less cutthroat than in other professions. Most calligraphers recognise that the market is limited and that survival depends on maintaining high standards across the entire field. A calligrapher who produces shoddy work damages the reputation of all calligraphers. An unspoken agreement exists to police quality through subtle social pressure. You have seen calligraphers who cut corners by using inferior materials or rushing their work to accept more commissions. These people rarely last more than a few years before their reputations collapse. Clients eventually notice when the ink fades prematurely or when characters show evidence of haste. Word spreads and the commissions dry up. Your approach is the opposite. You work slowly and carefully and turn down projects when your schedule is too full to give them proper attention. This sometimes means losing income in the short term, but it protects your long-term reputation. Your master taught you that a calligrapher's name is their most valuable asset, and that protecting that asset requires constant vigilance. The studio where you work was built specifically for calligraphy. The previous master who occupied it before your master designed the space with large windows facing north to provide consistent light throughout the day. The walls are bare except for a few hanging scrolls that rotate seasonally. The floor is wood kept meticulously clean because dust on paper can interfere with ink adhesion. Everything in the studio serves a purpose. There is no decoration for decoration's sake. The aesthetic is one of refined simplicity where the focus remains entirely on the work. Visitors often comment on how peaceful the space feels. You have become so accustomed to it that you barely notice the atmosphere anymore. Your two students share a workspace at the opposite end of the studio. You can observe them without being intrusive. They practice basic strokes for hours while you work on commissions. Sometimes you call them over to demonstrate a technique or to correct an error you have noticed from across the room. The older student shows promise but lacks the obsessive dedication that true mastery requires. He produces competent work and will probably make a decent living as a calligrapher. But he will never be great. Greatness requires a willingness to sacrifice everything else in pursuit of incremental improvement. He is not willing to make that sacrifice, and you do not judge him for it. The younger student might become great if she continues for another decade. She has the dedication and the ability to focus for hours without distraction. Her technique still needs refinement, but technique can be taught. The deeper qualities that separate masters from journeymen are either present or absent from the beginning. You sometimes wonder if your master saw that quality in you during those early years of grinding ink and practicing basic strokes. Did he know you would eventually succeed him? Or was he simply training students with no particular expectation that any of them would reach the highest levels of the art? These questions have no definite answers. Your master never explained his thinking or revealed his assessments of individual students. He taught everyone the same way and let time sort out who would persist and who would quit. This approach seems harsh, but it works better than trying to predict potential based on early signs. The afternoon stretches toward evening. You complete another page of the philosophical text and add it to the growing stack. Tomorrow you will finish 2 more pages and the next day another 2. The work proceeds at its own steady pace, neither rushed nor delayed. Outside your windows the city continues its daily business. People buy and sell goods. Children play in the streets. Officials conduct government affairs. Musicians perform in tea houses. All of this activity happens in a world that you inhabit only peripherally. Your real life occurs in this studio where the only things that matter are ink and paper and brush. This isolation might seem lonely to an outsider, but you do not experience it that way. The work itself provides companionship. Each character is a small challenge to be solved. Each scroll is a conversation with the author of the text you are rendering. The great calligraphers of the past feel present in spirit if not in body. You lock the studio door as the sun sets. Tomorrow will begin with grinding ink and stretching fingers. The day will unfold according to patterns established over centuries of tradition, and you will spend those hours pursuing a perfection that remains always slightly out of reach. The history of your profession stretches back to the moment when humans first pressed reeds into wet clay to make marks that represented words. Those early scribes in Mesopotamia were record keepers rather than artists, but they established the fundamental connection between writing and permanence. In Egypt, scribes held privileged positions in society because literacy was rare and powerful. They recorded taxes and religious texts. They documented treaties and property transfers. Their tools were different from yours, but their role was similar. They made language visible and durable. The alphabet you use evolved over thousands of years as different cultures borrowed and modified writing systems from their neighbours. Phoenician traders spread their script around the Mediterranean. Greeks adapted it and added vowels. Romans simplified it further and carried it across their empire. Each writing system developed its own aesthetic traditions. Arabic calligraphy grew elaborate and geometric. Chinese characters became standardized but retained their pictographic origins. Sanskrit scripts flowed with curves that suggested spiritual concepts. Hebrew letters acquired mystical significance beyond their phonetic values. Your own tradition combines indigenous practices with influences absorbed from neighbouring regions over centuries of cultural exchange. The result is a style that feels both ancient and specific to this time and place. Future calligraphers will probably modify it further according to changing tastes and technologies. Before paper existed, calligraphers wrote on materials that modern practitioners would find challenging. Palm leaves required special cutting tools and ink that would not cause the leaves to crack. Birch bark had to be prepared carefully to create a smooth writing surface. Animal skins needed processing to remove hair and fat. The invention of paper revolutionized writing in ways that are difficult to fully appreciate from this side of history. Suddenly, scribes had access to a material that was relatively cheap and portable, and could be produced in large quantities. The spread of knowledge accelerated as texts became easier to copy and distribute. Your paper comes from workshops where artisans follow techniques that have not changed substantially in 500 years. They soak tree bark until it breaks down into fibres. They spread the pulp on screens and press out the water. They dry the sheets in controlled conditions to prevent warping or cracking. The best paper has a slight texture that catches the brush and allows the ink to spread in controlled ways. Poor quality paper either absorbs too much ink, making the characters bleed into fuzzy shapes, or repels ink, leaving streaky, inconsistent strokes. You can tell the quality of paper by touch before you ever apply a brush to it. Ink itself has its own complex history. Ancient Chinese calligraphers made ink from pine soot mixed with animal glue. Japanese ink makers experimented with different soot sources to achieve various black tones. Some regions added perfumes to their ink to make writing a more sensory experience. The ink you use comes in solid sticks that look like small blocks of polished stone. Creating these sticks requires collecting soot from controlled fires, where specific woods or oils are burned. Different fuel sources produce different qualities of black. Pine wood creates soot with a slightly warm tone. Vegetable oil produces soot that yields a cooler black. The soot gets mixed with glue and moulded into sticks that are dried and aged sometimes for years before being sold. The drying process alone takes months. The sticks must lose moisture gradually, or they will crack and become useless. Craftsmen monitor humidity levels constantly and rotate the sticks to ensure even drying. Some workshops dry their sticks in caves where temperature and moisture remain stable throughout the year. Fresh ink does not have the depth and character of aged ink. Something about the chemical changes that occur over time improves the way ink flows and bonds with paper. The molecules apparently reorganize themselves into more stable configurations. The result is ink that grinds more smoothly and produces more consistent darkness on paper. Calligraphers debate the ideal aging period, with some claiming 3 years produces optimal results while others insist on 10. Your own experiment suggests that 5 years represents a sweet spot where the improvement from aging plateaus. Ink older than 5 years costs significantly more but performs only marginally better in your experience. Your own collection includes ink sticks of various ages and qualities. You save your oldest and finest ink for special commissions where the client will appreciate the difference. Most everyday work uses younger ink that performs adequately without depleting your precious aged supplies. The relationship between calligrapher and brushmaker is often close and long-lasting. You have bought brushes from the same craftsman for 8 years. He knows your preferences and can recommend specific brushes for particular projects. When you need something custom-made, he understands your requirements without lengthy explanations. Brushmaking is its own specialised profession requiring years of training. The best brush makers can feel the quality of animal hair by running it between their fingers. They know which combinations of hair types produce specific performance characteristics. They understand how to balance spring and flexibility and ink retention in a single tool. Some regions are famous for producing brushes of exceptional quality. Calligraphers will travel for days to purchase brushes from these renowned workshops. The brushes become treasured possessions passed down through generations. Stories circulate about ancient brushes that still perform flawlessly after hundreds of years of use. Your 3 finest brushes came from different sources. One was a gift from your master on the day you completed your training. Another you purchased after receiving payment for an especially lucrative commission. The third belonged to a calligrapher whose estate was sold after his death. Each brush has its own personality and quirks that you have learned through extensive use. The social status of calligraphers has varied throughout history, depending on the value different cultures placed on literacy and artistic expression. In some eras, calligraphers enjoyed prestige and wealth. In other periods, they barely survived on meagre fees paid by the few clients who wanted handwritten texts. Currently, you occupy a middle position in society. You are neither wealthy nor impoverished. You are respected but not celebrated. People recognize calligraphy as a legitimate profession, but few truly understand the skill required to practice it well. This suits you fine because you never sought fame or fortune. The greatest historical calligraphers achieved legendary status. Their works are preserved in museums and private collections. Scholars study their techniques and try to understand what made their brushwork transcendent. These masters set standards that contemporary calligraphers still measure themselves against. You have seen some of these masterworks during trips to the capital, where museums display ancient scrolls behind glass. Standing before these pieces creates a mixture of inspiration and humiliation. Inspiration because they prove what is possible. Humiliation because the gap between their skill and yours seems impossibly wide. Your master used to say that comparing yourself to the greatest masters is both necessary and dangerous. Necessary because you need models of excellence to guide your development. Dangerous because the comparison can become paralyzing if you focus on the distance rather than the direction of improvement. You try to maintain this balance by studying historical masters while also accepting your own limitations. You will probably never achieve their level of skill, but you can still create work that serves its purpose and brings satisfaction to yourself and your clients. That is enough. The techniques you use vary depending on the specific requirements of each project. A religious text demands different brushwork than a personal letter. A formal proclamation follows rules that do not apply to a casual poem. Your training included learning when to apply which approach. The most formal style requires absolute precision. Each stroke must be executed with careful control. The characters maintain uniform size and spacing. The ink is consistently dark. Any variation suggests lack of discipline or mastery. This style is difficult to sustain for long periods, because it allows no room for spontaneity or relaxation. Semi-formal styles permit more individual expression, while still maintaining clear structure. You can vary stroke thickness for emphasis. Character sizes might shift slightly to create visual interest. The overall effect balances readability with artistic personality. Most of your commissions fall into this category. Cursive styles break many rules in pursuit of speed and expressive energy. Strokes connect in ways that would be forbidden in formal writing. Characters become abbreviated or simplified. The brush never fully lifts from the paper between strokes. This style requires deep knowledge of standard forms because the abbreviations and connections only work if the viewer can mentally reconstruct the proper characters. You practice all 3 styles regularly to maintain flexibility. Some days you work in formal mode for clients who want traditional appearance. Other days you experiment with cursive techniques in personal pieces that no one else will ever see. This variety prevents you from becoming rigid in your approach. The process of writing a single character involves more physical awareness than most people realize. Your posture affects the quality of your brushwork. Tension in your shoulders transfers down your arm and into your hand. Even your breathing pattern influences how smoothly the brush moves across the paper. You stand while working on large characters that require bold, energetic strokes. The standing position allows you to use your whole body to generate momentum. Your weight shifts from one foot to the other as the brush sweeps across the paper. The motion resembles a martial arts form where physical power combines with mental focus. Smaller characters demand a seated position, where your forearm rests on the desk for stability. Your wrist provides most of the movement while your fingers make tiny adjustments to control the brush tip. This position allows precision, but limits the range of motion available for dynamic strokes. Your breathing syncs with your brushwork in ways that developed unconsciously over years of practice. You inhale during pauses when considering the next stroke. The breath fills your lungs completely and your ribcage expands. This expansion creates a momentary stability that helps you prepare mentally for the coming movement. You exhale as the brush moves across the paper. The outward breath coincides with the outward extension of your arm. This synchronization happened naturally without anyone teaching you the pattern. Your body discovered it through thousands of repetitions until breathing and brushwork became inseparable. The rhythm of breathing and writing becomes unified until they feel like a single continuous action. On good days, you can work for hours without consciously thinking about breathing at all. The breath simply happens in perfect coordination with every stroke. On difficult days, the coordination breaks down, and you must deliberately re-establish the pattern through focused attention. Temperature and humidity affect your work in subtle but important ways. In summer, the ink dries too quickly, and you must work faster to maintain fluid connections between strokes. In winter, the ink thickens and requires longer grinding to achieve proper consistency. Humid days cause paper to absorb ink differently than dry days. You have learned to adjust your technique according to these environmental variables. You cannot control the weather, but you can modify how much water you add to the ink or how long you pause between strokes. These small adjustments accumulate into the difference between work that looks effortless and work that shows signs of struggle. The mental state required for good calligraphy is difficult to describe to people who have never experienced it. You must be simultaneously relaxed and alert. Your mind needs to be empty of distracting thoughts, but also fully engaged with the immediate task. This paradoxical combination develops through practice but cannot be forced. Some days you sit down to work and the proper mental state arrives within minutes. The world narrows to the paper and the brush. Thoughts quiet. Time loses its usual quality. You enter a flow where decisions happen without deliberation, and every stroke emerges exactly as intended. Other days, the mental state refuses to appear, no matter how long you sit or how many breathing exercises you perform. Your mind races with concerns about money or health or relationships. The brush feels clumsy and foreign in your hand. Every stroke looks wrong and requires correction. On these days, you eventually give up and turn to other tasks like cleaning tools or organizing supplies. You cannot predict which type of day you will have when you wake up in the morning. External circumstances do not reliably determine internal states. You might feel anxious about a major commission but still produce excellent work. You might have no particular worries but find yourself unable to concentrate. Your master taught you not to judge these fluctuations too harshly. All calligraphers experience good days and bad days. The key is to keep showing up and doing the work regardless of how it feels in the moment. Over time, the good days outnumber the bad days, and the overall trajectory moves toward improvement. This lesson took years to truly accept. Early in your training, you would become frustrated on bad days and convinced that you lacked the necessary talent. You would compare your worst work to other students' best work and conclude you were falling behind. Your master would occasionally notice these spirals of negative thinking and redirect your attention to the simple task of grinding ink or cleaning brushes. The work itself eventually taught you that consistency matters more than intermittent brilliance. The calligrapher who practices every day for 10 years will surpass the talented beginner who only works when inspiration strikes. This truth applies to most skills, but feels especially relevant to calligraphy, where incremental improvements accumulate into mastery. You now try to pass this lesson to your students, though they will probably need years to fully internalize it. You can tell them that bad days are normal and temporary. You can demonstrate that even masters produce mediocre work sometimes. But understanding intellectually differs from accepting emotionally. They will learn through experience, or they will quit before learning occurs. The philosophical dimensions of calligraphy interest you more now than they did during your training years. Back then you focused almost entirely on technique and skill development. You wanted to make beautiful characters and earn your master's approval. The deeper meanings remained abstract concepts without personal relevance. Now you recognize calligraphy as a form of meditation, where the goal is not to achieve anything, but simply to be present with each stroke. The characters you create matter less than the quality of attention you bring to creating them. This realization paradoxically improved your technical work, because trying too hard produces tension that degrades quality. You have read texts written by monk calligraphers who used writing as spiritual practice. They described calligraphy as a way to empty the mind and connect with something larger than the individual self. You're not particularly religious, but you understand what they meant. The experience of losing yourself in the work feels like touching something eternal. These moments of transcendence arrive unpredictably and depart just as suddenly. You might be in the middle of a routine commission when suddenly everything clicks, and you see each stroke with perfect clarity. Or you might finish an entire scroll without experiencing anything special, but then look at the completed work and recognize that something extraordinary happened without your conscious awareness. You do not discuss these experiences with many people because they sound pretentious when described in words. How do you explain to a merchant that writing his poem felt like touching the void? How do you tell your students that the highest achievement in calligraphy is to forget you are doing calligraphy? These truths can only be discovered through personal experience. Different cultures develop distinct calligraphic traditions based on their unique writing systems and aesthetic values. The Chinese tradition emphasized balance and harmony with characters arranged in precise grids. The Arabic tradition created flowing geometric patterns, where text became architectural ornament. The Latin tradition in medieval Europe illuminated manuscripts with gold leaf and elaborate decorative flourishes. You have studied examples from many traditions, though your own work remains rooted in your native style. Seeing how other cultures approach the same fundamental challenge of making language visible and beautiful has expanded your understanding of what calligraphy can be. Chinese calligraphy influenced your tradition significantly. The tools and many techniques came from China along with Buddhism and Confucian philosophy. But over centuries, local preferences and innovations created a distinctly regional style. Characters became slightly more angular. The balance between thick and thin strokes shifted. New conventions developed for spacing and composition. The 5 major scripts in Chinese calligraphy represent different points on the spectrum between formal and casual. Seal script preserved ancient forms used on official seals and monuments. Clerical script developed for administrative efficiency. Regular script became the standard for printed texts and formal documents. Running script increased speed while maintaining readability. Cursive script prioritized expressiveness over clarity. You practice primarily in regular and running scripts depending on the needs of your commissions. Seal script appears too archaic for most contemporary purposes. Clerical script has a historical association with bureaucracy that clients prefer to avoid. Cursive script requires such specialized knowledge to read that it limits your potential audience. Arabic calligraphy takes a different approach because the Arabic script connects letters within words. This creates opportunities for flowing composition that your isolated character system cannot replicate. Arabic calligraphers developed styles where entire verses of poetry become unified visual compositions resembling abstract art. The religious prohibition against depicting living beings in Islamic art elevated calligraphy to central importance in mosque decoration. Sacred texts became the primary subject for artistic expression. Calligraphers achieved the status of artists whose work was collected and celebrated. This tradition continues today with contemporary Arabic calligraphers pushing boundaries while respecting classical foundations. European medieval manuscripts represent yet another approach, where calligraphy merged with illustration. Scribes spent months creating single books with elaborate initial letters containing miniature paintings. Gold and lapis lazuli decorated the pages. The books were treasures that signalled wealth and devotion. The invention of the printing press transformed European calligraphy from a practical necessity into an artistic specialty. Suddenly books could be mass-produced and handwritten texts became luxury items. Calligraphers adapted by focusing on ceremonial documents and special commissions, where handwork justified the extra expense. Your own culture experienced similar changes when printing technology arrived. The initial impact devastated the professional calligraphy community. Many calligraphers lost their livelihoods as printed text replaced handwritten books. The survivors adapted by emphasizing the artistic and spiritual dimensions of handwork that machines could not replicate. Today, calligraphy occupies a niche position where it serves ceremonial and aesthetic purposes rather than utilitarian communication. No one needs handwritten letters when printed forms are faster and cheaper, but people still value the personal touch and artistic quality that only a skilled calligrapher can provide. You sometimes wonder if future generations will continue practicing calligraphy, or if the tradition will fade as digital communication dominates all aspects of life. Young people rarely see handwriting anymore. They type on keyboards or tap on screens. The physical experience of making marks on paper feels increasingly foreign to them. Your 2 students represent a small rebellion against this trend. They chose to study an ancient art form that has little practical application in the modern world. Their reasons vary, but both express a hunger for something tangible and slow in a culture that increasingly values speed and efficiency. The younger student told you she was attracted to calligraphy because it requires presence. You cannot text and write calligraphy simultaneously. You cannot think about tomorrow while forming characters. The work demands complete attention in the present moment. This quality feels rare and precious in her daily life. The older student came to calligraphy through frustration with his previous career in commerce. He spent years negotiating trades and managing shipments. The work paid well, but felt empty. He wanted to create something with his own hands that would outlast him. Calligraphy offered that possibility. You understand both motivations, though. Your own path to this profession was less philosophical. You became a calligrapher because your parents arranged an apprenticeship and you discovered you had aptitude for the work. The deeper meanings emerged later after technique had become unconscious. Different materials create different calligraphic effects. Stone requires chisels and hammers. Metal accepts engraved characters. Wood burns under heated tools. Clay softens to impressions. Each material has its own logic and constraints that shape how writing appears. Your own work uses brush and ink on paper, which allows the most fluid and expressive approach. The brush bends and flexes under pressure. The ink spreads into paper fibres in organic patterns. The resulting characters contain life and movement that carved or stamped text cannot match. Some contemporary calligraphers experiment with unconventional materials. They write on glass or fabric or ceramic. They use tools other than brushes to create unexpected textures. They combine calligraphy with painting or sculpture. These innovations expand the definition of what calligraphy can be. You respect these experiments without feeling called to pursue them yourself. Your interest lies in mastering the traditional approach rather than inventing new approaches. Perhaps this makes you conservative, but you believe that tradition deserves preservation even as some people push boundaries. The role of technology in calligraphy remains controversial. Some calligraphers use digital tools to design compositions before executing them on paper. Others photograph their work and make prints for clients who want multiple copies. Purists argue that digital intervention corrupts the essential handmade nature of the art form. You occupy a middle position. You occasionally photograph your work for documentation, but you do not create digital versions for sale. Each piece you make exists as a unique physical object. The slight variations between supposedly identical characters reveal the human hand behind them. This unrepeatable quality seems fundamental to what calligraphy is. The future of traditional calligraphy probably involves a small community of dedicated practitioners serving a niche market that values handcraft and historical continuity. Mass culture will continue moving toward digital efficiency, but there will always be people who want something made slowly by hand, using methods that connect to the past. You hope your students will continue practicing after they complete their training, but you also know that many factors influence whether someone commits to a difficult profession with limited financial rewards. You can teach them technique and share the philosophical dimensions. Whether they choose to build lives around calligraphy depends on circumstances beyond your control. The rhythm of your days follows patterns established by generations of calligraphers. You wake before dawn and grind ink while the world is still quiet. You practice basic strokes to warm up your hand and center your mind. You work on commissions during the hours when your energy and focus are strongest. You clean your tools as the day ends and prepare for tomorrow. This routine might seem monotonous to someone who craves variety and excitement. For you, it provides structure that makes sustained excellence possible. The consistency removes decision fatigue and allows you to direct all your mental energy toward the actual work of calligraphy. You no longer wonder if you made the right career choice. Those questions belong to your youth when other paths still seemed possible. Now, calligraphy is simply what you do. It defines how you spend your time and how you understand yourself. Removing calligraphy from your life would be like removing your skeleton. The structure that holds everything else together would collapse. The money you earn supports a modest lifestyle. You rent this studio and a small room where you sleep. You eat simple food and wear plain clothes. You own few possessions beyond your tools and a small collection of books and scrolls. This simplicity is partly necessity and partly choice. Desire for luxury goods would create pressure to accept more commissions and work faster. Your quality would inevitably decline under that pressure. Better to live simply and maintain standards than to grow wealthy while producing inferior work. Your master lived this way, and you see no reason to live differently. Some calligraphers marry and raise families. You have chosen not to. The demands of family life would conflict with the focused dedication that calligraphy requires. You do not judge colleagues who manage both, but you know your own limitations. Divided attention produces divided results. Your relationships exist primarily within the calligraphy community. You know other calligraphers around the city and occasionally visit their studios to examine their work and discuss technical challenges. These conversations are the closest thing you have to a social life. The isolation rarely bothers you because the work itself provides fulfillment that relationships might offer others. Each completed commission gives satisfaction. Each improvement in technique brings quiet joy. Each moment of perfect concentration feels like communion with something larger than yourself. You sometimes imagine your master watching you work, not judging or criticizing, but simply observing with the neutral attention he brought to everything. This imagined presence comforts you during difficult projects or when doubt creeps in about your abilities. The scrolls hanging in your studio rotate seasonally. Spring brings poems about renewal and growth. Summer displays bold, energetic calligraphy. Autumn features contemplative texts. Winter shows stark, minimal compositions. These rotations mark time's passage in a life that otherwise contains few external markers. Your students will eventually leave to establish their own practices. New students will arrive to replace them. This cycle repeats endlessly, with each generation learning from the previous one and eventually teaching the next. You're simply one link in a chain that extends centuries into the past and hopefully centuries into the future. The scrolls you create will outlast you if they are properly cared for. Paper can survive hundreds of years in good conditions. Your characters will still be readable long after everyone who knew you has died. This form of immortality is modest, but real. You do not sign your work with elaborate flourishes or prominent seals. Your mark appears small and discreet in the corner of each piece. The work should speak for itself without requiring promotion of the maker's identity. This humility is traditional, though some contemporary calligraphers take a more individualistic approach. The discipline required for calligraphy shaped other aspects of your life. You approach most tasks with the same careful attention you bring to brushwork. You clean methodically, you organize systematically, you move deliberately rather than rushing. These habits develop through years of calligraphic training. Some people might describe you as slow or overly careful. You do not experience yourself that way. Moving at the proper speed for the task at hand feels natural. Rushing creates errors. Pausing allows consideration. The pace that looks slow to others is simply the pace that produces quality results. Your relationship with time has evolved through calligraphy practice. When you were young, time felt like an enemy that would run out before you achieved your goals. Now time feels more like a medium you move through. The future will arrive at its own pace regardless of your anxiety. The past is finished and cannot be changed. Only the present moment offers any real opportunity for action. This perspective does not prevent you from planning or learning from experience, but it reduces the tendency to live perpetually ahead of or behind the current moment. The brush moving across paper right now is all that really matters. Everything else is abstraction. The physical sensations of calligraphy ground you in concrete reality. The roughness of paper under your palm, the weight of the brush in your hand, the smell of ink, the slight ache in your shoulders after hours of work. These sensations anchor awareness in the body and prevent excessive mental wandering. You notice that younger people increasingly live in their heads. They think constantly about past and future. They experience the present moment through the filter of their mental commentary. Calligraphy offers an antidote to this tendency by demanding embodied participation. You cannot write well while lost in thought. Your daily practice serves no purpose beyond itself. You do not practice to prepare for anything specific. You practice because practice is the activity that calligraphy consists of. The doing is the point. Any results or accomplishments that emerge are byproducts rather than goals. This understanding took many years to develop. Early in your training, you practiced to improve and to earn approval, and to eventually make a living. These motivations were not wrong, but they kept you focused on outcomes rather than process. You measured progress by comparing today's work to yesterday's work, and feeling either satisfied or disappointed based on whether improvement was visible. When outcomes became less important than the quality of your attention during practice, your work paradoxically improved. Letting go of the need to achieve specific results freed you to fully inhabit each moment of practice. The strokes became more natural because you stopped trying to force them into predetermined shapes. Your hand learned to respond to the paper and ink without interference from anxious thoughts about whether the result would be good enough. The evening arrives and you finish cleaning your tools for the day. Tomorrow will bring new paper and fresh ink. The same characters will require the same careful attention. Nothing dramatic will happen. Progress, if it occurs, will be measured in tiny increments, invisible to casual observation. This is the life you chose and continue to choose with each morning's decision to grind ink and pick up the brush. The alternative of not doing calligraphy barely registers as a possibility anymore. The question is not whether to practice, but only what to practice and how to practice it slightly better than yesterday. You extinguish the lamps and lock the studio, Outside, the city continues its endless activity. Inside this space dedicated to an ancient art form, everything waits in stillness for tomorrow's renewal of effort. The brushes hang drying, the paper rests in its stacks, the inkstone sits clean and ready. You walk to your room thinking about nothing in particular. Dinner will be simple as always, sleep will come easily after a day of focused work, and tomorrow you will return to the studio to begin again. This is how a calligrapher's life unfolds day after day, year after year, in the steady rhythm of practice and rest, in the gradual accumulation of skill, in the quiet satisfaction of work done well. You're lying on packed earth in what will someday be called France, but right now has no name at all. The year is approximately 28,000 BCE, and above you, smoke from the fire drifts toward a ceiling of rock that your people have painted with running animals. Outside this cave, winter has locked the world in ice, but here the fire keeps you warm enough to drift towards sleep. Your body knows this transition intimately. Your breathing slows, the rhythm changing from the quick, shallow pattern of activity to something deeper and more regular. Your muscles release their daytime tension one group at a time. First your jaw, then your shoulders, then your hands that have been gripping tools all day. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the flickering firelight becomes less distinct, blurring into warm orange smears against your closed eyes. And then, without fanfare or ceremony, without even noticing the precise moment of transition, you find yourself running alongside the painted animals. They've leaped from the stone walls into a grassy plain that exists nowhere on Earth. The grass is impossibly green, greener than anything you've seen in this ice-locked world, and it brushes against your legs as you run. The deer beside you, the one painted in red ochre on the cave wall, turns its head to look at you with eyes that seem to hold more intelligence than any animal should possess. You don't question this. The boundary between waking and sleeping feels less like a wall and more like a curtain that shifts in an unfelt breeze. You move between states without noticing the movement, without marking the transition as something worthy of examination. During the day, you hunt and gather and maintain the fire. During the night, you run with painted animals and visit the spirits of your ancestors and see things that haven't happened yet but might. These seem like equally real aspects of existence. The red deer is trying to tell you something. It uses no words. Your language is still young, consisting of a few hundred sounds that convey immediate concrete meanings, but somehow you understand. The herd has moved to the valley beyond the ridge, where a fallen tree creates shelter from the wind. There's good grazing there, protected by the tree and the curve of the land. You should hunt there when morning comes. When you wake, slowly surfacing through layers of consciousness like rising through water, you'll tell the elders about this vision. They'll nod seriously, their weathered faces showing no surprise, because to them dreams aren't random firings of a resting brain, a concept that won't be articulated for another 30,000 years. Dreams are messages, warnings, and visits from the world that exists beneath the world, the place where the spirits of animals live when they're not wearing their physical bodies. No one in your community has a word for subconscious, or REM, sleep or memory consolidation. They simply know that sleep opens doors. The funny thing is, you're not entirely wrong. In a way that neuroscientists 30 millennia from now will struggle to explain fully, your brain has been processing information all day. You've been noticing patterns in animal behaviour without consciously cataloguing them. The way certain birds fly when deer are nearby, the angle of trampled grass, the age of droppings, and the scent carried on yesterday's wind. You've registered distant sounds you didn't actively listen to, tracked subtle changes in weather, and observed 100 small details that your conscious mind was too busy with survival to fully analyse. Now freed from the need to focus on immediate threats and opportunities, your sleeping brain is sorting through these observations. It's finding patterns, making connections, and occasionally stumbling onto something genuinely useful. The information emerges dressed in the symbols and metaphors your culture provides. Talking animals, spirit journeys, and painted figures come to life. You interpret it as the deer speaking to you. which seems perfectly reasonable given your understanding of how the world works. Tomorrow, when the hunters find the herd exactly where your dream suggested, your status in the community will rise slightly. You'll be known as someone the spirits speak to, someone whose dreams carry weight. This will encourage you to pay even more attention to your dreams, to try to remember them more clearly, and to look for messages in the nightly visions. And this attention itself will begin to change the dreams, though you won't notice this feedback loop, this subtle influence that awareness exerts on the thing being observed. Over the years, you'll develop a sensitivity to the feeling of dreaming, not quite awareness, not the clear knowledge that you're asleep and this isn't physically real, but a kind of receptiveness, an openness to the strange logic and impossible events that characterize the dream state. When you dream of flying, you'll accept it. When your dead grandmother appears looking young and strong, you'll speak with her without confusion. When you find yourself in a landscape that combines features from many different places, you'll navigate it confidently. This acceptance, this lack of critical questioning, is actually what allows your dreams to be so vivid and useful. Your brain can process and recombine information freely, because your conscious mind isn't interfering, isn't saying, wait, that's impossible, or this doesn't make sense. The dreams flow like water, following their own logic, making connections that waking thought might dismiss as nonsensical, but that sometimes reveal genuine insights about the natural world you depend on for survival. You're standing in the Egyptian city of Memphis around 2000 BCE, and you have a problem that's been gnawing at you for 3 nights running. Each night, you've had the same disturbing dream. Your teeth are falling out, scattering across the ground like pale seeds, leaving your mouth empty and aching. You can feel them loosening in the dream, can taste blood, and can see them lying in the dust at your feet. The dream is vivid enough that you wake each time touching your mouth, relieved to find your teeth still firmly in place but deeply unsettled by the recurring vision. This is clearly significant. In Egypt, dreams are taken seriously. They're considered messages from the gods, warnings about the future, or reflections of spiritual imbalance that needs correction. But you're not educated in the mysteries of dream interpretation. You're a mid-level scribe, comfortable enough but not wealthy, learned in hieroglyphics and mathematics but not in the symbolic language of the divine realm. So you've come to the temple, joining a stream of other dream-troubled citizens seeking guidance. The priest who greets you is younger than you expected, perhaps 30 years old, with a shaved head and white linen robes that mark his calling. He shows no surprise at your arrival. People come here daily with similar concerns, their sleep disrupted by visions they can't interpret. He leads you through courtyards fragrant with incense, past pools where lotus flowers float, into a small chamber where previous visitors have carved their dreams into the walls. This inadvertent archive of Bronze Age anxieties is fascinating if you take time to read it. Someone dreamed of climbing a mast on a ship. Another saw themselves eating figs that turned to ash in their mouth. A third encountered a cat the size of a cow, which probably says something about that particular individual's relationship with cats, or possibly their relationship with divine judgment, since cats are sacred to Bastet. There are dreams of flying, drowning, losing one's way in familiar streets, meeting with the dead, and encountering gods in both terrible and benevolent forms. The priest consults a papyrus scroll that's already ancient by his standards, its edges worn soft from handling, some sections faded to near illegibility. This is a dream book, one of several copies made from an original that dates back hundreds of years. It lists hundreds of dream scenarios and their meanings, organised with the bureaucratic precision Egyptians bring to everything from tax collection to theology. The categorisation is sometimes odd by modern standards. Dreams are divided into good and bad rather than by symbolic content, and the interpretations can be startlingly direct or mysteriously vague depending on the entry. He finds the section on teeth and runs his finger down the columns of hieratic script. Teeth falling out could indicate the death of relatives, though the text hedges its bets with enough qualifiers that it's rarely entirely wrong. The number of teeth matters. Which teeth, upper or lower, matter. Whether you see them fall or simply notice them missing matters. Whether there's blood or pain involved matters. The priest asks you these questions methodically, and you do your best to remember details from dreams that felt vivid at the time but are now fragmenting in your memory. You feel simultaneously enlightened and anxious when he finishes his interpretation, which is probably the optimal outcome from the temple's perspective. You've received a knowledge that explains the dream, but that knowledge carries its own weight of concern. The priest, reading your expression with practiced ease, offers you an option: temple sleep. For a fee that will strain your budget but remains manageable, you can spend the night in a special chamber where the god Imhotep, the deified architect and healer, may visit your dreams and provide clearer guidance. The chamber is dedicated to incubation dreams, a practice the Egyptians have refined over centuries. You agree, partly from piety and partly from genuine curiosity about what will happen. The priest seems pleased. He explains that you should purify yourself, abstain from certain foods for the rest of the day, and return at sunset. When you come back, the evening air is cooling and the sky's turning the colour of copper. The priest gives you herbs to drink. Nothing dramatic, just a mild tea that makes your thoughts pleasantly fuzzy and your body relaxed. He leads you to the incubation chamber, a small room painted with calming scenes. Lotus flowers bloom in impossible profusion. The Nile flows peacefully through green banks. Birds wing across a cloudless sky. The painted ceiling shows stars and constellations carefully rendered, with the goddess Nut arching across the heavens. The priest explains what you should do. Lie down on the sleeping mat. Clear your mind of daily concerns. Focus your thoughts on your question, your need for guidance. Invite Imhotep to speak to you, then simply allow sleep to come naturally. You're not to force anything, not to strain towards some mystical experience. Just rest, remain open, and trust that if the god has wisdom for you, it will come. As you drift towards sleep in this carefully prepared space, you're aware, in a distant, dreamy way, that you're trying to dream something specific. You're not quite controlling the dream, but you're suggesting, requesting. The boundary feels blurry, and perhaps that blurriness is the point. Your conscious mind is releasing control while simultaneously holding an intention, creating a kind of directed receptiveness that's different from your normal sleep. The chamber's painted walls seem to pulse slightly in the dim lamplight. The scent of the herbs lingers in your nostrils. You can hear distant sounds from the city. Someone laughing, a dog barking, cartwheels on stone. But they feel far away, separated from you by more than just the temple walls. Your breathing deepens, your thoughts begin to wander and fragment, and then you're asleep, though the transition is so smooth you don't notice it happening. When you dream that night, you find yourself walking through a garden more beautiful than any you've seen in waking life. The trees are heavy with fruit, pomegranates and dates and figs all growing together despite their different seasons. Water flows in channels that catch the light, and flowers bloom in colours you can't quite name. Your ancestors are there, tending the plants, moving among the trees with calm purpose. Your grandfather, dead these 10 years, looks up and smiles at you. He says something about roots and growth, about things that seem lost but are merely transformed. You wake convinced that Imhotep arranged this vision, that the god spoke through the symbols of the garden and your ancestors' words. And maybe, in a sense, he did, or rather you did, by creating conditions where your sleeping mind knew what kind of dream would bring you comfort and clarity. The temple environment, the priest's guidance, the herbal preparation, and the painted walls suggesting peaceful imagery, all of it conspired to shape your dreaming in particular directions. The temple priests have noticed something crucial, even if they interpret it through their theological framework. Dreams can be influenced by expectation, environment, and intention. They haven't developed this into a systematic technique for achieving awareness during dreams, but they're circling around a fundamental insight about consciousness. The mind can be prepared for certain types of experience. The boundary between waking intention and sleeping vision is more permeable than rigid, and the act of paying attention to dreams, of treating them as significant, somehow changes the dreams themselves. When you leave the temple the next morning, you're calmer. The dream of falling teeth hasn't recurred. You've received what feels like meaningful guidance, though if pressed, you'd have difficulty explaining exactly what you learned or how it helps with your original anxiety. But that vagueness is part of the process. The dream worked on you emotionally and symbolically rather than providing clear intellectual answers, and that seems to be exactly what you needed. You're a student in Athens around 400 BCE, and your teacher has just given you an assignment that sounds suspiciously like he's making things up as he goes along. "Remember your dreams," he says, with the casual authority that teachers use when they want to sound like they're conveying ancient wisdom rather than personal speculation. Not just remember that you had them, but remember the details. What you saw, what you felt, where your attention went, and how you moved through the dreamscape. This teacher is influenced by Pythagorean ideas, though he's careful to keep the more mystical aspects quiet. Athens has a complicated relationship with philosophers who claim special access to hidden knowledge, as Socrates discovered in the most permanent way possible just a few years ago. But your teacher is convinced that dreams matter, that they reveal something about the soul's true nature, and that they represent the psyche freed from the constraints of physical sensation and able to perceive more subtle truths. The first step toward understanding them, he insists, is simply paying attention. So you start trying. That first night you go to sleep with the intention of remembering, telling yourself firmly as you drift off, "I will remember my dreams. I will wake and recall them clearly." This seems to have no effect whatsoever. You wake the next morning with the vague sense that you dreamed something important. There was water maybe? Or was it a marketplace? Or possibly both? The details evaporate like morning mist, leaving only frustration and the dim sense of having lost something that was present just moments ago. The second night, you try a different approach. You place a wax tablet and stylus next to your sleeping mat, within easy reach. The idea is to wake yourself slightly during the night and scratch down whatever you remember before sinking back into sleep. This works better. You do wake once, disoriented and confused, with fragments of a dream still clinging to your mind. You grope for the tablet in the darkness and scratch a few words before sleep reclaims you. In the morning you examine what you wrote. The letters are clumsy, carved by someone half asleep and not bothering with proper spacing or straight lines, but you can decipher them. Fish made of light. The teacher had wings. It felt like flying, but also like swimming. Reading these words brings the dream flooding back in more detail. You were in a place that was simultaneously ocean and sky, where movement was effortless, where your teacher glided past you with great feathered wings, and where schools of luminous fish swam through the air like they were moving through water. By the fifth night, you've developed a routine. You keep the tablet ready. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes reviewing the day and telling yourself you'll remember your dreams. When you wake, whether in the middle of the night or at dawn, you lie still for a moment before moving, letting the dream memories solidify, then reach for the tablet and record what you can. The act of writing seems to anchor the memories, making them more stable and retrievable. This practice, simple as it sounds, is quietly revolutionary. You're training your mind to build a bridge between sleeping and waking consciousness. You're creating the habit of noticing your own mental states, of treating dreams as experiences worth preserving rather than ephemeral nonsense to be dismissed upon waking. And occasionally something odd happens. While dreaming, you have a moment of recognition, a flash of thought that says, "I should remember this for my dream journal." It's brief and you usually forget it anyway despite the intention. But the fact that it happens at all suggests something interesting about the nature of awareness during sleep. Your teacher is pleased with your progress, though he himself is still working out the theoretical implications. He's noticed that students who practice dream recall consistently sometimes report moments of clarity within the dream itself. brief instants where they seem to know they're dreaming, where they possess a dual awareness of being asleep while experiencing the dream. He doesn't have a proper framework for this yet and doesn't know what to call it or how to encourage it deliberately. But he's seen enough examples to suspect that the sleeping mind is more accessible to conscious awareness than most people assume. You notice these moments yourself as your practice continues. One night, you're dreaming that you're competing in the gymnasium, racing against other students, when suddenly you think, "My legs feel strange. Am I dreaming?" The question itself is remarkable. It shows some part of your mind stepping back and evaluating the experience rather than simply being immersed in it. But the answer doesn't come clearly, or rather, dream logic provides a nonsensical answer that you accept without further questioning. No, it's just that the ground is sloped differently today, and the dream continues with you convinced of your waking state, despite the impossibility of your legs feeling simultaneously heavy and weightless. In the markets of Athens, dream interpretation is becoming a booming business. Professional oniromancers set up shop near the agora, offering to decode dreams for a small fee. Most of them are charlatans, clever readers of human nature who tell people what they want to hear in vague enough terms to seem profound. But a few have noticed the same patterns your teacher has observed. People who pay attention to their dreams, who record and reflect on them, report different experiences than people who ignore their dream life entirely. The act of observation seems to change the thing being observed. When you treat dreams as meaningless, forgettable noise, they remain vague and unmemorable. But when you approach them with attention and respect, recording them carefully, looking for patterns and recurring symbols, the dreams themselves seem to become more vivid, more coherent, and more accessible to memory. It's as if your sleeping mind responds to being taken seriously, offering clearer and more detailed experiences when it knows those experiences will be valued and preserved. You've been keeping your dream journal for 3 months now, and it's become a fascinating document. You can see patterns emerging, certain images that recur, particular anxieties that surface in symbolic form, and creative solutions to problems you've been working on during the day. There's the recurring dream of being in the academy, but unable to find your classroom, which clearly relates to your ongoing anxiety about measuring up to your teacher's expectations. There are dreams where you're speaking eloquently in public, which seem to follow days when you felt inarticulate and clumsy with words. And there are stranger, less interpretable dreams, surreal landscapes, impossible architecture, and encounters with figures who might be gods or might be amalgamations of people you know. One entry stands out. You dreamed you were walking through Athens at night, the streets familiar but somehow different. Cleaner, more orderly, lit by a silvery light that came from no visible source. You passed your teacher's house and noticed the door was open. Inside, he was sitting at a table covered with scrolls, but the scrolls were blank. He looked up at you and said something about empty pages being the truest books. And then, this is the part that struck you as significant, you thought to yourself within the dream, "I need to remember this phrase so I can ask him what it means tomorrow." That thought shows a level of metacognition, of awareness about your own awareness. That's unusual in dreams. You were conscious enough to recognize that you were having an experience worth preserving, to think about your future waking self and what that self would want to know. You were, for that brief moment, operating with a kind of dual consciousness, simultaneously immersed in the dream experience and standing slightly apart from it, observing and evaluating. When you mentioned this dream to your teacher, his eyes lit up with interest. That moment of recognition, he said, is what we should be cultivating. The ability to maintain some thread of awareness even when the rational mind sleeps. The Pythagoreans believe the soul travels during sleep, freed from bodily constraints. Perhaps what you experienced was your soul becoming aware of itself, recognizing its own nature even while engaged in the journey. He's assigned you a new practice. Throughout the day, at random moments, pause and ask yourself, "Am I dreaming?" Then examine your surroundings for evidence. Can you remember how you got to where you are? Do the details remain stable when you look away and back? Does everything follow logical rules? The point isn't to answer the question, obviously you're awake during the day, but to build a habit of questioning, of examining your state of consciousness. The theory is that if you do this often enough while awake, you'll eventually do it while asleep, and that moment of questioning might trigger the realization that you're dreaming. You're skeptical but willing to try. After all, the dream journal practice seemed pointless at first, and it turned out to be genuinely valuable. So you start incorporating these reality checks into your day. While listening to a lecture, you pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? You look at your hands, check if the text on the scroll stays consistent, and try to remember the sequence of events that brought you to this moment. The answer is always no, I'm awake, but the practice keeps you attentive to your own consciousness in a way that's oddly interesting. You're a novice monk in a monastery perched on a Tibetan mountainside around 900 CE. The air is thin enough that newcomers spend their first weeks short of breath, gasping during meditation sessions and struggling to complete simple physical tasks without their hearts hammering. But you've lived here since childhood. Your parents brought you to the monastery when you were 7, offering you to the Sangha as an act of devotion, and your lungs have adapted to the altitude. What hasn't adapted, despite years of training, is your ability to maintain awareness during sleep, which your teacher insists is possible, necessary, and, most annoyingly, simple once you understand the technique properly. The problem, he explains for what must be the 20th time, his voice patient but edged with the faintest exasperation, is that you assume waking and sleeping are fundamentally different states. But consciousness continues. It simply changes its object of attention. This sounds profound when he says it, accompanied by the singing bowls and the thin mountain air and the sense that wisdom is being transmitted. But it isn't particularly helpful when you're lying on your sleeping mat at night, tired and confused, trying to figure out what exactly you're supposed to do differently. Continue consciousness? How? By what mechanism? Through what practice? The technique he's taught you involves cultivating a habit of questioning reality during the day. Throughout your waking hours, you're supposed to periodically stop whatever you're doing and ask yourself, am I dreaming right now? Then you look for signs that might indicate you're in a dream. Text that shifts when you look away and back, unusual events that violate natural law, or logical inconsistencies in your environment or recent memories. During the day, the answer is always no, I'm awake. But the practice builds a habit that eventually, according to your teacher, carries over into sleep. You've been doing this for months. Every hour, roughly, you pause and ask the question. You examine your hands. They look normal, solid, and consistent. You read a line of scripture, look away, and read it again. The text is unchanged. You try to recall how you arrived at your current location, and the sequence of events makes perfect sense. You're definitely awake. And yet, the practice continues day after day, a ritualized questioning that's starting to feel less like meditation and more like an elaborate game you're playing with yourself for unclear stakes. Tonight, after evening prayers, you're lying on your narrow sleeping mat, and your mind is still buzzing with the question, am I dreaming? You're definitely not. The stone floor is cold even through the thin cushion. Your knee hurts from the extended kneeling during prostrations. You can hear another monk snoring 3 mats away, a rhythmic rasp that suggests serious sinus problems and zero awareness of how disruptive the sound is. Your own breathing is slowing as sleep approaches, that familiar descent into unconsciousness that's happened thousands of times before. You drift off thinking about the question, which is exactly what your teacher suggested. Not forcing it, not concentrating hard, just letting it float gently in your mind as you cross the threshold into sleep. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I... The dream begins ordinarily enough. You're walking through the monastery courtyard, and the light has that particular quality of late afternoon, golden and slanting, making the prayer flags cast long shadows across the stones. Everything feels normal. Your feet on the ground feel solid. The air has the characteristic crispness of high altitude. Nothing seems unusual or worth questioning. You walk toward the fountain at the courtyard centre, intending to fill your water bowl. But when you get close, you notice something odd. The fountain is flowing upward. Water is climbing into the air in a neat column, rising 10 feet or more before dispersing into mist that vanishes into the sunlight. This should surprise you. This should immediately signal that something is wrong, that this violates everything you know about how water behaves. But dream logic, that strange cognitive fog that makes impossible things seem reasonable, offers an explanation that you accept without question. Oh, someone must have changed the fountain. That's nice, it looks quite beautiful like this. You stand there watching the impossible water for several moments, admiring the way light catches in the ascending column and how the mist creates small rainbows. And then, like a quiet bell ringing in a distant room, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've asked yourself countless times during the day, but now, in this context, it triggers something different. You look at the fountain again, really look at it, and understand that water doesn't flow upward. You look at your hands, another technique your teacher demonstrated, and they look odd. The details won't quite hold still. You try counting your fingers and the number keeps changing. 5, then 6, then 4, the count shifting each time you try to focus on it. And suddenly, with a clarity that's almost shocking in its brightness, you understand. You're asleep. This is a dream. You're aware of this fact while the dream continues around you. The fountain is still there, still flowing impossibly upward. The courtyard hasn't changed. The late afternoon light still slants across the stones. But your relationship to all of it has transformed completely. You can feel your sleeping body on the mat in some distant peripheral way. The cold stone beneath you, the rough wool blanket, and the position of your limbs. You understand that this entire scene is occurring in your mind, that you're lying unconscious on a monastery sleeping mat while simultaneously standing conscious in this dream courtyard. The dual awareness is strange and wonderful, and unlike anything you've experienced before. You realise, with a combination of excitement and deep calm, that you might be able to change things. This is part of the training. Not just becoming aware in dreams, but learning to work with them, to shape them, to use them for spiritual development and exploration of consciousness. You will make the fountain flow normally. Nothing happens. You try again, concentrating harder, focusing your intention the way you would during meditation. Still nothing. The water continues its upward journey, completely ignoring your mental commands. Apparently dream control isn't quite as simple as your teacher implied, which you'll enjoy pointing out to him tomorrow morning with all the satisfaction of a student finding a gap in the master's knowledge. But the awareness remains stable and clear. You spend what feels like several minutes simply observing the dream, noting its qualities, marvelling at the vividness of sensation. The stone beneath your feet feels absolutely real. The air has texture and temperature, and sounds have proper directionality and volume. Everything is rendered in perfect detail, indistinguishable from waking experience except for the fact that you know it's not. You experiment with different actions. You try to fly, because this seems like an obvious thing to attempt in a lucid dream. You jump and will yourself upward, but gravity works normally, and you simply land back on the ground. You try to make something appear, perhaps a lotus flower in your hand. You close your eyes and concentrate, and when you open them, there's nothing there. Whatever capacity you have to influence this dream, it's not responding to direct commands or visualizations. But then you notice something interesting. Your emotions affect the dream. When you feel frustrated about your inability to control things, the light in the courtyard dims slightly and the air grows cooler. When you let go of that frustration and simply feel curious about the experience, the light brightens again and the whole scene becomes more vivid. It's subtle, but unmistakable. The dream responds to your emotional state rather than to your conscious intentions. You try working with this. You cultivate a feeling of calm joy, the kind you experience during successful meditation. The courtyard seems to glow in response, colours becoming richer, edges more defined. You shift to compassion, thinking of all beings trapped in the cycle of suffering and wishing them liberation. The dream softens somehow. becoming gentler, more welcoming. The upward flowing fountain begins producing a sound like distant bells. This continues for what feels like much longer than most dreams last. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You can't really judge time accurately. But throughout it all, you maintain that thread of awareness, that knowledge that you're asleep and dreaming. It's effortful in a subtle way, requiring a kind of balanced attention, where you can't think too hard about being aware or you'll lose the awareness, but you can't let your mind wander completely, or you'll slip back into ordinary unconscious dreaming. Eventually something shifts. Your attention wavers for just a moment. You start thinking about how you'll describe this experience to your teacher, and the analytical thinking pulls you slightly toward wakefulness. The courtyard begins to fade, becoming less solid and more dreamlike in the conventional sense. You try to hold on to the awareness, but it's slipping, the clear knowledge dissolving, and then you're in a different dream entirely. Something about climbing stairs that keep rearranging themselves, and the lucidity is gone. You wake a while later, in the deep part of the night when the monastery is completely silent. For a moment you lie there, perfectly still, afraid that moving will disrupt the crystal clear memory of what just happened. Then carefully you reach for the small journal and ink you keep near your mat, specifically for recording dreams, another practice your teacher insists on, and you write down everything you can remember while it's still fresh. The next morning, during the period after dawn meditation when students can ask questions, you catch your teacher's eye and give a small nod. He smiles slightly and nods back, understanding immediately. You've crossed a threshold that monks have been crossing for centuries, joining a quiet tradition of practitioners who've learned to maintain consciousness through the transition into sleep. The tradition calls it dream yoga, using dreams as a practice ground for recognizing the illusory nature of all experience, for developing the kind of stable awareness that persists regardless of whether you're awake or asleep. Over the following weeks, you'll have more lucid dreams, each one teaching you something about the nature of awareness and the relationship between mind and experience. You'll learn that strong emotions tend to destabilize the lucid state. You'll discover that expectations shape the dream more than direct commands do. You'll find that the most profound experiences come not from trying to control the dream, but from simply being present in it, maintaining awareness while remaining open to whatever arises. Your teacher will guide you deeper into the practice, teaching you to use lucid dreams for specific purposes, rehearsing meditations, contemplating Buddhist teachings in the vivid symbolic language of dreams, and even practicing for the experience of death, which Tibetan Buddhism views as similar to the dream state. Consciousness separated from its familiar reference points, navigating a realm shaped by karma and mental habits. But all of that comes later. Tonight, you've simply had your first clear moment of recognition within a dream, that flash of awareness that says, "I'm sleeping and I know it." It's a small achievement in the monastery's terms. Many monks have gone much further, maintaining continuous consciousness through sleep, transforming dreams into sophisticated meditations. But for you, right now, it feels miraculous, like discovering a hidden room in a house you thought you knew completely. You're a merchant's daughter in Florence around 1350 CE, and you've been having the strangest experience for the past week. It started when you attended a sermon where the priest discussed visions and divine messages, emphasizing with considerable dramatic flair that God sometimes speaks to people in sleep, sending angels or saints to deliver warnings, guidance, or comfort. The examples he gave were vivid. People dreaming of heaven's glory, receiving instructions about their life's purpose, and even being shown future events that later came to pass exactly as dreamed. That night, while dreaming that you were flying over the city's red-tiled roofs, you suddenly thought, "God is showing me this." The thought itself woke you partially, pulling you into that strange liminal state between sleeping and waking. You hovered there for several moments, aware that you were in bed but still able to see the dreamscape of Florence spreading below you. The Duomo with its incomplete dome, the Arno winding through the city, and the surrounding hills covered in olive groves and vineyards. It was disorienting and wonderful, and you fell back into the dream almost immediately, but this time without the awareness, simply experiencing the flight as a seamless part of the dream narrative. Since then, it's been happening more frequently. You'll be in the middle of a completely ordinary dream, walking through the market, helping your mother with weaving, attending mass, when recognition strikes. This is a dream. Sometimes the realization ends the dream instantly, popping it like a soap bubble and leaving you lying awake in the darkness of your bedroom, disoriented and slightly disappointed. Other times, you maintain the awareness for a few moments, observing the dream from this strange dual perspective, where you're simultaneously inside the experience and watching it from outside. You haven't told anyone about this because you're not entirely sure it's appropriate or safe to discuss. The church has complicated and somewhat contradictory views about dreams. Some are considered divine messages, sent by God or his angels to guide the faithful. These are sacred and should be heeded carefully. Other dreams are temptations from demons, designed to lead people astray through false visions and deceptive imagery. These should be resisted and ignored. And still other dreams are just the result of eating too much cheese before bed, according to your grandmother, and have no spiritual significance whatsoever. The idea that you might be somehow conscious during dreams, aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, choosing what happens or at least observing with full knowledge that none of it is real, this feels like it might fall into the potentially heretical category. Are you supposed to be able to do this? Is this a gift from God or something more dangerous? Could demons use this state to deceive you more effectively, catching you in a moment of vulnerability? You don't know, and you're not about to ask the priest and risk being told to do penance or worse. But you've noticed patterns in when the awareness arises. It comes most easily when something in the dream is unusual, when your deceased aunt appears looking young and healthy instead of wasted by the plague that took her, when the street you're walking down leads somewhere it shouldn't, when you find yourself in your father's warehouse, but it's somehow also the cathedral, or when the laws of nature bend in small ways that would be impossible in waking life. These inconsistencies seem to trigger a part of your mind that notices and questions, even while asleep. It's similar to the way you might notice a wrong note in a familiar hymn. The inconsistency stands out against your knowledge of how things should be, and your mind flags it as requiring attention. In dreams, though, this noticing is usually suppressed by what you think of as dream fog, that strange acceptance that makes impossible things seem perfectly reasonable. When the fog lifts for a moment, awareness comes through. You've also discovered, through trial and error, that you can sometimes continue the dream by staying calm. If you get excited when you realise you're dreaming, thinking, "Oh, I can do anything! I can fly anywhere! I can make anything happen!" You wake up immediately, the surge of emotion pulling you out of sleep. But if you simply observe, staying curious but relaxed, the dream continues while you watch it unfold with that split awareness. Simultaneously, the dreamer and the observer of dreams. Tonight you're trying something experimental. You've been thinking about this phenomenon for days, turning it over in your mind during the long hours of sewing and household work, and you've come up with a technique that might help. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes in the candlelight studying your hands, really looking at them, the pattern of lines on your palms, the shape of your nails, the way your fingers taper, and the small scar on your left thumb from when you cut yourself on a spindle 2 years ago. You're creating a kind of anchor, something familiar that you can check while dreaming. The idea is that if you can remember to look at your hands in a dream, they might look different enough to trigger that moment of recognition. It's based partly on something you heard once, that in dreams your hands often look wrong, having too many fingers or not enough, appearing blurry, or shifting in form. You don't know if this is universally true, but it seems worth testing. You blow out the candle and settle into your bed, which you share with your younger sister. She's already asleep, breathing deeply and evenly, one arm flung across her eyes. You lie there in the darkness, thinking about your hands, about the need to remember to check them, and about the strangeness of trying to remind yourself to do something while unconscious. The thoughts grow softer and less distinct as sleep approaches, blurring into fragmentary images and incomplete sentences, and then you're dreaming. You're in a garden you've never seen before, though it has elements from the monastery gardens you've visited and from descriptions you've heard of paradise in sermons. Roses climb over stone walls, but instead of smelling like roses, they smell of cinnamon and cloves, spices your father trades in. The sky is that particular shade of blue that you see sometimes at dusk, when the last light is fading but the stars haven't yet appeared. There's music playing from somewhere, though you can't see any musicians, a single voice singing a melody that's hauntingly beautiful, but not quite like any song you know. You walk through this garden for what feels like a long time, just experiencing it, until something makes you think of your hands. The thought comes unbidden. I should look at my hands. You raise them, studying them in the dream's strange light, and immediately notice that they're wrong. The number of fingers keeps shifting. 5, then 6, then 4, the count changing each time you try to focus. The skin looks somehow translucent, as if you could see through it to the bones underneath. The scar on your left thumb is missing, or maybe it's there but on the wrong finger. You can't quite tell. This wrongness triggers the recognition. I'm dreaming. The garden remains solid around you. The roses continue to bloom, their impossible scent filling the air. The voice continues singing its nameless melody. But you're aware now, fully conscious of the fact that you're asleep in your bed, that your sister is beside you, that Florence is outside your window, and that none of this garden exists anywhere except in your sleeping mind. The awareness brings a surge of wonder, but also a touch of fear. What if this is a trap? What if becoming aware in dreams opens you to demonic influence? But the garden feels benign, even holy. The singing voice has the quality of church music. The light is gentle and welcoming. If this is a test or a temptation, you can't see how. You decide to try something that's been in your mind since these experiences began. You've always wanted to see the ocean. Florence is landlocked. The sea is days away by horse, and as a merchant's daughter, your travel has been limited to the city and its immediate surroundings. But you've heard descriptions from travellers, and your father has brought you shells and once, thrillingly, a small preserved seahorse that you keep in a box of treasures. In the dream, you simply decide that beyond the garden wall lies the ocean. You don't force it or concentrate hard or visualise it in detail. You just gently intend that it's there, the way you might decide to turn left instead of right while walking. You make your way to the wall, made of old honey-coloured stone covered in flowering vines that release perfume when you brush against them, and look over it. There's a moment of resistance, as if reality itself is uncertain, hanging in balance. And then the ocean appears, stretching blue and endless to the horizon, exactly as you've imagined it. The view is impossibly clear. You can see individual waves, white foam breaking, and seabirds wheeling in the distance. The sound reaches you, that rhythmic crash and hiss of water meeting land. You can smell salt, sharp and clean, so vivid it almost makes you sneeze. Spray touches your face, cool and fine. You've done it. You've changed the dream through simple intention, and you're awake enough to marvel at the achievement even as it unfolds. The detail is extraordinary, because your dreaming mind is filling in all the elements you've heard about in travellers' stories, combining them with your own imagination to create something that feels completely real. The ocean has actual depth and movement, not the flat-painted quality you might expect from imagined scenery. Waves roll toward the shore with proper weight and momentum. The horizon curves slightly, just as you've heard it does. You spend what feels like several minutes just watching, drinking in this sight you've longed to see. And then, because you're aware enough to be curious about the limits of this state, you try to fly. You climb onto the wall and jump, willing yourself to soar over the water like the seabirds. Nothing happens. You simply fall, landing on the sand below the wall with a thump that should hurt but doesn't. Dream physics apparently has its own rules that don't always respond to your intentions, or perhaps you don't quite believe you can fly, and that doubt prevents it from happening. You're not sure. You try again, running and leaping, trying to feel what flying might be like, but gravity pulls you back each time. This failure is oddly reassuring. If you could do absolutely anything just by wishing it, this might feel more like madness than like exploration. The resistance, the way some things change and others don't, gives the experience a kind of structure that makes it seem more real rather than less. Eventually your awareness begins to waver. You've been maintaining it for what feels like a remarkably long time, but the effort is subtle and cumulative, and you can feel yourself starting to tire. The ocean becomes less distinct. The sound of waves grows quieter. The garden behind you fades into vagueness. You're slipping back into ordinary unconscious dreaming, and you don't quite have the skill yet to prevent it. The last thing you remember clearly is standing on the beach, watching the sun set over the water, which shouldn't be happening since the sun was high overhead just moments ago. But Dreamtime follows its own logic, and feeling deeply grateful for this experience, whatever its source and meaning might be. When you wake in the morning, your sister is already up and getting dressed. You lie there for a moment, not moving, afraid that the memory will dissolve the way dreams usually do. But it remains vivid and clear, every detail accessible. You remember the garden, the roses and the singing voice. You remember looking at your hands and understanding you were dreaming. You remember the ocean appearing beyond the wall, fulfilling your intention. You remember trying and failing to fly. You don't tell anyone, but you start experimenting more deliberately. Each night before sleep, you study your hands and remind yourself to check them in dreams. You think about impossible things you'd like to see. The mountains to the north covered in snow, forests you've never visited, and the inside of the Doge's palace in Venice, which you've heard described but never seen. And sometimes, not always, but with increasing frequency, you find yourself aware in your dreams, conscious enough to explore and experiment while the rest of your mind creates elaborate worlds from memory and imagination. It becomes a secret practice, something entirely yours in a life where privacy and personal choice are limited. In waking life, you'll do what's expected, help with the household, marry the man your father chooses, and probably die young from childbirth or plague like so many women do. But in dreams, you're beginning to find a kind of freedom and agency that waking life doesn't offer. You can explore, create, and test the boundaries of consciousness itself. You still don't know if this is a spiritual gift or a psychological quirk, divine communication, or merely the mind's strange capacity for self-reflection. The uncertainty doesn't trouble you as much as it once did. Whatever this is, it's revealing something about the nature of awareness, about the flexibility of consciousness, and about the strange fact that you can be both the dreamer and the observer of dreams. You're a natural philosopher in London around 1750 CE, and you've been conducting what you consider a very serious scientific experiment, though your colleagues at the Royal Society would probably laugh if you told them about it. For 6 months you've been keeping a detailed dream journal, noting not just the content of dreams, but your state of mind within them, any moments of awareness or recognition, and the factors that seem to influence dream recall and clarity. The Enlightenment has encouraged a particular kind of curiosity, the belief that anything can be studied, measured, and potentially understood through systematic observation and careful reasoning. Most people apply this to rocks, plants, the movement of planets, the properties of gases, and electrical phenomena. You've decided to apply it to sleep and dreams, treating your own consciousness as a laboratory where experiments can be conducted. Your journal has become quite extensive. Each morning, immediately upon waking, before getting out of bed, before speaking to your wife, before your mind is fully engaged with the day's concerns, you write down everything you can remember from the night's dreams. Not just the narrative, but the quality of the experience. Were you aware of dreaming? Did anything seem unusual? How vivid were the sensations? Did you question anything that happened? Could you remember how the dream began? Or did you simply find yourself already in the middle of it? Your observations have revealed several interesting patterns. First, you've confirmed what some folk wisdom suggests but others dismiss. Certain foods do seem to affect dreams, though not in the ways folklore typically claims. It's not about specific ingredients having magical properties. Rather, It's about digestion. Anything that causes mild physical discomfort, that keeps the body from resting completely peacefully, tends to produce more vivid and chaotic dreams. A heavy meal before bed leads to strange, energetic dreams. Mild hunger leads to dreams about food. Indigestion produces anxiety dreams. The body's state influences the mind's nighttime activities. Second, you've noticed something about memory. Dreams fade rapidly upon waking, but the speed of fading can be influenced. If you lie still upon waking and focus on the dream, letting it play through your memory before moving or thinking about other things, you can retain much more detail. Movement and immediate engagement with daily concerns seem to disrupt the delicate memory traces dreams leave behind. The simple act of physical stillness for a few moments can double or triple what you remember. Third, and most intriguingly, you've confirmed what the ancient Tibetans apparently knew. Regular reality testing during the day sometimes carries over into dreams. You've developed a habit of reading text twice, looking at a page, looking away, then looking back to confirm the words haven't changed. In waking life, they never change. Text is stable. But 3 times now you've thought to try this test in dreams, watched the words shift and rearrange themselves like living things, and realised you were asleep. The most recent time this happened, you were dreaming that you were in your study, working on a paper about planetary motion. Everything seemed completely normal. The familiar smell of ink and paper, the weight of your pen, the scratch of the nib on vellum, and the comfortable chair you sit in for hours each day. But something prompted you to look at what you'd written, look away at the window, then look back at the page. The words had completely changed. Not just shifted slightly, but transformed entirely. What had been equations was now a recipe for plum pudding, and in a handwriting that wasn't yours. You stared at this impossibility for several seconds before the recognition struck. I'm dreaming. The study remained around you, perfectly solid and detailed, but now you understood its nature. This wasn't your actual study. You were lying in bed upstairs. This entire scene was occurring in your sleeping mind. The most interesting finding in your research, though, has been about intention. You've discovered that the period between waking and sleeping, those few minutes when you're drowsy but still somewhat aware, when your thoughts are becoming loose and disconnected but haven't entirely dissolved, offers a unique opportunity. If you hold a question or intention loosely in mind during this transition, not forcing it, but just letting it float there like a leaf on water, it sometimes influences the dream that follows. You don't get direct answers exactly. Dreams don't solve mathematical problems or provide clear solutions to practical challenges. But your dreaming mind seems to process the question, creating scenarios and images related to it, approaching it from unexpected angles that can provide new perspectives. Last week provided a perfect example. You'd been struggling with a problem related to a mechanical device you're designing. Specifically, how to create a smoother transition between gears of different sizes. You'd tried several approaches, all producing too much friction or too much noise or requiring such precise manufacturing that they'd be impractical to actually build. The problem was genuinely vexing, and you fell asleep thinking about it, turning it over in your mind as consciousness faded. You didn't solve it directly in the dream, but you dreamed about walking beside a stream, watching water flow around rocks. The dream had that vivid, absorbing quality that sometimes happens, and you found yourself fascinated by how the water adapted its flow to obstacles, moving faster here, slower there, creating eddies and whirlpools, but overall maintaining its direction toward the sea. When you crouched down to look more closely, you could see how the water's path changed gradually around each rock, not abruptly but through a series of small adjustments. You woke with that image still clear in your mind, and suddenly the gear problem seemed obvious. You'd been thinking about it wrong, trying to create an immediate perfect transition from one gear to the next. What you needed was a series of smaller transitions, intermediate gears that would allow the change to happen gradually rather than all at once. The dream hadn't handed you an answer. It had helped you reframe the question, to see the problem from a different angle. Tonight you're trying something more ambitious. You've prepared your sleeping room carefully, treating it like a laboratory being set up for an important experiment. You've eliminated potential sources of disturbance, secured the shutters against wind, banked the fire so it won't need tending, and informed your wife that you'd prefer not to be woken unless there's an emergency. You've ensured a comfortable temperature, proper bedding, and removal of anything that might cause physical discomfort during the night. You've spent the evening reviewing your dream journal, particularly the entries that describe moments of awareness within dreams. You're reminding yourself of what that state feels like, what triggers it, and what maintains it. And as you prepare for bed, you're holding a gentle intention. I want to recognize when I'm dreaming. I want to be aware during tonight's dreams. You're not forcing this or concentrating hard. That would likely interfere with the natural onset of sleep. You're just planting the seed of the idea, letting it sink into your mind as you drift off, trusting that some part of your consciousness will remember it even as the rational waking part of your mind shuts down for the night. The dream begins in your study, which should be your first clue that something's odd since you're actually in your bedroom upstairs. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable, the way dreams always do. There's no moment of questioning how you got here or why you're here instead of in bed. You simply are here, and that seems natural. You're examining a book, trying to make sense of its contents. The text is difficult to read, somehow both clear and blurry at the same time, and the subject keeps shifting. Now it's about astronomy, now botany. Now it's written in a language you don't recognise but seem to understand anyway. This should be strange, but you accept it without question until you remember your reading test. The memory surfaces almost casually. I should check if the text changes. You look at a paragraph, reading it carefully. It's about the migration patterns of birds. You look away at the window, where rain is falling even though you're certain it was sunny a moment ago. Then you look back at the book. The words have completely changed. Now they're written in a language that doesn't exist, made of symbols that look like a combination of Greek, Arabic, and something else entirely. And yet you can read them perfectly, understanding a philosophical argument about the nature of time that's far more sophisticated than anything you've actually studied. The impossibility of this should be obvious, and this time, it is. The recognition arrives smoothly, without the jolt of surprise that sometimes triggers waking. I'm dreaming. You're getting better at this, maintaining the awareness without becoming so excited or analytical that you pull yourself out of sleep. The study remains solid around you, the familiar walls lined with books, the desk cluttered with papers and instruments, the window now showing a garden that exists nowhere near your actual house. Here's where your scientific curiosity takes over. Instead of trying to fly or visit exotic locations or do any of the dramatic things one might do in a lucid dream, you decide to investigate the nature of the dream itself. You want to understand this phenomenon, to gather data, and to test hypotheses about how consciousness works in this altered state. You examine your hand closely, holding it up to the light from the window. When you focus hard on it, it becomes unstable. The fingers seem to blur and multiply. The skin takes on strange colours, and the whole hand feels like it might dissolve into mist. But when you relax your attention, just viewing it gently without intense scrutiny, it stabilises again, looking almost normal, though somehow not quite right in ways you can't exactly specify. You touch various objects in the study, noting how realistic the textures feel. The smooth wood of your desk has proper grain and temperature. The books have the expected weight and flexible covers, the pages crisp under your fingers. The window glass is cool and hard exactly as it should be. The rug under your feet has the right texture, soft and slightly worn in familiar places. Everything has physical presence and substance, even though you understand it's all occurring in your mind, that there's no actual desk or books or window, just neural patterns creating an extraordinarily convincing simulation. You try an experiment. Can you create something from nothing? You decide there should be an apple on the desk, a perfect red apple, fresh and crisp. You look away from the desk, toward the bookshelf, holding the intention that when you look back, the apple will be there. You count to 3, then turn your gaze back to the desk. It is. a perfect red apple sitting exactly where you intended, on the corner of the desk nearest the window. You pick it up, testing its weight in your hand. It feels completely real, substantial, and cool. It smells faintly of autumn, of orchards and harvest. You take a bite, and it tastes impossibly perfect, crisp and sweet and tart all at once, more ideal than any real apple you've ever eaten. The juice is cool on your tongue. You can feel the texture of apple flesh and hear the crunch. This is fascinating from a philosophical perspective. You've created something from nothing, or rather, from memory and imagination. Your sleeping mind has assembled this apple from recalled experiences, every apple you've ever seen, tasted, or touched, and synthesized them into this ideal version. The fact that it seems completely real, indistinguishable from a waking apple except for its impossible perfection, says something profound about the nature of perception and reality. You continue experimenting, testing the boundaries of what's possible in this state. You try to make it daytime instead of nighttime, looking away from the window and intending that the sun should be shining when you look back. The light changes, becoming brighter and warmer, but it's not quite daylight, more like a strange twilight that's brighter than it should be, as if your sleeping mind couldn't quite manage the full transformation or didn't have a clear enough template of what the study looks like in full daylight. You attempt to change the room itself, to transform the study into something else entirely, perhaps the observatory you visited last month. This doesn't work at all. The room remains stubbornly itself, though details shift and waver when you're not looking directly at them. The stack of papers on the left side of the desk sometimes has more pages, sometimes fewer. The books on the nearest shelf seem to rearrange their order, but the fundamental structure of the room resists change. This tells you something about how dreams work. Small changes are easy, especially when you use the simple technique of looking away and intending that something will be different when you look back. Larger transformations are harder, perhaps because they require more extensive reorganization of the dream imagery. Your sleeping mind has constructed this study from familiar templates, and those templates have a certain stability, a resistance to wholesale alteration. You test one more thing. Can you conjure another person? You think of your colleague from the Royal Society, the one you've been collaborating with on the planetary motion research. You look toward the door, expecting him to enter. You hear footsteps in the hallway outside and the sound of the doorknob turning. The door opens and someone enters, but it's not your colleague. It's a stranger, someone you've never seen before, though his face has elements that remind you of several different people you know. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but before any words come out, you make a crucial mistake. You start thinking about the implications of all this, about whether these observations could be considered scientific proof of consciousness during sleep, about how you'll describe all this in your journal, and about what it means for theories of mind and perception. The analytical thinking, the shift from experiencing to analysing, pulls you toward wakefulness. The dream begins to dissolve, losing coherence and stability. The stranger's face becomes unclear. The study grows dim and vague. You try to hold on to the dream, to maintain the awareness, but it's too late. The lucidity is slipping away like water through your fingers. You drift into non-lucid dreaming for a while, confused fragments about being late for a meeting, something about a broken clock, and then wake fully in the darkness of your actual bedroom. Your wife is sleeping peacefully beside you. The real study is downstairs, dark and empty. The whole experience exists now only in memory, and in the notes you immediately begin writing by candlelight, capturing the details before they fade. But you've gathered data. You've confirmed several things through direct observation. First, awareness is definitely possible during dreams. You can maintain consciousness, can observe and evaluate your experience, and can remember your waking intentions and act on them, all while remaining asleep. Second, some level of control can be achieved, though it has limitations and seems to work better through indirect influence than direct command. Third, the experience has a consistency to it. It's not random or chaotic, but follows certain rules, even if those rules differ from waking life. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, analytical thinking disrupts the state. The lucid dream seems to require a particular kind of consciousness, aware and attentive but not too rational or analytical, observing but not dissecting. This suggests something interesting about the relationship between different modes of thought, between the rational mind that analyses and the experiencing mind that simply observes. Over the following months, you'll continue your experiments, gradually building a systematic understanding of lucid dreaming. You'll discover that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, reality testing during the day, setting intentions before sleep, and using the period of waking in the middle of the night to practice awareness before falling back asleep. You'll learn to prolong the lucid state by staying calm and engaged without becoming too excited or analytical. You'll explore different ways of influencing the dream through expectation, through emotional states, and through the simple technique of looking away and back with the intention that something will change. You'll never publish this research formally. It's too subjective, too difficult to verify, and too far outside the bounds of respectable natural philosophy. But you'll keep your detailed records, and someday, centuries later, when the scientific study of consciousness has become acceptable, researchers will find patterns in your observations that match their own findings. For now, though, you're simply a curious person who's discovered a laboratory within your own mind, a place where you can explore the nature of consciousness through direct experience. You're a university student in Germany around 1850, and your philosophy professor has been discussing the nature of consciousness in ways that make your head hurt and your notebook fill with questions you're not sure how to answer. The course is on phenomenology, the systematic study of conscious experience itself, and today's lecture has been particularly abstract, focused on the question of whether consciousness requires self-awareness, whether it's possible to be conscious without knowing that you're conscious. The professor, a thin man in his 50s with wire-rimmed spectacles and a habit of pacing while he talks, uses examples that initially seem clear but become more confusing the more you think about them. Consider a dog, he says, chasing a rabbit. The dog is certainly conscious. It perceives the rabbit, feels the excitement of pursuit, and adjusts its running to match the rabbit's movements. But is the dog aware that it's conscious? Does it think to itself, I am now having the experience of chasing a rabbit? Or does it simply chase, with consciousness present but not reflected upon? This abstract discussion has been rattling around in your mind for days, getting tangled up with your own experiences with dreams. Like many people, you've had occasional moments of clarity within dreams, brief flashes where you understood you were asleep, where you possessed a strange dual awareness. These experiences have always seemed interesting but not particularly significant. Just an odd quirk of sleep, something that happens sometimes for no clear reason. But now, in light of these philosophical discussions, those dream experiences seem potentially relevant. If consciousness can exist without self-awareness during waking life, what's happening during a dream where you become aware that you're dreaming? Is that a case of self-awareness arising within a normally unreflective conscious state? Does it tell us something about the layers or levels of consciousness, about how awareness can turn back on itself? One evening, after a particularly intense seminar on the phenomenology of temporal experience, how we perceive time, how the present moment contains traces of the immediate past and anticipations of the immediate future. You mention your dream experiences to the professor during office hours. You're nervous about bringing it up, worried it might seem frivolous or off-topic. But he's encouraged students to relate the theoretical discussions to their own experiences of consciousness. His eyes light up with unmistakable interest when you describe the moments of awareness within dreams. Yes, he says, leaning forward in his chair, this is exactly the kind of phenomenon we should be examining. The dream state offers a unique laboratory for studying consciousness, because it's a state where experience continues, but our normal frameworks for interpreting experience are suspended. He explains that he's been collecting accounts of what he calls lucid dreams, from the Latin lux, meaning light, suggesting illumination or clarity. These are dreams where the dreamer knows they're dreaming, where there's awareness of the dream state while it continues. He's noticed that certain people seem naturally prone to these experiences, while others report never having them. He's also noticed that practice and attention seem to matter. People who think about dreams, who value them, and who try to remember and reflect on them report more instances of lucid dreaming than people who ignore their dream life entirely. He gives you an assignment. For 1 month, conduct a personal experiment in what he calls consciousness continuity. The goal is to see if you can maintain some thread of awareness through the transition from waking to sleeping, and to observe what happens to consciousness as it shifts between states. He suggests several techniques, drawing on his reading of various spiritual and philosophical traditions. First, keep a dream journal. Write down everything you remember from dreams immediately upon waking, before the memories fade. This builds the habit of paying attention to dreams, which seems to influence the dreams themselves. Second, practice reality testing during the day. Periodically stop and ask yourself, am I dreaming? And look for evidence. Check if text changes when you look away and back. Try to remember how you got to where you are. Notice if anything unusual is happening. The idea is that this habit will eventually carry over into sleep. Third, try mnemonic induction. As you're falling asleep, repeat a phrase like, "The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming," or "I will recognize my dreams as dreams." Don't force it or concentrate hard. Just let it cycle gently through your mind as you drift off. Fourth, if you wake during the night, spend a few moments in that liminal state between sleeping and waking, noticing what consciousness feels like in that transitional zone. You take the assignment seriously, approaching it with the same systematic rigour you'd bring to any academic study. You purchase a new notebook specifically for dream records. Every morning you spend 15 minutes writing down everything you can remember from the night. Not just narratives, but sensations, emotions, the quality of light, unusual details, and moments of transition or confusion. During the day, you set yourself the task of asking, "Am I dreaming?" at least 10 times, trying to spread them throughout the day so it becomes a genuine habit, rather than a mere formality. You check your hands, looking for the kinds of anomalies others have reported. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, confirming it stays consistent. You think about how you got to where you are, checking if the memory is clear and logical or vague and confused. The first week produces nothing but ordinary dreams and frustrating gaps in memory. You remember fragments, being in a forest, having conversation with someone whose face you can't recall, looking for something important that keeps eluding you, but nothing coherent, and certainly no moments of awareness or recognition. The reality testing during the day just makes you feel slightly foolish, asking yourself if you're dreaming while sitting in perfectly ordinary lectures or walking through completely normal streets. The second week, something small happens. You're having a dream about falling, a common enough dream type, and as you fall, tumbling through space with that characteristic dream combination of terror and strange detachment, you suddenly think, "This is a dream, I'm safe." The thought is brief, lasting perhaps a second before the dream ends and you wake with your heart pounding. But it was there, unmistakably, a moment of recognition, a flash of awareness that you were asleep and that the danger wasn't real. You write it down immediately, noting the circumstances. You'd been practicing the mnemonic induction technique before sleep, repeating, "I will recognize my dreams," as you drifted off. You'd also spent extra time that day asking yourself if you were dreaming. The correlation might be coincidental, but it seems worth noting. The third week, something shifts more dramatically. You're in the university library in your dream, which should be closed since it's night. But this inconsistency doesn't immediately strike you as odd. You're searching for a particular book, moving between the tall shelves, feeling that sense of mild frustration that comes from not being able to find what you need. The lighting is strange, brighter than lamplight, dimmer than daylight, and coming from no obvious source. But again, This doesn't trigger any recognition. And then, for no reason you can later identify, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've been asking yourself during the day, but now, in this context, you actually examine the question seriously rather than immediately dismissing it. You look at your hands, holding them up to the strange light. They look wrong. The fingers seem to shift and waver, sometimes appearing longer than they should be, sometimes shorter. You try counting them and get different results each time. 5, 6, 4, 5 again. You try the reading test. You pull a book from the nearest shelf and open it to a random page. The text appears to be in German, and you read a sentence about the cultivation of wheat in medieval agricultural systems. You look away, then back. The text has changed completely. Now it's in Latin, discussing Aristotelian metaphysics. You close the book, put it back, pull it out again, and open it. The pages are blank. The recognition arrives with absolute clarity. I am dreaming. But here's what surprises you. What will become the core of your report to the professor? The awareness doesn't feel like waking consciousness. It's subtly different. Less sharp in some ways, but more expansive in others. You're aware of being in a dream, but you're also aware of multiple layers of experience simultaneously existing. Somewhere, distantly, you can feel your body in bed. The weight of blankets, the position of your limbs, and the solidity of the mattress beneath you. That's one layer of awareness, peripheral and quiet, but definitely present. You're also conscious of the dream imagery itself, the library, the shelves, the books, and the strange sourceless light. This is the most vivid layer, taking up most of your attention. It has the full richness of sensory experience, visual detail, spatial relationships, the texture of book covers under your fingers, and the smell of old paper and binding glue. And there's a third element, harder to describe, a kind of observing awareness that's watching both the dream and your recognition of the dream. It's the part of you that's conscious of being conscious, that's aware of having awareness. This is the aspect that allows you to think I am dreaming and I know it, that provides the meta-level perspective on the experience itself. This three-layered consciousness is exactly what your professor has been theorizing about in his lectures. Consciousness isn't a single unified thing, but a collection of processes that can separate and recombine in interesting ways. During normal waking life, these processes work together so seamlessly that we experience them as one thing: awareness, perception, and self-awareness, all flowing together into the unified experience of being conscious. But during lucid dreams, they can partially separate, creating this strange state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You're both in the dream and observing the dream. You're asleep, but also somehow awake. You're experiencing and analysing the experience at the same time. The boundaries between these different aspects of consciousness become visible, precisely because they're no longer perfectly aligned. You spend the rest of the dream, which lasts for what feels like perhaps 20 minutes, though dream time is notoriously difficult to judge, simply observing this state, noting its qualities, and trying to understand its structure. You move through the library, noticing how the environment shifts when you're not looking directly at it. Shelves appear in different configurations, doorways open where walls should be. The room seems to expand and contract based on some logic you can't quite grasp. You try to have coherent thoughts about philosophical questions, to bring your waking intellectual analysis into the dream. You try to think about Kant's categories of understanding, about whether the dream experience proves anything about the nature of phenomenal versus noumenal reality. But sustained analytical thinking is difficult in this state. Your thoughts keep sliding sideways into images and sensations, rather than remaining as clear propositions. What you can do quite successfully is observe. You can notice the quality of consciousness in this state, and can pay attention to how awareness works when freed from the usual constraints of waking perception. You notice that your attention is more fluid, shifting easily from one thing to another without the effort that waking attention requires. You notice that emotions arise and fade more quickly. without the sustained quality they have during waking life. You notice that time feels elastic, stretching and compressing unpredictably. Most importantly, you notice that the sense of self feels different. During waking life, you have a strong, continuous sense of being a particular person with a particular history, particular characteristics, and particular relationships and roles. In the lucid dream, that sense is looser, more provisional. You know who you are in some abstract sense, but the usual solidity of identity is softened. It's not disturbing, just different, as if the self is revealed to be more flexible and constructed than it usually appears. Eventually, your awareness begins to fade. The clarity dims, the multiple layers of consciousness blur back together, and you slip into ordinary, non-lucid dreaming. You have confused dreams about trying to write something important, but the ink keeps disappearing, and about showing up to an examination without having studied. And then you wake in the early morning with pale light coming through your window. You lie there perfectly still, not wanting to move and disrupt the clear memory of the lucid dream. You can still feel what it was like and can still access that state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You know this memory will fade as the day progresses, as your waking consciousness reasserts its normal structure, and the dream state becomes harder to recall clearly. So you reach for your dream journal and spend the next hour writing down everything you experienced, every observation and sensation and insight, trying to capture the phenomenology of the lucid dream state as completely as possible. When you bring this to your professor the following week, he reads through your notes with visible excitement. "This is excellent," he says. "You've documented exactly what I've been trying to articulate theoretically, the way consciousness can layer and separate during liminal states. The dream awareness you describe, with its 3 levels of perception, confirms that consciousness isn't a simple on-off phenomenon, but a complex system that can reconfigure itself." He asks you to continue the practice to see if you can have more lucid dreams and gather more observational data. He's particularly interested in whether you can conduct specific experiments while lucid, testing the boundaries of dream control, examining how intention and attention shape the dream, and exploring whether complex reasoning is possible in that state, or if it's limited to observation and experience. Over the following months, you become quite skilled at lucid dreaming. You learn the tricks that help. Waking after 5 or 6 hours of sleep, staying awake briefly, then returning to sleep with strong intention seems particularly effective. You learn that certain mental states encourage lucidity, being well rested but not exhausted, being interested but not anxious, and approaching sleep with curiosity rather than determination. You also learn about the limitations. Sustained abstract reasoning really is difficult in lucid dreams. You can think about philosophical questions, but you can't follow long chains of logical argument the way you can while awake. The lucid state requires a delicate balance. Too much thinking and you wake up, too little and you slip back into non-lucid dreaming. Strong emotions destabilize the state. Trying too hard to control things often backfires. What you can do, remarkably well, is observe the nature of consciousness itself. You can notice how perception works, how attention flows, how memory operates, and how the sense of self forms and dissolves. The lucid dream becomes a laboratory for phenomenology, offering direct experiential access to questions that would otherwise remain purely theoretical. Your professor eventually publishes a paper drawing on your observations and those of other students who've participated in similar experiments. The paper argues that consciousness should be understood not as a single unified phenomenon, but as a collection of processes that typically work together, but can separate under certain conditions. The lucid dream is presented as evidence for this layered model, a state where some aspects of waking consciousness, awareness, intention, memory, persist, while others, critical reasoning, stable sense of self, connection to sensory input, are diminished or altered. The paper doesn't get much attention at the time. It's too speculative, too dependent on subjective reports, and too far outside the main currents of academic philosophy. But it plants seeds that will grow over the next century and a half, contributing to evolving understandings of consciousness, attention, and the relationship between different modes of awareness. And for you personally, it transforms sleep from a necessary but passive part of life into an active domain of exploration. A place where you can investigate the nature of mind through direct experience. You're a research subject in a sleep laboratory at Stanford University in California in 1975, and you're covered in wires that make you look like you're being prepared for some kind of elaborate electronics experiment. Electrodes are pasted to your scalp with thick gel that feels cold and slightly uncomfortable, positioned according to the International 10 to 20 system for EEG recording. These will monitor your brain waves, tracking the electrical activity that characterizes different stages of sleep. Sensors are taped near your eyes, positioned to detect the rapid eye movements that occur during REM sleep, the phase when most vivid dreams happen. Other instruments measure muscle tension in your chin, which decreases dramatically during REM sleep, along with your heart rate, breathing patterns, and body movement. You've agreed to spend several nights in this laboratory, sleeping under observation while trying to have lucid dreams. It's not particularly comfortable. The wires restrict your movement, the electrodes itch slightly, and you're aware of being watched and recorded in a way that's not conducive to relaxation. But you're fascinated by the research and convinced it's important, so you volunteered despite the discomfort. The lead researcher is a psychologist named Stephen LaBerge, who's been studying lucid dreaming for years, fighting an uphill battle for legitimacy in a field that generally considers the topic fringe science at best, pseudoscientific nonsense at worst. The problem is fundamental. Dreams are inherently subjective, private experiences. You can report having been aware in a dream, can describe the experience in detail, and can swear it really happened. But how can researchers verify this? How can they prove that you were actually conscious during REM sleep, and not just creating false memories upon waking, or misunderstanding normal dream confusion for genuine awareness? For most of scientific history, this verification problem has seemed insurmountable. You can't directly access someone else's subjective experience. You can't peer into their sleeping mind and see whether awareness is present. All you have is their report, and reports are notoriously unreliable, subject to false memories, confabulation, and wishful thinking. LaBerge's solution is elegant in its simplicity. Create a prearranged signal that can only be produced deliberately, then have lucid dreamers execute that signal while dreaming. If the signal appears on the recording equipment at the right time, during REM sleep when dreams are occurring, it proves that the person was conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately. That they weren't just passively experiencing random dream imagery, but were actively aware and capable of volitional action. The specific signal you've agreed on is eye movement. During REM sleep, most of the body's voluntary muscles are paralysed. This is why you don't physically act out your dreams, why you don't actually run or fight or fly despite dreaming about these actions. But the muscles controlling eye movement aren't paralysed. They remain active, and their movements during dreams can be detected by the sensors near your eyes. Before going to sleep tonight, you and LaBerge reviewed the signal one more time. If you become lucid in a dream, you'll deliberately move your eyes in a specific pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right, several times in quick succession. This pattern is distinctive enough that it won't be confused with the random eye movements that occur during normal REM sleep. If it appears on the recording during an REM period, it will be objective, verifiable evidence that you were conscious and capable of executing a planned action while dreaming. The first night produces nothing useful. You sleep, but it's not your normal sleep. The laboratory environment is too unfamiliar, the wires too constraining, and your awareness of being observed too present. You have dreams, vague and forgettable, with no lucidity. You wake feeling unrested and slightly discouraged. The second night is similar. You're more comfortable with the setup, but that doesn't translate into lucid dreams. You have one moment that might have been brief awareness. You were dreaming about being in a classroom and something seemed odd, but you can't remember whether you actually recognised it as a dream or just felt confused within the dream narrative. Either way, you didn't think to signal, so there's no data. By the third night, you're starting to worry that you've lost whatever knack you had for lucid dreaming. You've had them spontaneously before, that's why you were recruited for this study. But the pressure to perform seems to be interfering with the spontaneity these dreams require. You're trying too hard, thinking about it too much, and that very effort is preventing the state you're trying to achieve. Laberge, reading your frustration, suggests a different approach for the fourth night. Stop trying so hard, he says. Just go to sleep normally. If you happen to become lucid, great, send the signal. If not, that's fine too. No pressure. It's good advice, though paradoxical, trying to not try, deliberately cultivating an attitude of relaxed indifference. You follow his suggestion, approaching sleep with less determination and more openness. You do your usual pre-sleep routine, reviewing the signal pattern to make sure you remember it, and setting a gentle intention to recognize dreams as dreams, but not forcing or straining. Then you just let go, allowing sleep to come naturally rather than pursuing it. The dream begins in a shopping mall, which should immediately seem odd since you're sleeping in a laboratory. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable. You're walking through corridors lined with stores looking for something. You're not quite sure what. The stores keep changing their positions. One moment the bookstore is on your left, the next time you look, it's on your right. Or maybe it's not there at all, but replaced with a clothing store you don't recognise. These shifting positions should be your first clue, and finally, they are. The inconsistency triggers the questioning habit you've built through months of reality testing. Am I dreaming? You check your hands, holding them up to examine them. They look strange. The fingers seem too long. Or is it that your palms are too small? The proportions are somehow wrong, shifting when you try to focus on them. You try to remember how you got here, and the memory is vague, fragmentary, and impossible to pin down. Yes, you realise with sudden clarity, I'm definitely dreaming. And then, crucially, you remember. You're in the sleep lab. You're participating in research. You're supposed to send a signal. This is harder than it sounds in theory. In the dream, you don't have a body lying in a lab bed with electrodes attached. You have a body standing in a shopping mall fully engaged with that environment. To move your actual physical eyes, you have to somehow reach through the dream to the physical body you're not currently experiencing that exists in a different layer of reality that's only peripherally accessible. You focus, concentrating on your real eyes rather than your dream eyes. It feels like trying to move a limb that's fallen asleep. You know it's there. You can feel it distantly, but the connection is fuzzy and indirect. You visualize the pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right. And then you do it, or at least you try to do it, moving what you hope are your actual eyes in the agreed upon pattern, repeating it several times to make sure it's clear and deliberate. The mall continues around you. Nothing in the dream changes in response to the eye movements. They're happening in a different reality, affecting your physical body in the laboratory, rather than your dream body in the mall. But you feel a sense of accomplishment, of having completed the task. You've sent the message from inside the dream to the outside world, bridging the gap between sleeping and waking reality in a measurable way. The dream continues for a while longer. You explore the mall, conscious throughout that you're dreaming, marvelling at the detail and coherence of the environment your sleeping mind has created. You try some simple experiments, willing a door to appear in a blank wall, which works, trying to fly, which doesn't, and changing the colour of your clothing, which works but takes more effort than you expected. The lucid dream remains stable and vivid for what feels like several minutes before you drift into non-lucid dreaming and eventually wake. In the morning, when the researchers review the recording equipment, there's carefully controlled excitement in the laboratory. The polysomnograph traces show clear REM sleep during the period when you reported having the lucid dream. And there, unmistakable in the eye movement recording, is the signal pattern you sent: left, right, left, right, left, right, appearing multiple times during REM sleep, exactly when and where it should be if your report of lucid dreaming is accurate. For the first time, someone has sent a message from inside a dream to the outside world, proving through objective measurement that they were conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately while asleep. The signal appears during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking but the body is paralysed and the eyes are moving rapidly. This rules out the possibility that you are actually awake or in some lighter stage of sleep. You are genuinely dreaming, as proven by the REM indicators, but you are also conscious and volitional, as proven by the deliberate signal. This experiment, repeated over the following months and years with multiple subjects, will finally establish lucid dreaming as a legitimate phenomenon worthy of serious scientific study. It confirms what Tibetan monks have claimed for centuries, what medieval mystics reported, and what curious philosophers suspected. Consciousness can persist during sleep. You can be aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, and with practice this state can be reliably accessed and studied. The implications extend beyond just proving that lucid dreams exist. The research demonstrates that REM sleep isn't simply an unconscious state, where random neural firing produces meaningless dream imagery. It's a state where complex cognition can occur, where awareness can be maintained, and where voluntary action is possible. The sleeper isn't passive but can actively engage with their dream experience, can remember intentions formed while awake, can execute planned actions, and can observe and report on their mental state. This opens up new questions and possibilities. If people can be conscious during dreams, what can they learn about consciousness itself by investigating this state? Can lucid dreaming be used therapeutically, helping people with nightmares or trauma? Can it be trained systematically, or does it require some innate capacity? What are the neural mechanisms that allow awareness to persist during REM sleep when it usually doesn't? How does the brain maintain that dual state of being asleep but also conscious? For you personally, participating in this research has been transformative. You've gone from someone who occasionally had interesting dreams to someone actively investigating the nature of consciousness through direct experience. The laboratory setting, far from diminishing the phenomenon, has made it more real, more legitimate. Your subjective experience now has objective validation. What you feel and observe in lucid dreams corresponds to measurable changes in brain activity and to detectable signals in the physical world. Over the following weeks, you'll return to the lab several more times, contributing more data to the growing body of evidence. You'll get better at signalling from dreams, sometimes sending complex messages, different numbers of eye movements to indicate different things, and responding to external stimuli that the researchers present during your sleep. You'll help map the relationship between subjective experience and objective measurement, between what lucid dreaming feels like and what it looks like on the monitoring equipment. And you'll take the techniques home with you, continuing to practice lucid dreaming in your normal life, free from electrodes and laboratories. The research has given you confidence that this isn't wishful thinking or self-deception, but a real, verifiable state of consciousness that can be cultivated and explored. Every night becomes an opportunity for investigation, for experiencing consciousness in an altered mode, and for learning something new about how awareness works when freed from its usual constraints. You're a modern person living in a time when lucid dreaming has moved from mysticism to mainstream, from forbidden knowledge to Reddit threads and YouTube tutorials. The information is freely available. Techniques that monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices are now explained in blog posts with titles like 5 Easy Steps to Your First Lucid Dream. The democratization is wonderful and slightly overwhelming, and you've decided you want to learn this skill for yourself. Your motivations are personal and ordinary rather than mystical or scientific. You're not seeking spiritual enlightenment or trying to prove theories about consciousness. You're simply curious about the experience itself, about what it might reveal about your own mind, and about the possibility of exploring these nightly landscapes with full awareness rather than passive confusion. You start with the basics, the same advice that gets repeated across dozens of sources because it actually works. Keep a dream journal. You buy a notebook specifically for this purpose. Keep it on your nightstand next to a pen and commit to writing in it every single morning before doing anything else. Before checking your phone, before getting out of bed, before your mind fully engages with the day, you spend a few minutes recording whatever you remember from the night. At first, there's almost nothing. Dreamed something about water is a typical entry for the first week. Felt anxious about something. Can't remember what. Fragments of conversation with someone I didn't recognise. The gaps are frustrating. You know you must have dreamed. Everyone dreams multiple times each night, but the memories slip away like smoke, leaving only the faintest traces. But you persist, and gradually something interesting happens. The habit of paying attention, of telling yourself that dreams matter enough to record, seems to strengthen the bridge between sleeping and waking memory. After 2 weeks you're writing full sentences. After a month you're filling half a page most mornings, sometimes more. The dreams aren't necessarily more vivid. They're just more accessible, easier to remember, and their details more stable in memory. You start noticing patterns. You have recurring dream signs, things that happen in dreams but never in waking life. You're frequently back in your childhood home, even though you haven't lived there in years. You often can't find your car in parking lots, or you discover you can breathe underwater, or you're trying to read but the text keeps changing. These repeated elements are valuable because they can become triggers for lucidity, dream signs that might help you recognise when you're dreaming. Next, you add reality testing to your practice. This technique feels deeply silly at first, asking yourself, am I dreaming? While you're obviously, undeniably awake. You're sitting at your desk drinking coffee, or standing in line at the grocery store, or walking your dog in the park. Of course you're not dreaming. Everything is completely normal and consistent and clearly real. But you do the tests anyway, building the habit that might eventually carry over into sleep. You check your hands, looking for the kind of anomalies people report in dreams. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, looking at a sign or label, looking away, and looking back to confirm it hasn't changed. You attempt to remember how you got to where you are, checking whether your memory of the past few minutes is clear and logical or vague and discontinuous. You set alarms on your phone to remind you to reality test throughout the day. At first, you need these reminders, but gradually the questioning becomes more automatic. You find yourself spontaneously checking reality during transitions, when you enter a new room, when you start a new activity, or whenever something slightly unexpected happens. The habit is forming, embedding itself into your daily awareness patterns. The technique that finally works for you is called mild, mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. It was developed by Stephen LaBerge, the same researcher who conducted the eye movement experiments, and it's elegantly simple in concept, though it requires practice to execute well. As you're falling asleep at night, you repeat a simple phrase to yourself. The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming. You don't force it or concentrate hard. That would keep you awake. You just let it cycle gently through your mind, a quiet intention you're planting in your consciousness as it transitions towards sleep. Sometimes you visualize recognizing a dream, imagining the moment of awareness, though you keep this light and relaxed rather than intense. The first 2 weeks of practicing mild produce nothing obvious, though you do notice your dream recall continuing to improve and your dreams becoming slightly more vivid. The third week, you have a dream where you briefly wonder if you might be dreaming, though you decide you're not and continue with the dream narrative. It's progress. Even though it doesn't result in full lucidity, at least the question arose, and at least some part of your sleeping mind was paying attention to the possibility. And then, on the 23rd night of practice, it happens. You're dreaming that you're back in your childhood home, which should be an immediate dream sign since you know you don't live there anymore. You're in the kitchen, and the layout is wrong. The refrigerator is on the opposite wall from where it should be, and there's a door that leads directly outside when there should be a hallway. These inconsistencies don't immediately register as significant, protected by that fog of dream logic that makes impossibilities seem reasonable. But then you notice your hands as you're reaching for something, and they look strange. Slightly transparent maybe? Or is it that they're flickering slightly, unstable in a way hands shouldn't be? The strangeness triggers the question you've been training yourself to ask. Am I dreaming? You look at your hands more carefully. The fingers are too long, or maybe your palms are too narrow. The proportions are somehow wrong in ways you can't quite articulate. You try counting your fingers, and the number keeps shifting. 5, 6, 4, 7, 5 again. Each time you try to focus on a specific finger, it seems to split or merge or simply refuse to be counted consistently. The recognition arrives with remarkable gentleness, without the shock or surprise you expected. Oh, I'm dreaming. It feels natural, obvious even, like remembering something you'd temporarily forgotten rather than discovering something new. The childhood kitchen remains around you, perfectly solid and detailed. The wrongly placed refrigerator is still there, the impossible door is still there, but your relationship to all of it has shifted. You understand now that you're lying in your actual bed, in your actual apartment, safely asleep. This kitchen exists only in your mind, constructed from memories and imagination, having no physical reality anywhere. You've read enough to know not to get too excited, not to let strong emotions destabilize the dream. You stay calm, maintaining that gentle awareness, simply observing this state you've worked so hard to achieve. The dream remains stable around you. You can feel both your dream body standing in the kitchen and distantly your actual body in bed. The dual awareness is strange and fascinating, like being in two places simultaneously. You try the simplest form of dream control you've read about, changing something small. You look at the refrigerator, white, standard, nothing special, and decide it should be red, bright, fire engine red. You look away toward the window, holding that intention lightly, then look back at the refrigerator. It's changed. Not quite the brilliant red you visualized, more of a brick red, darker and less vivid, but it's definitely red instead of white. This small success fills you with quiet satisfaction. You've influenced the dream through simple intention. You're not just observing this altered state of consciousness, you're participating in it, shaping it, albeit in modest ways. You spend the rest of the dream, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, though time is hard to judge in dreams, simply exploring. You walk through the house, noting how it's simultaneously familiar and strange, how your sleeping mind has reconstructed it imperfectly, mixing memories from different time periods, adding elements that never existed, and creating a composite version rather than a faithful reproduction. When you try to leave through the impossible door, you find yourself in a garden that existed at a completely different house from your childhood. Dream geography follows its own rules, unbound by physical reality. You accept this without confusion or concern, simply noting it as an interesting feature of how dreams work. The lucidity ends when you make the mistake of thinking too hard about it, wondering how long you've been lucid, trying to estimate if you're breaking any personal records. The analytical thinking disrupts the delicate balance of awareness, and you slip back into ordinary dreaming, the clarity dissolving like fog in sunlight. When you wake the next morning, you immediately reach for your dream journal, capturing every detail while the memory is still fresh. You remember the kitchen, the strange hands, and the moment of recognition. You remember changing the refrigerator's colour, walking through the house and finding the garden from a different childhood home. Most importantly, you remember what it felt like. That dual awareness, that sense of being simultaneously asleep and awake, dreaming and observing dreams. Over the following weeks, you have more lucid dreams. Not every night, not even most nights, but with increasing frequency as you continue your practice. Each one teaches you something about how this state works, about your own consciousness, and about how it operates under altered conditions. You learn that strong emotions tend to wake you up, so you practice staying calm regardless of what happens in the dream. You learn that logical thinking can end the lucidity, so you stay present and observational rather than analytical. You learn that the dream responds to expectation. If you expect something to be difficult, it usually is. But if you approach dream control with easy confidence, changes happen more smoothly. You discover personal variations in how the techniques work for you. Looking away and back with intention works well for small changes, but not large ones. Spinning in the dream seems to reset things, sometimes deepening the lucidity, sometimes providing scene changes. Rubbing your dream hands together helps stabilise the dream when it's starting to fade. These are your own discoveries, techniques that work for your particular mind, even though they might not work the same way for others. Most importantly, you learn that lucid dreaming isn't really about control in the way you initially imagined. It's not about treating dreams as virtual reality playgrounds, where you can do whatever you want without consequences. The most profound experiences come not from manipulating the dream, but from simply being present in it, fully conscious in this altered state, observing how your mind creates entire worlds from memory and imagination. You start using lucid dreams for purposes beyond just having interesting experiences. When you're worried about a difficult conversation you need to have, you rehearse it in a lucid dream, trying different approaches, practicing staying calm. When you're stuck on a creative project, you bring the problem into a lucid dream and let your sleeping mind approach it from unusual angles, making connections you wouldn't think of while awake. You use lucid dreams to face fears in safe environments. You're anxious about public speaking, so in dreams you practice giving presentations to dream audiences, learning to stay calm when the old panic starts to rise. The practice doesn't eliminate the waking anxiety, but it helps, giving you a space to work with the fear when the stakes aren't real. And sometimes you use lucid dreams for pure exploration and wonder, flying through impossible landscapes, visiting places you've never been, and experiencing sensations that have no waking equivalent. You swim through the air like water, walk on clouds that support your weight, and visit Mars or ancient Rome or entirely imaginary locations constructed from your mind's own creativity. But always, underneath the specific content, there's that fundamental fascination with the state itself, the fact that you can be aware while asleep, the strange divided consciousness where you're simultaneously dreaming and knowing you're dreaming. The way this reveals something essential about the flexibility and layered nature of awareness, about how consciousness isn't a simple binary, but a spectrum of different states and configurations. You're not a monk or a philosopher or a scientist. You're just a person who's learned to pay attention to an aspect of experience that most people ignore or dismiss. But in doing so, you've discovered a whole domain of consciousness to explore, a laboratory within your own mind where you can investigate awareness, memory, perception, and the nature of self through direct experience. You're lying in bed tonight, in whatever city or town you call home, and you're connected to something ancient and strange that reaches back tens of thousands of years. As you drift towards sleep, you're participating in a quiet revolution in human understanding. The gradual discovery of how to maintain consciousness through the transition into dreams, how to become aware within sleep, and how to explore the landscapes your mind creates every night. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams is really the story of how humans learn to understand consciousness itself, its flexibility, its layers, and its capacity for awareness even in radically altered states. From those first cave dwellers who saw no firm boundary between sleeping and waking, who ran with painted animals through impossible grasslands, through centuries of Egyptian sleep temples and Greek philosophers recording their visions, through Tibetan monks practicing recognition and medieval mystics experiencing spontaneous lucidity, through Enlightenment scientists systematically observing their own sleeping minds and modern researchers finally proving the phenomenon with objective measurements. People have been fascinated by this nightly transformation we all undergo. The techniques have been refined and systematized over this vast sweep of time. Ancient Egyptians discovered that environment and intention could influence dreams, though they interpreted this through theological frameworks. Tibetan monks developed sophisticated practices for maintaining awareness during sleep, understanding lucid dreaming as preparation for death and as a demonstration that all experience is fundamentally mind-created. Greek and later European philosophers recognized that paying attention to dreams changed the dreams themselves, that the act of observation influenced what was observed. Modern sleep science has demystified lucid dreaming while also confirming its reality. We know now that it occurs primarily during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking but the body is paralysed. We know that certain brain regions associated with self-awareness and working memory become more active during lucid dreams than during ordinary dreams. We know that it can be trained systematically, that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, and that individual differences exist, but most people can learn to some degree. But beneath all the scientific understanding, the fundamental experience remains what it's always been. That moment of recognition within a dream, that strange dual awareness of being asleep and knowing it, that sense of consciousness operating in an altered mode where the usual rules don't apply. What's changed dramatically is accessibility. For most of human history, lucid dreaming was either accidental or required dedication to specialised practices, months in monasteries, apprenticeship to experienced teachers, and elaborate rituals and preparations. The knowledge was limited, often kept secret, and sometimes considered dangerous or heretical. Only a relative handful of people ever learned these techniques, or even knew they existed. Now the information is available to anyone with internet access. The techniques that Tibetan monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices can be learned from websites and YouTube videos. The systematic approaches that early scientists developed through painstaking self-observation have been refined and simplified into methods that work for most people willing to put in the effort. The barrier to entry has dropped from years of dedicated practice under expert guidance to a few weeks of consistent effort following clear instructions. You don't need to be spiritually gifted or intellectually exceptional. You don't need expensive equipment or professional guidance. You just need patience, consistency, and genuine curiosity about your own consciousness. Keep a dream journal, writing down whatever you remember every morning, training your mind to maintain that bridge between sleeping and waking memory. Test reality during the day, building the habit of questioning your state of consciousness, creating a pattern that will eventually carry over into dreams. Set gentle intentions as you fall asleep, not forcing or straining, but simply planting the seed of awareness in your mind as it transitions towards sleep. Notice the moments between waking and sleeping, paying attention to what consciousness feels like during that liminal transition. The results vary considerably between individuals, and this variation is normal and perfectly fine. Some people have their first lucid dream within days of starting practice. The recognition comes easily, almost naturally, as if they'd always had the capacity but simply needed permission to notice it. Others practice diligently for months before achieving clear awareness. Some find that lucid dreams happen spontaneously and frequently once they start paying attention to their dream life. Others have occasional lucid moments but never develop reliable control or sustained awareness. These differences don't indicate failure or lack of ability. They reflect the natural variation in human consciousness, the fact that people's minds work differently, respond to different techniques, and have different baseline tendencies towards self-reflection during sleep. The goal isn't to become some kind of lucid dreaming expert, logging hundreds of controlled dreams and mastering advanced techniques. The goal is simply to explore this aspect of consciousness, to learn what your particular mind does while you sleep, and to discover what's possible for you specifically. Tonight, as you approach sleep, you might hold a gentle question in mind. What will I dream about? Or perhaps, will I recognise when I'm dreaming? The specific question matters less than the attitude of curious attention it represents. You're not demanding anything from your sleeping mind, not forcing awareness or control. You're simply leaving the door open, creating space for recognition to arise naturally if it will. The question floats in your mind as your breathing slows and deepens, as your body releases the tensions of the day, and as your thoughts begin to fragment and drift. Somewhere in that transition, consciousness shifts into a different mode. Your brain begins generating the vivid imagery and narrative that we call dreams, constructing entire worlds from memories and imagination, creating experiences that feel completely real, even though they're entirely mental constructions. Usually you'd experience these dreams without recognizing them for what they are, immersed in the narrative, accepting impossibilities as natural, feeling emotions, and making decisions within the dream logic that seems reasonable at the time but would make no sense from a waking perspective. This is the ordinary default mode of dreaming, complete immersion without reflection, consciousness without self-awareness. But perhaps, if you've been practicing the techniques, if you've built the habits of reality testing and dream journaling and gentle intention setting, tonight might be different. Perhaps at some point in your dreams, something will trigger that question. Am I dreaming? Perhaps you'll notice hands that look wrong, or text that changes when you look away and back, or an impossibility that catches your attention despite the dream fog. Perhaps you'll remember, while asleep, to check whether you're sleeping. And if that recognition comes, if you have that moment of awareness where you understand I'm dreaming, you'll be joining a tradition as old as human consciousness itself. You'll be experiencing what shamans and mystics and philosophers have experienced across cultures and centuries. You'll be touching the same mystery that ancient Egyptians explored in sleep temples, that Tibetan monks cultivated through meditation, and that modern scientists have finally proven and begun to understand. The moment itself is simple and profound. You're simultaneously asleep and awake, unconscious and aware, creating and observing your own mental experience. Your consciousness is examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. It's a state that reveals something fundamental about the flexibility of human consciousness, about how we're not locked into a single mode of being, but can shift and reconfigure, can maintain awareness across different states, and can be present and observant regardless of whether we're awake or asleep. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams isn't finished. It continues tonight, in bedrooms around the world, as people drift towards sleep with varying degrees of intention and awareness. Some approach sleep as always, paying no attention to dreams, letting consciousness shut down completely without reflection or observation. Others are practicing the techniques, building the habits, and gradually learning to maintain threads of awareness through the transition into sleep. You're part of this ongoing story now. Whether you have lucid dreams tonight or next week or next month or never, you've been introduced to the possibility. You know now what previous generations learned, that consciousness doesn't have to shut down completely during sleep, that awareness can persist in altered forms, that the boundary between waking and sleeping is more permeable than it appears. Lucid dreaming doesn't offer magic powers or access to mystical realms, despite what some enthusiastic advocates might claim. It doesn't let you predict the future or communicate with spirits or access cosmic knowledge hidden from waking consciousness. What it offers is perhaps more valuable: direct experience of how consciousness works, how awareness can persist and observe even while the logical mind rests, how expectation and intention shape reality in profound ways, how the boundary between self and experience is more fluid and constructed than we usually assume. When you become aware in a dream, you're not discovering some external truth about the universe. You're discovering something about yourself, about how your own mind operates, about the extraordinary capacity for consciousness to fold back on itself, to watch itself, to be simultaneously the experiencer and the observer of experience. This self-reflexive awareness, this consciousness of consciousness, is one of the most remarkable features of human cognition, and lucid dreaming provides a unique laboratory for exploring it. As you fall asleep tonight, you're participating in an ancient investigation into the nature of mind. Your sleeping brain will create worlds, process memories, work through problems, rehearse scenarios, and generate the vivid experiences we call dreams. And perhaps, with practice and patience, you'll find yourself aware within those worlds, conscious enough to observe, to explore, to marvel at the extraordinary machinery of your own consciousness. The control part, changing dreams, directing action, creating specific scenarios, that's interesting but ultimately secondary. The real gift of lucid dreaming is the awareness itself. The moment of recognition, the understanding that you're dreaming while the dream continues, that strange peaceful state where you're simultaneously asleep and awake, creating and observing, lost and found in the landscapes of your own mind. Sweet dreams. And if you happen to find yourself wondering whether you're dreaming while a dream unfolds around you, if you have that moment of questioning, that brief flicker of recognition, you'll be touching something profound. You'll be experiencing consciousness examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. The answer to am I dreaming is no. Right now, as you read this, you're awake, engaged with text on a page or screen, fully conscious in the ordinary waking sense. But in a few hours, when sleep has claimed you and your mind is generating its nightly visions, the answer might be different. You might find yourself in an impossible landscape, living through an impossible situation, and some part of your mind might remember to ask that simple question. And in that moment of asking, of genuinely questioning your state of consciousness, rather than automatically assuming you're awake, you might discover the answer is yes. Yes, you're dreaming, and yes, you're aware of it, and yes, you can observe this strange state, can explore it, can learn from it, can marvel at the fact that consciousness continues even when rationality sleeps. Your mind will create entire worlds tonight. Whether you're aware of them or lost in them, whether you recognize them as dreams or accept them as reality, whether you observe or simply experience, all of this happens every time you sleep. The only question is whether you'll remember, whether you'll know, whether that spark of awareness will arise in the darkness and illuminate the fact that you're conscious even in sleep. The gift is available, the techniques work, the state is real and accessible. All that remains is practice, patience, and that gentle curiosity about what lies behind your closed eyes each night. Welcome to the dream. May you recognize it for what it is. Welcome to a time long before writing, before cities, before the named ages of history. You're stepping into a world shaped by sunlight and seasons, where routines are older than memory, and the land itself is your calendar. Here, in these quiet millennia, daily life unfolds in patterns so familiar they feel like breathing. You wake as light filters through the shelter opening. The air is cool but softening. Others are already stirring, adjusting coverings and checking baskets from yesterday. No one announces plans. Everyone already knows what the day requires. You reach for your gathering bag, woven from plant fibres, your hands know intimately. The weight of it across your shoulder feels correct. Your feet understand the path before you choose it. This route has been walked for generations, worn smooth by countless footsteps moving toward the same resources. The ground tells you what season this is. Certain plants have vanished, others are everywhere. You do not need to search for what grows where. Your memory holds maps more detailed than any drawing could capture. That cluster of roots near the flat stone, those berry bushes past the fallen tree, the nut trees on the slope where morning sun arrives first. You walk with two others, sometimes three, occasionally alone, though rarely. Gathering is companionable work. You move at the same pace, pausing when someone pauses, bending when someone bends. Conversation happens in comfortable stretches and silences. No one feels obligated to fill every moment with words. The first stop is a patch of greens you've harvested from since childhood. Your hands move through the leaves, selecting without conscious thought. Too young, too tough, too damaged. Your fingers find the right ones automatically. You learned this by watching others, by trying, and by correcting yourself season after season until it became instinct. Everything you gather serves multiple purposes. These leaves can be eaten now or dried for later. The stems can be twisted into cordage. Nothing is only one thing. Your basket fills slowly, steadily, with a mixture determined by availability and familiarity rather than preference. You cross a stream at the shallow place. The stones beneath the water are positioned just so, placed by hands or revealed by current. Either way, they have been there longer than you have been alive. The crossing is routine. Your feet know where to step without looking down. Past the stream, the landscape shifts. Different plants grow here. Different materials can be found. You adjust your attention accordingly. This is birch bark territory. This is where clay deposits appear after rain. This is where certain medicinal plants cluster near damp ground. Time moves differently during gathering. You do not count hours. You notice light instead. The sun reaches a certain angle. Shadows fall a certain way. Your body recognizes these markers without naming them. When your basket feels heavy enough, when the light suggests midday approaching, you turn back. The return journey follows the same path. Your feet find the stream crossing without hesitation. You pause where you always pause, at a spot where the view opens and you can see the smoke from campfires rising in the distance. This pause is not necessary, but it is customary. A moment to shift the basket's weight, to look toward home, to let your mind settle into the transition from gathering mode to returning mode. Others are arriving from different directions. Someone brings fish caught in the shallows. Someone else carries an armload of woody stems for basket repairs. A few children trail behind their adults, holding smaller versions of everything. Their gathering bags are lighter, but they are learning the routes, the timing, and the plants. You set your basket down in the usual spot. The contents will be sorted communally. What you gathered is not solely yours. What others gathered is not solely theirs. Everything becomes a shared resource, distributed according to need and custom rather than individual claim. Some of the greens will be eaten today. Some will be spread on flat stones to dry in the sun. The process requires no discussion. Everyone knows what happens next. Your hands join others in the sorting, the spreading, and the gentle handling of what the land has provided. Gathering happens every day that weather permits. Some days yield abundance. Some days yield less. Neither causes alarm. The rhythms of availability are deeply understood. Scarcity in one area means abundance in another. Scarcity this month means abundance next month. The land cycles through its offerings, and you cycle through the land. Your knowledge of plants extends beyond food. You recognize which leaves soothe skin irritation, which roots settle stomach discomfort, which bark can be chewed to ease minor pain. This knowledge lives in your hands and memory rather than in words. You learned it the same way you learned everything else, through observation and repetition. Gathering is not dramatic work. It does not provide stories of narrow escapes or sudden discoveries. It is quiet, steady, and deeply familiar. Your body moves through it with the ease of long practice. Your mind wanders sometimes, returns sometimes, and needs no particular focus to accomplish what needs accomplishing. The landscape you move through is not wilderness to you. It is home with the specificity of long acquaintance. Every landmark means something. That boulder marks the boundary between two types of terrain. That distinctive tree indicates the turn-off to the clay deposits. That rise in the land means you're halfway between camp and the far gathering grounds. You return to these places again and again across years. Seasons change what grows, but the land itself remains steady. The same rocks, the same water sources, the same roots worn smooth by footsteps. This repetition creates a deep sense of security. You are never lost because everywhere is known. Children learn gathering by being present. No one teaches in the formal sense. Instead, children watch, imitate, try, and adjust. They pick the wrong plants sometimes, their baskets remain light. Gradually, over years, their hands learn what your hands know. The knowledge transfers through proximity and time rather than instruction. As the sun moves past midday, gathering slows. People drift back to camp in loose clusters. The work is not finished in the sense of completion. It simply pauses until tomorrow, when it will resume exactly as it has today, as it did yesterday, and as it will continue for as long as seasons turn and plants grow and hands remember what to gather. In the afternoon, You settle into work that requires less movement and more patience. Your hands are already reaching for the basket that needs attention. Its rim has loosened. The weaving has gaps where it should be tight. This happens regularly. Everything made eventually needs remaking. You sit on the ground in a spot where light falls well. Others sit nearby, each focused on their own repairs. Someone is smoothing a wooden digging tool. Someone else is reworking cordage that is frayed. The atmosphere is quietly industrious. People work steadily without hurry. Repairing a basket means understanding how it was made. Your fingers trace the weaving pattern, reading it like language. Over, under, around, through. The pattern has been the same for longer than memory. You learned it by watching your mother's hands, just as she learned by watching her mother's hands. The knowledge lives in muscle memory now. You separate the damaged fibres carefully. Nothing is discarded that can be saved. Even worn pieces might be useful elsewhere. Waste is not a concept that exists here. Everything serves until it truly cannot serve anymore, and even then its materials often become something else. New fibres have been soaking in water since morning. They need to be pliable. Your hands test their flexibility, knowing exactly how much give the material should have. Too dry and it will crack. Too wet and it will stretch incorrectly. The proper stage is something you recognise by feel. Reweaving requires complete attention but not tense concentration. Your hands know what to do. They have done this many times. The work becomes meditative. Over, under, around, through. The rhythm is soothing. Your mind can wander while your hands continue accurately. Nearby, someone is working on a hide, scraping it smooth with a stone tool. The sound is steady and repetitive. Scraping hides takes hours, sometimes days, depending on size and thickness. No one works on it continuously. Instead, people work in shifts, picking it up when their hands need a break from other tasks and setting it down when their arms tire. Another person is repairing a garment. A seam has split. The original sinew stitching has worn through. They're using an awl made from bone, creating new holes, threading new sinew, and pulling everything snug. The repair will be visible if you look closely, but visibility does not matter. Function matters. Clothes are not replaced often. Making new garments requires substantial time and materials. Instead, everything is repaired, adjusted, repaired again, passed to someone else, and repaired once more. A single hide garment might be worn by 3 different people across many years, accumulating patches and alterations that tell its history. You finish the basket rim and begin tightening the body weave. Your fingers work systematically, section by section, finding loose spots and correcting them. This is satisfying work. You can see improvement as you progress. The basket becomes sturdy again, trustworthy again, and ready for tomorrow's gathering. Tools receive similar attention. Digging sticks wear down and must be resharpened or replaced. Grinding stones develop grooves from use and need resurfacing. Scrapers become dull and require edge renewal. Everything wears. Everything needs maintenance. The maintenance is not viewed as an interruption. It is simply part of us. Making and repairing exist on the same continuum. You do not make something expecting it to last forever unchanged. You make something expecting to care for it, adjust it, and eventually remake it. Some repairs happen immediately when damage occurs. Others accumulate until you have time. There is always a pile of items awaiting attention. No one feels behind or anxious about this pile. It represents ongoing life rather than incomplete tasks. As long as people use objects, objects will need repair. Children participate according to ability. Young ones hold materials steady. Slightly older ones practice simple weaving on their own small projects. They make mistakes frequently. The mistakes are gently corrected or left to be discovered through use. Learning happens through doing rather than through extensive verbal instruction. You watch a child working on cordage, twisting fibres together. The twist is inconsistent. Some sections are too loose, some too tight. You do not point this out immediately. Instead, you work on your own cordage nearby, your hands moving in the correct rhythm where the child can observe. After a while, The child's hands begin adjusting naturally, finding better rhythm. Materials for making and repairing are gathered continuously. You cannot collect plant fibres only when you need plant fibres. Instead, you collect them when they are available, process them when there is time, and store them for eventual use. This requires thinking ahead across seasons, remembering what will be needed when. Storage itself requires maintenance. Dried materials must stay dry. Certain items need to be kept away from certain other items. Stone tools are organised by use. Plant materials are organised by type. Everything has a place, not because of rigid rules, but because efficiency emerges naturally from repetition. As afternoon stretches toward evening, the pace of repair work does not change. There is no hurry. These tasks will either be completed today or continued tomorrow. Stopping midway through a repair is perfectly normal. You set the basket aside when your hands tell you they have worked enough. Someone else might pick it up later, or you might return to it tomorrow. The work creates a rhythm that structures the day. Gathering happens in the morning when energy is higher and light is better. Repair work happens in the afternoon when sitting feels natural and detail work suits the softer light. This pattern is not scheduled. It simply emerges from the natural flow of energy and need. People develop specialties through preference and aptitude. Someone has particularly skilled hands for fine weaving. Someone else has strength well suited for hide scraping. But specialisation is never absolute. Everyone can do most things adequately. Specialisation is about what you do most often, not what you do exclusively. You finish tightening the basket and test its strength. Your hands pull at the rim, checking for weak spots. Finding none, you set it with the other completed items. Tomorrow it will return to gathering duty. Eventually it will need repair again. This cycle is comforting in its predictability. Making and repairing create continuity between past and future. The basket you repair today was made by hand using techniques passed down across generations. The repairs you make will extend its usefulness into future seasons. You're a link in an unbroken chain of making, maintaining and remaking. Children are always nearby, not watched in the sense of careful monitoring, but present in the sense of natural inclusion. A toddler sits next to someone grinding seeds, reaching occasionally to touch the smooth stone. An older child carries water in a small container practicing balance. No single person is designated as a childminder. Instead, everyone participates. Whoever is nearest responds to needs. Whoever has free hands picks up a fussy infant. This distribution of care means children interact with many adults throughout each day, learning different styles of attention and comfort. An infant cries and is passed to someone whose lap is available. That person settles the infant against their chest, rocking slightly while continuing to work on cordage with one hand. The infant quiets, not necessarily because of anything specific, but because being held is familiar and holding while working is normal. Young children move freely between adults. They lean against someone, then move to someone else, then return to the first person. No one shoos them away unless their hands are occupied with something genuinely dangerous. Otherwise, children draped across laps or pressed against sides are simply part of the environment. Older children watch younger ones, but not as a formal assignment. They play nearby, and their play naturally includes the smaller children. When a toddler wanders toward the fire, an older child redirects them gently. When a young one falls, whoever is closest helps them up. Care happens through proximity rather than designation. Nursing happens whenever an infant shows hunger. The mother pauses whatever she's doing, settles the infant to breast, and often continues her task one-handed or simply rests. Other people work around her. No one comments. Feeding is as ordinary as breathing. Multiple infants might be nursing simultaneously as different mothers sit near each other, talking quietly while their babies feed. Sometimes a mother nurses someone else's infant if that child is fussy and their own mother is occupied. Milk is a shared resource like everything else. Children learn by watching. They observe hide scraping and eventually pick up a scraper. They watch basket weaving and begin playing with fibres. Their early attempts are clumsy and usually unsuccessful. No one corrects them unless they are about to hurt themselves. Instead, they keep trying, their hands slowly learning what they have observed. A small child shadows you during gathering, carrying their own tiny basket. They pick random plants, not yet discriminating between useful and useless. You let them pick. Occasionally you show them something specific, not through words but by picking it yourself, examining it, and placing it deliberately in your basket. They notice. Sometimes they imitate, sometimes they do not. Either is acceptable. Children's work gradually becomes real work. A 6-year-old carries water that adults actually use. An 8-year-old weaves cordage that actually holds things. A 10-year-old gathers plants that actually feed people. There is no ceremony marking these transitions. Capability emerges through practice, and practice is simply what children do while being present. Discipline is gentle and infrequent. Most boundaries are maintained through redirection rather than scolding. A child reaching for something sharp is handed something else to hold. A child running too close to the fire is quietly moved farther away. Serious misbehaviour is rare, perhaps because children are so consistently included that they have little reason to seek attention through disruption. When correction is necessary, it comes from whoever witnesses the behaviour rather than waiting for a parent. This means children learn that expectations are communal rather than individual. Every adult has some authority. Every adult also has some responsibility to guide. Older children mind younger ones during camp moves. A 12-year-old might carry a toddler on their hip, while adults carry heavier loads. The older child is not burdened. This is simply what older children do. They remember being carried themselves, and they will eventually watch their own children be carried by the next generation of older children. Play happens constantly, but is rarely separate from work. Children play at grinding seeds while seated next to adults who are actually grinding seeds. They play at hunting with small sticks while adults prepare real hunting tools. Play is practice, and practice is play. The boundary between the two is barely visible. Children are rarely bored. There is always something to watch, something to try, and someone to follow. The richness of daily life provides constant engagement. They do not need organised activities because unorganised life is already full. Crying children are comforted, but not with urgency or alarm. Someone picks them up, checks for obvious problems, offers breast milk or water, or simply holds them. If the crying continues, they are passed to someone else. Eventually the child settles. Sometimes crying has a clear cause, sometimes it does not. Either way, the response is calm presence rather than anxious fixing. Children sleep when they are tired. Sometimes this happens at odd times. A child might curl up in afternoon sunlight while others continue working around them. No one moves them to a specific sleeping area unless evening has arrived. Sleep is allowed to happen naturally rather than being scheduled. Nighttime care is distributed just like daytime care. When an infant wakes, whoever is sleeping nearest responds. Sometimes this is the mother, sometimes it is someone else. The infant is nursed or rocked or simply held until sleep returns. Then that person settles back into their own sleep. As children grow older, they begin taking on caregiving themselves. A 5-year-old might hand a toy to a fussy toddler. A 7-year-old might fetch water for a tired younger child. These actions are not praised extensively. They are simply noticed and appreciated as part of what people do for each other. Children learn emotional regulation through observation. They see adults remain calm during small frustrations. They watch people share limited resources without conflict. They notice how disagreements are resolved through quiet discussion rather than raised voices. These patterns become their own patterns. The result is children who are deeply integrated into daily life, rather than separated into a child world. They know what adults do because they watch adults doing it. They learn what adults know because they absorb it through constant proximity. Teaching happens continuously without being called teaching. Rest is not earned. It is not a reward for work completed. It simply arrives throughout the day, a natural punctuation between activities. You sit when sitting feels right. You stand when standing becomes more comfortable than sitting. Midday often brings a collective pause. The sun is high and hot. Energy naturally dips. People drift toward shade and settle there. Some close their eyes. Some simply stare at nothing in particular. No one apologises for resting or explains why they need it. You lower yourself to the ground and lean against a convenient rock. Your body relaxes section by section. Shoulders drop. Jaw loosens. Hands unfold from whatever shapework had required. This unwinding happens automatically when you stop moving. Others rest nearby. Someone is lying flat on their back, eyes closed, breathing deeply. Someone else sits with knees drawn up, chin resting on folded arms. A few people talk quietly, their voices soft and unhurried. The content of conversation does not matter much. The companionship is what matters. Children rest too, though their rest looks different. They sprawl in heaps, limbs tangled together, still touching even in sleep. Occasionally one wakes, blinks, shifts position, and returns to dozing. They seem to drop into sleep and emerge from it with equal ease. Rest during the day feels different from sleep at night. It is lighter, briefer, and less complete. You remain partly aware of your surroundings. If something required your attention, you would notice. But nothing requires your attention, so you float in the pleasant space between waking and sleeping. Time passes unmeasured. You do not know if you've been resting for moments or much longer. It does not matter. When your body feels ready to resume activity, you will move. Until then, you remain still. The shade you sit in shifts gradually as the sun moves. Eventually the warmth finds you again. That warmth is part of what prompts you back into motion. Not uncomfortably hot, but warm enough to make sitting less appealing than standing. You rise slowly. No sudden movements. Your body needs time to transition from rest to activity. Others are also stirring, stretching, and looking around as if remembering where they are. No one rushes this process. Evening brings another rest rhythm. After the main meal, after food preparation is complete, people settle around the fire. This is not sleeping, but a quieter version of waking. Postures soften, movements become minimal, conversation continues but grows simpler and more repetitive. You sit with your back against someone else. This is comfortable for both of you. Their breathing is steady behind you. Your breathing matches theirs without conscious effort. Paired breathing happens automatically when people rest together. The fire is hypnotic. Flames move in patterns that your eyes follow without purpose. You're not thinking about the fire or analysing its behaviour. You're simply watching because watching is restful. Someone is working on a small repair nearby, but slowly, with long pauses between actions. Their hands move, then stop. Move, then stop. The work provides something to do with hands that want gentle activity without providing enough challenge to interrupt the restful mood. Children are quieter now, but not necessarily asleep. They sit close to adults, leaning heavily, their eyes half closed. Some are still playing, but their play has slowed to a drowsy version of daytime energy. They push small objects around, building and unbuilding tiny arrangements. Rest is permitted to last as long as it lasts. There is no pressure to resume activity. Work that remains undone will still be there tomorrow. This moment is for sitting, for warm proximity, for thoughts that drift rather than focus. Sometimes rest includes drowsing while sitting upright. Your eyes close. Your head might nod forward and then jerk back. This half-sleep is perfectly acceptable. No one minds. No one wakes you unless something genuinely needs your attention. The transition from evening rest to nighttime sleep is gradual and blurry. At some point, you realise you're more asleep than awake. You shift into a lying position without fully waking. Someone pulls a hide over you, or perhaps you do it yourself. Either way, the action is automatic. Rest happens in layers throughout each day. Brief pauses during work, longer midday settling, extended evening unwinding. These layers create a rhythm that prevents exhaustion. You never push beyond tired because rest arrives before you reach that point. Physical comfort. During rest is simple and sufficient. The ground is familiar beneath you. The air temperature is manageable. You have something to lean against and something to cover yourself with. These basics are enough. No one rests in isolation unless they choose to. Even when resting apart from the main group, you remain within sight and sound. Solitude is possible, but not the default. Proximity is comforting. The presence of others creates security that allows deeper rest. When you wake from rest, whether brief or extended, you wake without agenda. There is no list of tasks waiting. There is simply the next thing, whatever that might be. Perhaps gathering, perhaps repair work, perhaps more rest. The day unfolds according to need and energy rather than plan. Food preparation begins with sorting what has been gathered. Plant materials spread across a flat area. Hands move through them, grouping by type. Leaves here, roots there, seeds in a separate pile. The sorting requires no discussion. Everyone knows what goes where. You sit near the sorting area and begin processing greens. Some leaves need stems removed, some need washing in the stream. Your hands work steadily, accumulating a pile of prepared leaves that someone else will eventually collect. Nearby, someone is grinding seeds between two stones. The grinding creates a rhythmic sound, stones sliding against stone in repeated strokes. The motion looks simple, but requires specific pressure and angle. Too much force cracks the stones. Too little leaves seeds, only partially ground. Another person is digging a pit in the earth near the fire. This pit will hold food for slow cooking, packed with hot stones and covered with leaves and dirt. The method is ancient and reliable. Food cooked this way becomes tender without constant attention. You move from greens to root vegetables. These need scraping rather than washing. Your scraping tool is a flat stone with a sharp edge, worn smooth from use. The motion is repetitive and soothing. Scrape, turn, scrape, turn. The pile of cleaned roots grows slowly. Children help according to their ability. A young one carries cleaned items from your pile to the cooking area. Their trips are frequent because they can only carry a small amount each time. This does not frustrate anyone. The help is useful even if inefficient. Food preparation is communal but not coordinated. Everyone works on whichever task needs doing. When something is finished, you move to something else. When you grow tired of one motion, you switch to a different task that uses different muscles. Someone is tending the fire, adding wood to maintain steady heat. Fire tending is continuous work during food preparation. Too hot and food burns. Too cool and food remains raw. The person tending has done this countless times and reads the fire automatically. Water is carried from the stream in multiple trips. Some water is for drinking, some for washing, some for cooking. The carrying happens throughout the afternoon, whenever someone is walking toward the stream anyway. No single person makes all the trips. Instead, everyone brings water when they pass by. You begin wrapping certain items in leaves for cooking. The wrapping technique protects delicate food from direct heat while allowing steam to cook it thoroughly. Your hands know exactly how much leaf to use, how tightly to wrap, and how to secure the bundle with plant fibre. Fish brought back earlier are being cleaned. This happens away from the main preparation area. The person cleaning works efficiently, separating edible parts from waste. The waste will be carried away from camp later. Nothing is left to attract unwanted attention. Herbs and flavouring plants are added to some preparations. Not everything receives this treatment. Some food is eaten plain. The additions are subtle, enhancing rather than dominating. You have learned which plants pair well with which foods through years of tasting and adjusting. As pieces are prepared, they begin collecting near the fire. Someone is organising them into rough groups. Food that cooks quickly goes in one spot. Food requiring longer cooking goes elsewhere. This organisation happens naturally through experience rather than explicit planning. The pit is ready and lined with hot stones. Food is layered in carefully. Denser items go on the bottom, lighter items on top. Leaves cover everything. Dirt seals the pit. The food will cook slowly for several hours while everyone continues other activities. Other items cook more directly. Flat stones heated in the fire become cooking surfaces. You place thin slices of root vegetables on a hot stone and watch them cook rapidly. The slices need turning once. Timing is judged by appearance and smell rather than measurement. Some food is eaten without cooking. Fresh greens are divided and passed around. People eat while continuing to work. The greens provide immediate energy without waiting for cooked food to be ready. The main meal will happen later when the pit is opened. Until then, people nibble on whatever is available. A handful of nuts, some dried fruit, leftover items from yesterday. Eating happens gradually throughout the afternoon. You move to help with liquid preparation. Certain leaves steeped in hot water create a warm drink. The drink is not sweet or strongly flavoured. It is simply warm and slightly bitter, pleasant on the throat. Someone is carefully dropping heated stones into a bark container of water, bringing it to a simmer. The leaves go in once the water is hot enough. They need time to release their essence. You watch the water change colour slightly, from clear to faintly brown. The smell is subtle and earthy. When the drink is ready, it will be shared among everyone present. Food preparation creates a different atmosphere than other work. There is anticipation built into it. You're making something that will soon be consumed. The work leads to immediate satisfaction, rather than creating objects that will be used repeatedly over time. Children are particularly interested in food preparation. They watch closely, sometimes reaching to touch what you are working on. You let them handle safe items. They copy your motions with their own small pieces of food. Their preparations are clumsy but genuine. As the afternoon lengthens, the pace of preparation slows. Most work is complete. Now it is mainly a matter of waiting for cooking to finish. People remain near the fire, tending it occasionally, but mostly just present while the food transforms from raw to ready. The opening of the cooking pit is a collective moment. Someone pulls back the dirt and leaves, releasing steam and a rich smell. The food inside is tender and thoroughly cooked. People gather closer, drawn by the scent and the promise of shared eating. Food is removed from the pit carefully to avoid burns. It is divided onto flat surfaces for distribution. The division is not mathematical. Some people receive more because they are larger or hungrier. Some receive less because they are smaller or already satisfied by earlier nibbling. The distribution feels fair through custom rather than measurement. You eat sitting down, using your fingers, and occasionally a flat piece of wood as a scoop. The eating is not rushed. You chew thoroughly and rest between bites. Conversation happens around eating rather than during it. People's attention is on the food and the warmth and the satisfaction of hunger becoming fullness. Cleanup begins while some people are still eating. Someone carries scraps away from the immediate area. Someone else rinses sticky items in the stream. The cleanup is minimal because the preparation was simple. There are no complex dishes or elaborate tools to wash. As eating winds down, people disperse gradually. Some return to repair work. Some settle into evening rest. Some tend to children who have grown drowsy after their meal. The transition from eating to other activities is smooth and unhurried. Food preparation and eating have structured this portion of the day. The work provided focus. The meal provided satisfaction. Now, with both complete, the evening can unfold into quieter rhythms. As light fades, the fire becomes central. Not for warmth alone, though warmth matters. The fire is a focal point, a reason for people to gather, and a source of gentle activity that does not demand much energy. You settle near the fire, but not too close. The heat is pleasant at this distance. Closer would be uncomfortable. Farther would lose the benefit. Everyone finds their preferred distance naturally through small adjustments. The fire has been burning since morning, tended continuously but without fuss. Now, in the evening, it receives more attention. Someone adds wood deliberately, placing pieces to create steady heat rather than dramatic flames. The goal is duration rather than spectacle. Others arrange themselves around the fire in a loose circle. Some sit directly on the ground. Some use hides or woven mats for slight cushioning. A few lean against rocks or logs that have become familiar seating over time. The arrangement is casual but stable. People return to the same spots evening after evening. Children are still awake but moving slower. They stay close to adults, sometimes sitting between knees, sometimes sprawling across laps. Their play continues but has become quieter. They push small objects around in the dirt, creating temporary patterns they will abandon before sleep. You hold your hands toward the fire, feeling the heat on your palms. The sensation is pleasant and slightly hypnotic. Your eyes follow the flames without really seeing them. This is the kind of watching that requires no thought. Someone is working on a small task, something that can be done with minimal light. They are not hurrying. Their hands move occasionally, then pause while they stare into the fire. The pauses grow longer as evening deepens. Eventually the work will be set aside entirely. The smoke rises steadily, creating a column that disperses into darkness above. The smell is woody and familiar. The smoke smell is so constant that you barely notice it anymore. It is simply what air smells like here. Sounds from beyond the fire are muted. The darkness holds the day's sounds at a distance. You can hear small rustlings, occasional bird calls settling into night, and the whisper of wind through grasses. These sounds are a backdrop rather than an interruption. Conversation around the fire is sporadic. Someone comments on tomorrow's weather. Someone else mentions a tool that needs repair. The comments do not build into extended discussion. They are simply thoughts spoken aloud, acknowledged with nods or brief responses. A child asks a question about something they saw during the day. An adult answers simply. The explanation is brief and factual. There is no elaboration beyond what the child actually asked. Explanations here are direct rather than expanded. Someone begins a quiet song. Not performance singing, but the kind of singing that happens without self-consciousness. Others join gradually, their voices blending without effort. The song has no clear beginning or end. It continues until it stops, whenever that happens to be. You're not singing, but you listen. The melody is ancient and simple. Everyone knows it. The words, if there are words, are more sound than meaning. The song is another form of fire watching, something to do that requires no particular focus. A baby fusses and is lifted to a shoulder. The person holding them sways slightly while remaining seated. The motion is minimal but effective. The baby quiets and returns to dozing, head heavy against the holder's chest. The fire burns lower. Someone adds more wood. The action is automatic, noticed but unremarkable. The fire will continue through most of the night, kept alive with periodic additions, but allowed to diminish to coals by morning. As darkness deepens, people begin shifting into sleeping positions. Some move away from the fire to their usual sleeping spots. Others remain where they are, simply lying down and pulling hides over themselves. The transition from waking to sleeping is gradual. Children are already mostly asleep. They are moved gently, carried, or guided to sleeping areas. Some protest mildly but settle quickly. Their resistance is minimal, more reflex than genuine objection. You remain by the fire a while longer. Your body is not quite ready for sleep. You're comfortable in this in-between state, too relaxed for activity, but not yet drowsy enough for lying down. The fire makes small sounds as it burns. Wood pops occasionally. Flames whisper. These sounds are comforting in their regularity. The fire is almost alive in its constancy, always present, always requiring some attention but never demanding. Around the fire, people are mostly still now. Breathing has slowed and deepened. Someone shifts position, pulling their covering more securely. Someone else is still sitting upright, but with eyes closed, head nodding forward, then jerking back in the rhythm of near sleep. You finally lie down, adjusting your position until comfort finds you. The ground beneath is familiar. Your body knows how to arrange itself on this surface. A hide covers you, heavy enough to feel secure, but not so heavy as to be oppressive. The fire is still visible from where you lie. You watch the flames through half-closed eyes. They move in patterns that are never quite the same, but always similar. Your mind follows the patterns without analysing them. Sleep begins to arrive in waves. You notice yourself drifting, then pulling back slightly, then drifting again. This gentle oscillation continues for some time. There is no moment when you can say you are definitively asleep. Instead, you gradually become more asleep than awake. The last thing you are aware of is warmth. Warmth from the fire, Warmth from the hide. Warmth from bodies sleeping nearby. The warmth is complete and encompassing. It is the feeling of security, of being exactly where you belong, of another day reaching its natural conclusion. Night does not mean complete sleep. You wake periodically, briefly aware of darkness and the continued presence of the fire now reduced to glowing coals. Someone is tending it quietly, adding small pieces of wood. The motion is practiced and nearly silent. You drift back towards sleep without fully waking. This shallow waking is normal. No one sleeps continuously through the entire night. Instead, sleep comes in layers, deep stretches broken by brief surfacings. An infant cries somewhere in the darkness. The sound is not alarming, just a signal of need. You hear someone moving, the soft rustle of hides being pushed aside. Quiet, murmuring as the infant is lifted and settled to breast. The crying stops. The night resumes its quiet. You're aware of other wakings around you. Someone rises to urinate outside the immediate sleeping area. Their movements are careful and quiet, trying not to disturb others. They return shortly and resettle themselves. A child whimpers softly. You're not the closest person, so you remain still. Someone nearer reaches out, placing a hand on the child's back. The whimpering subsides. The child shifts closer to the comforting hand and returns to deeper sleep. The night is not silent. Small sounds continue, wind moving through nearby vegetation, the occasional crack of a burning log settling in the fire. Breathing all around you, a collective rhythm of people sleeping. You become aware of cold on your shoulder, where your hide has shifted. Still mostly asleep, you adjust the covering without opening your eyes. Your hands know where the hide is and how to pull it back into place. The cold recedes and you sink back into sleep. Time during the night is unmeasured and elastic. You have no idea if you have been asleep for a short while or many hours. The darkness gives no indication. You wake, notice the darkness, and return to sleep. This cycle repeats several times. At some point you wake more fully, needing to move. Your body is stiff from lying in one position. You shift carefully, trying not to disturb the person sleeping pressed against your back. They murmur but do not wake. You find a new position and wait for sleep to return. The fire needs tending again. You're awake enough to notice this. Someone else notices too and rises to add wood. The flames increase slightly, sending flickering light across sleeping forms. Faces are peaceful and slack in sleep, unguarded and soft. A child wakes and calls out quietly, not distressed but seeking reassurance. Someone responds with a low voice, confirming presence. The child settles without needing to be held. Simply knowing someone is awake and aware is sufficient. You notice the stars are visible through gaps in the shelter structure. They are bright and numerous, scattered across the darkness above. You watch them briefly, not thinking about what they are or what they mean. They are simply there, constant points of light in the moving darkness. Another infant wakes and needs feeding. This time it is you who is nearest. You reach for the infant in the darkness, guided by sound rather than sight. Your hands know the shape and weight of an infant. You settle them against you, and they latch quickly, nursing with quiet urgency. The nursing is peaceful. You remain in a half-dozing state while the infant feeds. Your body knows how to sustain this activity while your mind rests. When the infant finishes and becomes heavy with sleep, you shift them gently back to where they were sleeping. Night care is never urgent or frantic. Needs are met calmly. Crying is comforted without alarm. Everyone understands that night wakings are part of the rhythm. No one expects unbroken sleep. The expectation is simply that needs will be noticed and answered. As the night progresses, the intervals of deep sleep grow longer. The brief wakings become less frequent. Your body has adjusted to a more restful state. The initial frequent position changes settle into longer periods of stillness. Eventually you notice the darkness changing. Not lighter yet, but less complete. The quality of blackness shifts towards something that will become dawn. This change is subtle and gradual. You notice it more through a feeling than through anything visible. Birds begin calling before true light arrives. Their song starts singly, one voice, then another answering. Soon the calls overlap and multiply. This bird chorus is as reliable as any timekeeper. When it begins, dawn is approaching. You do not rise immediately when you wake to birdsong. You lie still, listening, letting your body complete its transition from sleep to waking. Around you, others are doing the same. Some are still deeply asleep. Some are awake but resting quietly. Some are beginning to stir and stretch. A child wakes and immediately starts talking, their voice loud in the quiet morning. Someone shushes them gently, not scolding but simply indicating that quiet is still preferred. The child complies, their voice dropping to a whisper as they continue whatever thought they were expressing. The fire is very low now, mostly coals. Someone is building it up for the day, adding kindling first, then larger pieces as the flame catches. The fire's revival signals the true beginning of the day. Once it is burning well, people will rise and begin their routines. You push your hide aside and sit up slowly. Your body is stiff from sleeping on the ground. You stretch carefully, working out the tightness in your back and shoulders. Others are doing the same, moving through their personal waking rituals. The night has passed in its usual way, broken but restful, punctuated by small needs met with calm responses. Now, as light begins to filter into the world, the day is ready to begin again. The sun rises again, as it always does. The patterns begin anew, gathering, making, caring, resting, eating, tending, sleeping. These rhythms have no origin you could name. They existed before you and will exist after you. You are taught these patterns by watching the people who came before. You are teaching them now to the people who come after. The teaching is not formal, it is simply presence, simply the living of days in established ways. Nothing is written down. There are no records or instructions. Knowledge lives in hands and bodies and the shared memory of the group. What needs to be known is known through doing, through repetition, and through the accumulated experience of countless days. The tools you use were shaped using techniques older than language. The foods you prepare have been prepared this same way for longer than counting allows. The routes you walk were established by people whose names are completely forgotten. This deep history is invisible in daily life. You do not think about the age of your practices. You simply practice them. The continuity is unconscious, maintained through habit rather than intention. Children growing up here will know what you know, not because you will sit them down and explain, but because they will live alongside you, watching and trying and gradually becoming capable. Their children will learn the same way. The chain remains unbroken through proximity and time. The landscape itself holds memory. This gathering ground has been used for generations. The paths are worn deep, not by any individual footfall, but by the accumulation of all footfalls across time. You walk where countless others walked before, though you never knew them. Certain places have stories, though the stories are simple. This is where the fish are always plentiful. This is where good clay can be found. This is where storms are easier to shelter from. The stories are practical knowledge disguised as narrative. You do not wonder about the future. The future will be similar to now. Seasons will cycle. Plants will grow and be gathered. Children will be born and raised. People will work and rest and care for each other. This continuity is so reliable it requires no contemplation. Change happens but slowly. So slowly as to be nearly invisible. A slightly different technique for basket weaving. A new food source was discovered and incorporated. Small adjustments accumulate across generations but never disrupt the fundamental patterns. You are simultaneously insignificant and essential. Insignificant because you are one person in an endless chain, your individual life a brief moment in a much longer story. Essential because the chain depends on each link. Without you, the knowledge you carry would not pass forward. The work you do today will need doing again tomorrow. This could feel futile but does not. The repetition is the point. Each day's gathering feeds today's people. Each day's repairs maintain today's tools. The work is complete in itself. not building towards some distant goal. You experience satisfaction in the immediate and the tangible, a basket successfully repaired, a child soothed to sleep, a meal shared. These small completions are what life is made of. There is no larger narrative required. Evening arrives again. You return to the fire. The flames are as hypnotic as always. People settle around you in familiar positions. Children lean heavily, their eyes already closing. The day ends as days end, quietly and without ceremony. You lie down in your usual place. The hide covers you. The ground beneath is known and comfortable. Your body arranges itself automatically. Sleep begins its gentle approach. Tomorrow will bring gathering again. The same plants in the same places, changed only by season. Your hands will move through familiar motions. Your feet will walk familiar paths. This repetition is not a burden. It is structure. It is security. It is the deep continuity that connects you to all who came before and all who will come after. The story has no ending, because it is not a story in the traditional sense. It is simply life, continuing as it has continued, one day following another in patterns worn smooth by time. The fire burns low. Breathing around you deepens into sleep. The night settles over everything, warm and dark and safe. You're exactly where you have always been. You're doing exactly what has always been done. In this deep sameness, there is profound peace. Your eyes close. Your breathing slows. The day releases you into sleep. Tomorrow, when light returns, you will wake and begin again. The cycles will continue. The patterns will hold. The quiet continuity will remain unbroken, carrying forward into a future that looks remarkably like the past, which looks remarkably like now. And in that endless, gentle repetition, humanity has always found its rhythm, its meaning, and its rest. You stand in mud that never quite freezes solid, despite the bitter December cold seeping through every layer of your uniform. The trench stretches before you in a zigzag pattern, carved into Belgian farmland that 5 months ago grew sugar beets and wheat. Now it grows nothing but more trenches, more wire, more reasons for men to crouch below the earth's surface like reluctant miners. The walls around you weep with moisture. Sandbags sag under their own weight, and wooden boards laid across the trench floor float slightly when you step on them, releasing brown water that smells of clay and something organic you've learned not to think about too carefully. Your boots, good British leather that your mother saved up for, are permanently damp. You've forgotten what dry socks feel like. Above the trench, the winter sky hangs low and grey, the colour of old pewter. It's the 23rd of December, 1914, and you've been in this particular stretch of hell for 11 days. The landscape beyond the sandbags offers no comfort. Bare trees reduced to splintered stumps, fields churned into moonscapes of craters and wire, farmhouses that are now just collections of broken brick gradually sinking into the mud. The cold works its way into your bones with patient persistence. It's not the dramatic, knife-sharp cold of mountain winters, but something more insidious, a damp chill that settles into your joints and makes everything ache. Your fingers are always slightly numb, even inside your gloves. The tip of your nose feels like it belongs to someone else. Other men share this trench with you, shapes bundled in khaki wool, faces reddened by wind and sprouting beards that never quite look intentional. Young Thompson from Sheffield works on a brazier, coaxing reluctant flames from scraps of wood. The smoke rises in a thin column before the wind snatches it away. Sergeant Davies sits on a firing step, methodically cleaning his rifle, with movements that have become automatic after months of repetition. You've learned the rhythm of trench life. Stand to at dawn, when attacks are most likely. The long stretches of waiting. Brief periods of activity when supplies arrive or orders come down the line. The constant gnawing awareness that a few hundred yards away, other men in different uniforms are doing exactly the same things in trenches that mirror your own. The war itself has become something strange and static. In August, everyone moved quickly. Armies marching, battles fought across open fields, cavalry charges that belonged to earlier centuries. By September, the movement slowed. By October, it stopped entirely. Now both sides face each other across a strip of devastation called no man's land, neither able to advance, neither willing to retreat. Your trench connects to others in a vast network that runs from the English Channel to the Swiss border. Hundreds of miles of ditches, all filled with men who'd rather be somewhere else. You think about this sometimes during the quiet hours. How many trenches? How many soldiers standing in cold mud? How many families waiting at home? The Germans occupy similar trenches across the way. You can't see them directly, but you know they're there. Sometimes you hear them, voices calling back and forth, the clank of equipment, the same sounds you make. At night, if the artillery falls silent, you can hear their work parties reinforcing positions, the scrape of shovels against frozen earth. Someone started calling them Fritz, though you've never met a German soldier named Fritz. They probably call you something equally generic. The propaganda posters show monstrous Huns, but you've seen German prisoners being marched to the rear, young men who look tired and cold and remarkably like the fellows in your own trench. The front line here runs through what was once farmland. Before the armies came, Belgian farmers worked these fields, grew crops, raised families. You found a child's toy soldier in the mud last week, a little painted figure wearing a uniform from some earlier war. You kept it in your pocket, though you're not sure why. Your trench has a name, Piccadilly, because some officer with a sense of humour thought the trenches should sound like London streets. Other sections are called Regent Street, Bond Street, Leicester Square, as if giving them familiar names might make them less foreign, less terrible. It doesn't work, but the name's stuck anyway. The daily routine provides structure. Morning stand to when the grey light creeps across no man's land and everyone mans the firing step, rifles ready, waiting for an attack that usually doesn't come. Breakfast afterward, tea that tastes of the iron Dixie it's brewed in, bread that's often stale, sometimes jam. The bread arrives in sandbags, which strikes you as funny in a grim sort of way. Everything arrives in sandbags. During the day, there are tasks. Repairs to the trench walls where rain has collapsed the earth. Filling new sandbags, cleaning weapons, writing letters home, though you've run out of things to say that won't worry your mother. The letters all sound the same after a while. I'm well, the food's adequate, don't worry about me. You don't mention the mud, the cold, the rats, the body you saw last week still hanging on the German wire. The rats deserve their own paragraph. They're everywhere, bold and fat, unafraid of men. They scurry along the trench at night and you've stopped trying to chase them away. They were here before you, and they'll be here after you leave, one way or another. At least they're warm-blooded company. Winter darkness comes early this far north. By 4 in the afternoon, the light starts failing. By 5, you need lanterns for any detailed work. The long nights stretch ahead, cold and damp, filled with the small sounds of men trying to stay comfortable in uncomfortable places. But tonight feels different somehow. Maybe it's because tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Maybe it's the rumour that's been passing up and down the line about packages arriving from home. Maybe it's just the human need to believe that something somewhere might be different from the grinding sameness of trench warfare. You pull your coat tighter and stamp your feet, trying to restore circulation. Somewhere in the distance, artillery rumbles, but far away, someone else's problem. Here, in your section of Piccadilly, the evening settles into something approaching quiet. The first stars appear in the darkening sky, faint at first, then brighter as night deepens. You've always liked stars. They look the same whether you're in a trench in Belgium or standing in your backyard in England. The war hasn't changed them. The packages arrive on the afternoon of Christmas Eve, carried up the communication trenches by men who curse the weight and the mud in equal measure. Word spreads quickly down the line. Mail's here, parcels from home. You watch as the bundles get distributed, each man's name called out, the careful exchange of soggy cardboard boxes wrapped in string. Some packages have clearly had difficult journeys, dented, stained, retied multiple times. Others look remarkably intact, as if they've stepped through a portal from the normal world directly into this strange one. Your own package bears your mother's handwriting, and you recognise the paper she saved from last year's holiday, the pattern of holly and bells now strangely out of place in a trench. Your hands shake slightly as you untie the string, not from cold this time, but from something else. This box travelled from your kitchen table to your hands, crossing the distance between peace and war. Inside, a knitted scarf in blue wool, still smelling faintly of home, that particular combination of soap and cooking and the lavender your mother keeps in drawers, a tin of her shortbread, somehow unbroken despite the journey, a letter in her careful script, a small Christmas pudding wrapped in cloth, a packet of real tobacco, the good kind, socks, 3 pairs, thick and warm, a bar of chocolate. You're not embarrassed by the tears that blur your vision. Around you, other men open their own packages with similar expressions. Thompson unwraps something knitted by his sweetheart. A scarf in regimental colours, slightly uneven in the way that proves it was made by hand with love. Davies receives a fruitcake from his sister, hard as brick but precious nonetheless. The packages transform the trench temporarily. For a brief period the war recedes, and you're connected again to kitchens and parlours and people who remember you as something other than a soldier. The trench fills with the smell of cake and chocolate and tobacco, scents that belong to peacetime. Some men receive packages from strangers. The Tobacco Fund, organised by ladies in London, charitable organisations that send gifts to boys at the front. These contain practical items, cigarettes, socks, small tins of meat. They also contain handwritten notes. From a grateful nation, God bless you, come home safe. The notes are signed by people you'll never meet, but somehow that makes them more touching, not less. The officers receive packages too, though they open them with more restraint, conscious of maintaining dignity. Still, you see Lieutenant Carey's face soften as he unwraps something from his wife. A photograph, you think, though he tucks it away quickly. The Christmas pudding your mother sent is small but rich, studded with raisins and candied peel. You decide to save it for tomorrow, for the actual day. The shortbread, however, you share with the men nearby. It breaks into crumbs easily, and you all eat it slowly, making it last, letting the butter and sugar dissolve on your tongues. Your mum's a good baker, Thompson says, shortbread crumbs in his moustache. She'd be pleased to hear you say so, you reply. The chocolate goes into your pocket for later. You've learned to ration treats, to spread them out over days rather than consuming everything at once. The future is uncertain enough without also running out of chocolate. As evening approaches, the packages are mostly opened, their contents distributed or stored away. The trench settles back into its usual rhythms, but something has shifted. The presence of these objects from home, these tangible connections to another world, has reminded everyone of what exists beyond the wire and mud. This sky clears as darkness falls, unusual for December in Belgium. Stars appear, bright and sharp in the cold air. No clouds means the temperature will drop further tonight, but it also means visibility. You can see all the way across no man's land to where the German trenches are marked by similar lines of sandbags. Then someone notices the trees, small evergreen trees appearing along the German parapet. At first, you're not sure what you're seeing. Are they camouflage? Some new defensive arrangement? But no, they're Christmas trees. Small pines and firs set up along the German trench line, and as darkness deepens they begin to glow with candles. The sight stops conversation in your trench. Men stare across no man's land at the tiny points of light flickering in the darkness. It seems impossible, absurd even, decorating trenches as if they were parlours. Yet there they are, little trees glowing in the winter night, each candle a small defiance of the war's darkness. Well, I'll be damned, Davies mutters. The candles multiply as more trees appear along the German line. Dozens of small lights, warm and golden, utterly incongruous with the landscape of war. Someone has carried those trees to the front lines, has set them up, has lit candles despite the cold and wind. Someone decided that Christmas mattered, even here. You think about the effort involved. The trees would have come from supply lines carried through communication trenches, placed carefully on fire steps or sandbags. The candles, precious, scarce candles, used not for reading maps or writing letters but for decoration, for beauty, for Christmas. The German trenches are perhaps 200 yards away, close enough to see the candles clearly, too far to make out individual faces. But you know men are standing over there, looking at their Christmas trees, perhaps thinking the same thoughts you're thinking now. They've got the right idea, Thompson says quietly. It's Christmas Eve, isn't it? Ought to have a tree. Nobody responds, but the sentiment hangs in the air. It is Christmas Eve. The calendar doesn't stop for war. Somewhere in England, families are gathering, churches are being decorated, children are being tucked into bed with promises about Father Christmas. The world continues its old rhythms, even when part of it is frozen in Belgian mud. The temperature continues to drop. Your breath makes clouds in the air. The frost begins to sparkle on the sandbags, on the rim of the trench, on the wire stretched across no man's land. In the cold, clear air, sounds carry differently. You can hear the Germans moving about in their trenches, hear their voices. Then, across the frozen distance, someone begins to sing. The voice carries across no man's land, clear and strong in the cold air. German words, but the melody is unmistakable. Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht, silent night. The singer has a good voice, trained perhaps, and the notes rise pure and true into the winter darkness. Other German voices join in, creating harmony. The song flows over the frozen ground, over the wire and the shell holes, over all the machinery of war. You've heard this carol since childhood, sung it in church on Christmas Eve, but never like this. Never with such weight behind it. When the Germans finish their verse, silence falls. Then, from somewhere down your own trench line, a British voice takes up the melody in English. Silent night, holy night. More voices join, hesitant at first, then stronger. You find yourself singing too, the words coming automatically from years of Christmas services. The two sides trade verses, German and English. The same prayer in different languages floating up toward the cold stars. It feels dreamlike, impossible. Men who spent the day preparing to kill each other now sharing a Christmas carol across the space between their trenches. Other songs follow. The Germans sing O Tannenbaum, and some of your comrades know it as O Christmas Tree and sing along. Someone with a mouth organ plays the first Noel, and the reedy notes carry surprisingly well in the still air. A German voice, clear and young, sings something you don't recognise. A carol in German, beautiful despite the language barrier. You realise you're smiling. Around you, other men are smiling too. Davies has his eyes closed, listening. Thompson sways slightly, keeping time with the music. Even the officers have stopped their rounds to listen to this strange, spontaneous concert. The singing continues for over an hour. Carols you know and carols you don't. German voices and British voices, sometimes separate, sometimes blending together when the melodies match. No one seems to be organising it. The songs just flow from one to the next, as if the trenches themselves are having a conversation. Between songs you hear cheering and applause from both sides. When a particularly good singer finishes a solo, both British and German voices shout appreciation. It's absurd and wonderful and deeply strange, applauding the enemy's Christmas carols. The cold deepens, but nobody suggests going below to the dugouts. This moment feels too precious, too fragile. Everyone seems to sense that moving might break the spell, might remind the universe that this shouldn't be happening. A German voice calls out in English, thickly accented but clear. "Happy Christmas, Tommy!" "Happy Christmas, Fritz," someone from your trench calls back. Laughter ripples along both lines. The tension that's been constant for months seems to ease slightly, like a held breath being released. More shouts are exchanged. "How is your Christmas?" "Cold." Here, also, cold. This gets more laughter. The shared misery of winter warfare becomes briefly a joke both sides understand. Someone from the German side shouts, "We have beer, you have beer." "Only rum," a British voice responds. Rum is good also. This exchange somehow seems hilarious, and laughter echoes across no man's land. The idea that you're comparing beverages with men you might be shooting at tomorrow should be disturbing, but instead it just feels human. The moon rises, nearly full, turning the frost-covered ground between the trenches into something almost beautiful. In the moonlight you can see no man's land more clearly. The wire, the shell holes, the scattered debris of war, but also the untouched patches of earth. the stubble of last summer's crops poking through the snow. A German soldier appears on their parapet, silhouetted against the candlelit trees. He's waving something. A bottle, maybe. For a moment, everyone tenses. Is this a trick? But no, he's clearly just showing off their Christmas beer, proving they really have it. A British soldier from further down your trench line stands up on a firing step visible above the parapet. Your heart stops. This is how men die, exposing themselves like that. But nobody shoots. The German soldier waves, the British soldier waves back, then both drop back into their respective trenches, and you realise you've been holding your breath. Lieutenant Carey appears, moving along the trench. He's been to the command post and he carries news. Stand down from alert, he says quietly. Normal watch only tonight. Command says the Germans seem to be observing an informal truce. He pauses, then adds, it's Christmas Eve, try to get some rest. I too. Rest seems unlikely with all the singing and shouting, but the order to stand down from full alert means something. It means the officers recognise that tonight is different. It means perhaps that they trust the strange peace that's settled over the front line. More carols drift across the frozen ground. You recognise as Deste Fideles, O Come All Ye Faithful, sung in Latin, the old traditional version. The Latin works across language barriers. Both sides can sing it together. The combined voices create something powerful. Hundreds of men singing the same words to the same God under the same stars. Thompson produces a harmonica from somewhere and plays along with the singing. He's not particularly skilled, but the effort is genuine, and the simple notes add to the strange beauty of the moment. A German voice calls out, "Bravo, harmonica," and Thompson laughs, delighted. The singing gradually winds down as the night deepens. Voices grow tired, the cold becomes harder to ignore, and men begin to remember that tomorrow still exists, with all its uncertainties. But the candles on the German Christmas trees continue to burn, small flames steady in the still air. You settle onto a firing step, wrapped in your coat and the new scarf your mother sent. The scarf still smells like home, and you pull it up around your nose and mouth, breathing in that scent. Around you, the trench grows quieter, men finding places to rest or wrapping themselves in blankets for watch duty. But sleep doesn't come easily. You keep thinking about the singing, about the German voices blending with British ones, about the man who stood up on the German parapet and waved, about how easy it would be to imagine him as a friend rather than an enemy. The stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns. Somewhere far away, in another world that still exists despite the war, church bells are probably ringing for midnight services. Here, the bells are replaced by silence, a profound, unusual silence, as if the earth itself is holding its breath. Tomorrow's Christmas Day? What that will bring you don't know. But tonight there was music and light and something that felt remarkably like peace. Christmas morning arrives with frost thick on everything, turning the world into a study in white and grey. You wake stiff and cold, your breath making clouds in the dugout's dim interior. Above, you can hear movement. The usual sounds of morning stand to, men taking their positions along the firing step. You climb the dugout steps, your joints protesting, and emerge into surprising sunlight. The sky is cleared completely, bright blue and cloudless. The kind of winter morning that makes everything sharp and clear. Ice crystals sparkle on the sandbags. No man's land looks almost peaceful in the morning light, the horrors of war temporarily softened by frost and sunshine. The German trenches are quiet, but visibly occupied. You can see men moving about on their side, going through their own morning routines. The Christmas trees from last night are still there. Candles unlit now, but the evergreen branches still green against the brown earth. Then something extraordinary happens. A figure appears above the German parapet. A man, standing fully exposed, his hands raised above his head in clear view. He's not armed, you can see that clearly. He stands there, waiting, as if testing whether the peace of last night will survive the daylight. Nobody shoots. The German soldier begins walking forward, across no man's land, stepping carefully between shell holes. He's young, you can see that now, probably about your age. He's wearing a grey uniform that looks as mud-stained and worn as your own khaki. Lieutenant Carey appears beside you. Hold your fire, he says quietly, though nobody seems inclined to shoot anyway. The entire trench watches as the German soldier walks closer, hands still visible, clearly unarmed. The soldier stops about halfway across no man's land, perhaps 100 yards from each trench. He stands there, waiting. It's an invitation, you realise. A question being asked across the frozen ground. "Permission to go out there, sir?" you hear yourself asking. Kerry looks at you, then out at the waiting German, then back at you. Something passes across his face. Concern, calculation, and then a kind of resignation. "If you're going, you're not going alone," he says. "I'll come with you." Others volunteer immediately. Thompson, Davies, half a dozen more. Carey nods. Right then, no weapons. Hands visible, slow and steady. You climb up the side of the trench, your heart hammering. This is how men die, standing in the open, exposed to enemy fire. Every instinct screams at you to get back down, to find cover. But you think of the singing last night, of the candles on the Christmas trees, and you keep climbing. The ground of no man's land is rough under your feet. Frozen mud, shell holes, tangles of wire. You've only seen this landscape through periscopes or in brief, terrifying moments during raids. Walking across it in daylight feels surreal, like breaking a fundamental rule of the universe. The German soldier waits as you approach. You can see his face now. Young, yes, with light hair and a thin moustache. He looks nervous but determined. When you're close enough to speak, he smiles uncertainly. "Guten Morgen," he says. "Good morning, Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," you reply. His smile strengthens. He reaches into his coat and produces a small flask. "Schnapps," he offers. "For Christmas?" Lieutenant Carey accepts the flask, takes a small sip and passes it around. The alcohol burns going down but warms you from within. When it comes to your turn, you drink and pass it back to the German soldier, who takes a sip himself before offering it again. More soldiers are emerging from both trenches now, tentatively at first, then with more confidence. Germans and British walking out into no man's land, meeting in the middle like delegates at some bizarre conference. The space between the trenches, which has been a killing ground for months, becomes a meeting place. You find yourself shaking hands with the German soldier who offered the schnapps. His name is Hans, he tells you, from Bavaria. He shows you a photograph of his family, parents, a sister, a sweetheart. You show him the photograph you carry of your mother and father. Neither of you speaks the other's language well, but photographs need no translation. Around you, other meetings are happening. Soldiers trading cigarettes, showing photographs, attempting conversation in broken English and German, and lots of gesturing. Someone has produced a soccer ball from somewhere, you're not sure which side, and men are kicking it around, playing an impromptu game in the frozen mud. Thompson is engaged in an animated exchange with a young German who speaks surprisingly good English. They're comparing rations, apparently, with Thompson offering a tin of bully beef, while the German contributes some kind of sausage. The trade is made with all the solemnity of a diplomatic treaty. Davies is attempting to communicate with an older German soldier, a sergeant by his insignia. They have no common language, but they're both sergeants, and apparently that transcends language barriers. They stand together, nodding at each other, sharing the universal knowledge of men responsible for keeping younger men alive. The soccer game grows more organised. Someone has set up goals using coats and helmets. The teams are mixed. Germans and British playing together. Nationality forgotten in the simple joy of kicking a ball around. You haven't played football since before the war, and your legs are stiff from trench life. But you join in anyway, laughing as you slip on the frozen ground. The ball is leather, old and scuffed, and it skips unpredictably on the rough terrain. Someone kicks it into a shell hole, and 3 men, 2 British, 1 German, climb down together to retrieve it, helping each other up the muddy sides. The absurdity of it makes you laugh. Yesterday that shell hole was something to be avoided, part of the landscape of death. Today it's just an obstacle in a football match. The sun climbs higher, and despite the cold, the exercise warms you. You're breathing hard, your face flushed, and for a brief span you forget where you are. You could be back home, playing football on the village green, instead of in no man's land between armies. The game ends when someone kicks the ball into a particularly deep crater filled with water, and everyone agrees it's too cold to fish it out. Men stand around, panting and grinning, British and German soldiers together, looking remarkably similar in their mud-stained uniforms and genuine smiles. Hans finds you again. He's been talking with Lieutenant Carey, apparently showing him something. When you approach, Carey has a strange expression on his face, sad and amused at the same time. Hans here is a school teacher, Carey says. Before the war, in Bavaria, taught English to children. Hans nods enthusiastically. Yes, English literature. I teach Shakespeare to students. Very difficult Shakespeare, he laughs. Hamlet is German, I think. All the worrying, this gets a laugh from the British soldiers within earshot. The idea of a German schoolteacher teaching Shakespeare to Bavarian children, now standing in a frozen Belgian field wearing a soldier's uniform. It highlights the strangeness of everything. I have brothers, Hans says, his English careful but clear. One brother also in the army. Different place. I worry for him. He looks at you. You have brothers? A sister, you reply. She's nursing in London. Hans nods seriously. Nursing is important work. Very brave nurses. You realise he's right. Your sister faces her own dangers, caring for wounded men in overcrowded hospitals. The war has scattered families across Europe, everyone in their own kind of service, their own kind of danger. More items are being traded around you. A German soldier offers cigars, real cigars, better than anything you've seen in months. British soldiers share tins of tobacco, chocolate from their Christmas parcels, whatever small luxuries they can spare. The trading has a ritual quality, each exchange a small act of trust and goodwill. Someone has found a camera. A British soldier who works in the battalion's signal section has brought his personal camera to the front, and now he's taking photographs. Groups of soldiers pose together, Germans and British, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning at the camera. You wonder what these photographs will look like later, whether anyone will believe them. You pose with Hans and Thompson, and a young German soldier named Karl who speaks no English but smiles constantly. The camera clicks, capturing this impossible moment. Enemies standing together, treating each other like friends. The morning wears on, surreal and peaceful. Men sit in small groups, sharing food and cigarettes, attempting conversation despite language barriers. Someone has produced a mouth organ and is playing Christmas carols. A few men sing along, the same songs from last night, but stranger in daylight, sung by mixed groups of soldiers who theoretically should be killing each other. You notice something else happening, the recovery of bodies. No man's land has held casualties from both sides, men who died in previous raids and skirmishes, lying where they fell because retrieving bodies under fire was impossible. Now, British soldiers are collecting their dead while Germans collect theirs, working separately but in parallel, each side respectfully ignoring the other's grim task. You help carry one body back toward your trench, a British soldier you didn't know, dead for perhaps a week, frozen in the December cold. It feels right to recover him, to bring him back, to let him have a proper burial instead of lying in the frozen mud forever. The Germans are doing the same with their casualties, treating their dead with the same respect. The work is hard and sad, but there's a strange comfort in it. These men will be buried, prayers will be said, their families will eventually be notified. It's a small dignity in an undignified war. By midday, the recovery work is mostly complete. The dead lie in rows behind each trench line awaiting burial. It's sobering, a reminder of what this place usually is, what it will be again. But for now, the living remain in no man's land, still talking, still trading, still refusing to acknowledge that this can't last. The afternoon sun, pale and winter weak, hangs low in the sky. You sit on the edge of a shell crater with Hans and two other German soldiers, sharing the remains of your mother's shortbread and a tin of German cheese that tastes sharp and strange. The conversation flows in broken English and even more broken German, supplemented with gestures and drawings in the frost. One of the German soldiers, older than the others with grey threading through his dark hair, sketches a house in the ice crystals coating a flat piece of shrapnel. He points to it, then to himself. "Mein Haus," he says. "My house." He adds figures. A woman, 3 children, his family. You understand without needing more words. He's showing you what he's fighting for, What waits at home? Or perhaps he's just reminding himself that such things still exist, that somewhere beyond the trenches and the wire, normal life continues. Thompson has found another English speaker, a German soldier who spent 2 years working in Manchester before the war. They're engaged in an animated discussion about football, proper football, not the impromptu game from this morning. Thompson supports Sheffield United. The German fellow supported Manchester City. They're arguing about a match from 1912 with the passion of men who have something normal to talk about, something that has nothing to do with war. The ref was blind, Thompson insists. No, the call was correct, the German responds, grinning. Your defender was offside. It's absurd and wonderful. Two men who might be trying to kill each other tomorrow, arguing about a football match from before the war, as if refereeing decisions matter more than artillery barrages. You notice Lieutenant Carey standing at the edge of the gathered soldiers, talking with a German officer. Both men look serious, but not hostile. They're discussing something, gesturing back toward their respective lines. You wonder what officers talk about during a spontaneous truce. Probably logistics, boundaries, how long this can reasonably continue before someone higher up notices and orders it stopped. The sun continues its descent and the temperature drops noticeably. Men begin to shift, pulling coats tighter, stamping feet. The day has been extraordinary, but cold eventually reasserts itself, reminding everyone that standing in a frozen field in December has its limits, even during a truce. Hans pulls out a small package wrapped in brown paper. He opens it carefully. Precious things are always opened carefully, and reveals a photograph and some kind of sweet bread. He breaks the bread in half and offers you a piece. It's dense and rich, studded with dried fruit, still fresh enough to be soft. My mother makes this, he says. For Christmas, she sends it to me. He smiles. Like your mother sends you things, yes? You nod, accepting the bread. It tastes of cinnamon and raisins and something else you can't identify. It tastes like someone's kitchen, like care and attention and normalcy. You pull out the photograph of your own mother and show it to Hans. She's pretty, he says politely, though your mother would laugh at being called pretty. She's practical and sturdy and kind, but not what anyone would call pretty. Still, you appreciate Hans's kindness. The photograph Hans showed you is of a young woman with fair hair and a serious expression. Mina Verlobte, he says. My. Engaged. The woman I will marry. Your fiancé, you offer. Yes, fiancé, thank you, I forget the word. He looks at the photograph with obvious affection. After the war, we marry. She waits for me. You think about all the people waiting. Mothers, fathers, sisters, fiancés, wives. On both sides, people waiting for men to come home. People checking casualty lists with dread. People trying to maintain normal life while part of their family is absent. Maybe forever. The war, Hans says quietly, looking across no man's land, is stupid. You're not sure how to respond to that. It feels like dangerous territory, criticising the war. But Hans isn't wrong. Sitting here, sharing bread with a German soldier who teaches English literature to children, who has a mother who bakes for him, and a fiancé waiting. The war does seem stupid. Stupid and vast and beyond the control of any individual soldier to stop or change. Stupid, you agree quietly. Hans nods, satisfied that you understand. The light is fading now, the brief winter day drawing to a close. Men are beginning to drift back toward their respective trenches, the day's strange peace winding down. There's a reluctance in the movement, a slowness, as if nobody really wants to go back to being enemies. You stand, your joints stiff from sitting on cold ground. Hans stands too, and you shake hands formally like businessmen concluding a transaction. Merry Christmas, Hans says. Merry Christmas, you reply. He hesitates, then adds, Maybe. Maybe after the war you visit Bavaria. I show you the mountains. Very beautiful, the mountains. The idea of visiting Bavaria after the war seems almost impossible to imagine. The war ending, life returning to something resembling normal. Travel for pleasure instead of military orders. But you nod anyway. I'd like that, you say, and you mean it. You watch Hans walk back toward the German lines, joining other grey-clad figures heading home to their trenches. Thompson appears beside you, his breath making clouds in the cold air. Strange day, Thompson observes. Very strange, you agree. You both start walking back toward your own trench, picking your way across the uneven ground. No man's land is emptying out, soldiers returning to their positions as daylight fails. Behind you, the space between the trenches will soon be just that again. No man's land. Empty and dangerous. A place of wire and mud and death. But for now, you can still see footprints everywhere. British boots and German boots all mixed together, evidence of the day's impossible peace. When you reach your trench, climbing down feels like returning to a different world. The familiar damp walls, the smell of earth and sandbags, the narrow confines after the relative openness of no man's land. Other soldiers are climbing in, settling back into positions, resuming the routines of trench life. Sergeant Davies is organising the burial detail for the recovered bodies. They'll be buried properly with prayers and marked graves, the least that can be done. The German dead have been left in no man's land, but close to their own trenches, where their comrades can retrieve them easily. Lieutenant Carey gathers the officers for a brief meeting. You're not privy to what they discuss, but you can guess. What to report to higher command, how to explain the day's events, whether the truce will continue or if tomorrow brings a return to war. You find a spot on a firing step and settle in, wrapping yourself in your coat and scarf. The Christmas pudding from your mother is still in your pack, along with the rest of the chocolate. You decide to eat the pudding now, while Christmas Day still has a few hours left. The pudding is dense and sweet, rich with dried fruit and brandy. You eat it slowly, making it last, letting each bite dissolve on your tongue. It tastes of home, of your mother's kitchen, of Christmas mornings before the war. You save a small piece and offer it to Thompson, who accepts gratefully. "Best pudding I've had in months," Thompson says, which isn't saying much given the usual rations, but you appreciate the compliment anyway. Darkness settles over the trenches. The stars come out again, bright in the clear sky. Across no man's land, you can see the German Christmas trees being lit once more, candles flickering to life in the gathering dark. The sight still seems miraculous. Small flames burning in defiance of everything the war represents. Someone starts singing again, a German voice from across the way. Stille Nacht once more, but quieter tonight, more intimate. A few British voices join in softly, the words floating up into the cold air like prayers. You think about Hans, probably sitting in his own trench now, perhaps thinking about you, perhaps looking at the photograph of his fiancée, perhaps wondering if tomorrow will bring more peace, or a return to violence. The singing fades, the night deepens. Men settle into watch rotations, the normal rhythm of trench life reasserting itself. But everything feels different somehow, changed by the day's events in ways you can't quite articulate. You close your eyes, not really expecting to sleep, but the day has been long and emotionally exhausting. Images drift through your mind, Hans showing you his photograph, the soccer game in no man's land, the German sergeant trading tobacco with Davies, the candles on the Christmas trees, all those footprints in the frost. Tomorrow will bring what it brings. But today there was peace. Today there was singing and laughter and shared food and handshakes between enemies. Today, for a little while, the war paused. That's worth something. You're not sure what exactly, but it's worth something. You wake to the sound of rain, soft at first, then harder. The clear weather has broken, and water drips from every surface, turns the trench floor to deeper mud, soaks through every layer of clothing. The 26th of December arrives cold and wet and grey. The mood in the trench has shifted overnight. Men are quieter, more withdrawn. Yesterday's extraordinary peace feels distant now, almost dreamlike. You wonder if it really happened, or if the whole thing was some kind of shared hallucination brought on by cold and loneliness and Christmas longing. But then you see Thompson carefully tucking away a German cigar wrapped in cloth to keep it dry. You see Davies wearing a scarf that looks suspiciously German in its weave. You see the photographs people received, the extra tins of food traded across the lines. It happened. All of it happened. Lieutenant Carey makes his rounds early, his face serious. He stops at each group of men, speaking quietly. When he reaches your section, his message is brief and clear. "Orders from command," he says. "The truce is over. We're to resume normal operations immediately. No more fraternization with the enemy." He pauses, then adds more quietly, "I'm sorry, lads. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Nobody argues. You all knew this was coming. Yesterday was a gift, an anomaly, a brief suspension of the war's reality. But the war itself hasn't gone anywhere. The same trenches, the same wire, the same guns, all still here, all still waiting. The rain continues, steady and cold. You stand watch with water dripping from your helmet, running down your neck, soaking through your gloves. Across no man's land, the German trenches look the same as they did before Christmas. Sandbags and wire, and the occasional glimpse of grey uniforms. The Christmas trees are gone, you notice. Taken down during the night, perhaps. Or maybe the rain put out the candles and someone decided there was no point keeping them up. Either way, the German parapet looks ordinary again, functional and hostile and empty of decoration. The day passes slowly. Normal routines resume. Stand to at dawn and dusk. The usual watch rotations, the usual maintenance of equipment and trenches. The rain makes everything harder, turning the clay walls slippery, filling shell holes with water, transforming the duckboards into floating hazards. Around midday, the rain stops, but the clouds remain low and heavy. In the afternoon you hear artillery fire in the distance, not close, someone else's sector, but a reminder that the war continues along the rest of the front. The sound carries in the wet air, dull thuds that echo across the landscape. No shots are fired in your sector, though. Not yet. The officers on both sides seem to be maintaining a quiet understanding. No shooting unless someone starts it. It's not peace exactly, but it's not quite war either. It's something in between, uncertain and temporary. Thompson sits beside you during a break in watch duty, cleaning his rifle with movements that have become automatic. "Think we'll see them again?" he asked quietly. "The Fritz lads from yesterday?" You shrug. "Maybe. We're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. That Hans fellow you were talking to," Thompson says, "seemed nice. Funny that. Nice Fritz. He's a school teacher, you say? In Bavaria. Teaches Shakespeare." Thompson absorbs this. "My brother's a teacher," he says. "Primary school in Sheffield. Wonder if they get along, him and Hans." You wonder the same thing. You wonder about a lot of things. Whether Hans made it back to his trench safely yesterday. Whether he's standing watch right now in the rain just like you. Whether he's thinking about the same things you're thinking about. The afternoon wears on. Rations arrive. The usual stew, bread, tea. You eat mechanically, not really tasting anything. The food is warm at least, which matters more than flavour when you're cold and wet. As darkness approaches, men prepare for another night in the trenches. The routine is so familiar now, checking weapons, arranging equipment, settling into positions for the long, dark hours ahead. You've done this 100 times. You'll probably do it 100 more, but tonight feels different. You can't quite explain why, but something has changed. Maybe it's just the memory of yesterday, the knowledge that the men across the way aren't faceless enemies, but people with names and families and Christmas pudding sent from home. The clouds break briefly as night falls, and you catch a glimpse of stars before the clouds close in again. You think about the stars being the same everywhere, in England, in Bavaria, in no man's land. The same stars looking down on everyone, indifferent to human conflicts and truces and the rain that soaks soldiers on both sides of the wire. Somewhere in the darkness you hear singing again. Just one voice this time, distant and faint, singing something German that you don't recognise. The voice is young and clear, and it carries across no man's land like a message in a bottle, reaching anyone who cares to listen. Nobody sings back. The moment doesn't feel right for it somehow. But you listen, and you think others are listening too, standing in their respective trenches, hearing that lone voice singing in the dark. The singing stops. The night settles into silence broken only by the drip of water and the occasional sound of men moving about in trenches. You lean against the wall of the trench, your rifle beside you, and close your eyes. Tomorrow will bring what it brings. Maybe the informal truce will hold. Maybe someone will fire a shot and everything will escalate back to normal warfare. Maybe orders will come down from command to resume active operations. You can't control any of it. But you had Christmas Day. You had singing and football and shared food and handshakes in no man's land. You met a German school teacher named Hans who wants to get married after the war and who thinks Shakespeare is German because of all the worrying. You saw Christmas trees lit with candles in the trenches and heard men from different armies singing the same carols. That happened, it really happened, and nobody can take it away from you, whatever comes next. The days after Christmas blur together in a sequence of cold rain and grey skies. The unofficial truce doesn't exactly end, but it erodes gradually. First come the long-range shots, distant and impersonal. Then, a few days into the new year, the artillery starts up again, tentative at first, then more insistent. By mid-January 1915, the war has resumed in full. The trenches are the same trenches, the wire the same wire, but the brief period of peace might as well have been a dream. You stand watch and fire when fired upon, duck when shells come over, maintain the deadly routine that has become normal. But something has changed, even if the war hasn't. You find yourself looking across no man's land during quiet moments and wondering about Hans. Is he still there, in the trenches opposite yours? Did he survive the winter? Did he get more packages from his mother? More letters from his fiancée? You'll probably never know. Thompson still has the German cigar, though he hasn't smoked it. Saving it, he says when anyone asks, for when the war ends. His tone suggests he's not entirely sure the war will end, but the cigar remains carefully wrapped and stored away, a talisman from that strange Christmas. The photographs people took during the truce get passed around, examined in quiet moments. You're in one of them, standing with Hans and Carl and Thompson, all of you grinning at the camera like old friends. Looking at it now, it seems impossible. You and a German soldier with arms around each other's shoulders, both smiling, but there you are, captured on film, proof that it really happened. Davies mentions once that the German sergeant he met on Christmas Day waved to him one morning during a quiet period. Just a brief wave across no man's land acknowledged, and then both men went about their business. They didn't speak, didn't meet again, but that small gesture of recognition meant something. The war grinds on. Men are transferred in and out of your section. Some face north to other parts of the front, others to hospitals, others to cemeteries. New soldiers arrive to replace casualties. Young men who weren't here for Christmas, who don't understand when the veterans sometimes pause before firing, as if remembering that the targets in grey uniforms have names and families too. In February, your unit is moved to a different sector. You leave the trenches where the Christmas truce happened, marching along muddy roads to take up positions further north. The new trenches are the same as the old ones, mud and wire and sandbags, but they feel different somehow. These trenches have no memories of singing, no invisible lines across no man's land where you once played football with the enemy. You write to your mother regularly, though you can't tell her much about what you've experienced. The censors would cut anything specific, and besides, how do you explain Christmas Day in a letter? How do you describe singing carols with German soldiers, or trading chocolate for cigars, or meeting a schoolteacher named Hans? So you write around it. You tell her the Christmas pudding was wonderful. You mention that Christmas was quieter than expected. You thank her for the scarf which has kept you warm through the winter. You don't mention that you shared her shortbread with a German soldier, though you think she might understand if you did. Spring comes slowly to Belgium. The mud doesn't improve, but the days grow longer, and occasionally the sun breaks through the clouds. The war continues its strange, static dance. Months of stalemate interrupted by brief, violent offensives that gain a few hundred yards at terrible cost. In May, you see someone being transferred through your sector who was at the Christmas truce. He's from a different unit, wounded in the arm but recovering, being sent to a hospital in England. You stop him, ask if he remembers it. "Remember it?" he says. "I've told the story 100 times, nobody believes me. They think I'm making it up or that I've gone shell-shocked." He laughs, but without much humour. "But it happened. I've got a photograph to prove it." "People will believe it eventually," you say, though you're not sure that's true. "Maybe," he says. "After the war, perhaps, when people want to remember the good bits instead of the rest." He's probably right. The Christmas truce will be the kind of story people tell when they need to believe that humanity persists, even in terrible circumstances. It will be simplified, romanticised, turned into a parable about peace and goodwill. The reality, the cold, the uncertainty, the knowledge that it couldn't last will fade, leaving only the bright parts. But you were there. You know what it really was. complicated and beautiful and fragile, born from loneliness and Christmas longing and the human need for connection. It was men making a choice for one day to be something other than enemies. It was imperfect and temporary and perhaps, in the grand scheme of the war, meaningless. Except it wasn't meaningless. Not to you, standing in the Belgian mud, remembering Hans's smile and the taste of German cheese and the sound of mixed voices singing Silent Night. Not to Thompson, who still carries that unsmoked cigar. Not to Davies, who received a wave from across no man's land and waved back. The war changes you in many ways over the months and years. You become harder, more cynical, less shocked by things that would have horrified your younger self. You learn to sleep in impossible conditions, to eat food you wouldn't have fed to a dog before the war, to accept losses that once would have devastated you. But you never quite forget Christmas Day, 1914. The memory becomes a small, warm thing you carry with you, protected from the cold and mud and horror. On particularly bad days, you take it out and examine it. The candles on the Christmas trees, the football game, Hans showing you his photograph, the feeling of standing in no man's land without fear. You wonder sometimes if Hans survived the war. If he made it home to Bavaria, married his fiancée, went back to teaching Shakespeare to children. You like to think he did. You like to imagine him telling his students about the Christmas he spent singing carols with British soldiers, about the strange and temporary peace that came to the trenches. The war finally ends in November 1918. 4 years after that Christmas, the guns fall silent for good. Not for a day, not as a temporary truce, but permanently. The news comes down the line on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. The armistice has been signed, the war is over. You stand in a trench, not in Belgium anymore but in France, and hear the silence. It sounds different from the Christmas truce silence. This silence is final, complete, official. This silence means going home. Men around you are cheering, crying, laughing. You feel oddly quiet inside. 4 years is a long time. The world you left in 1914 is gone, replaced by something you don't quite recognise yet. But the war is over, and that has to be enough. On the journey home, on the ship crossing the Channel, you think about Christmas 1914. You think about all the men who were there that day, British and German, and how many of them didn't make it to this moment. How many are buried in Belgian soil, in French soil, in graves scattered across the continent. Hans might be one of them. You'll never know. Bavaria is a long way from England, and the war has made Europe strange and distant in new ways. Probably you'll never see him again, never know what happened to him, never get to visit those mountains he mentioned. But you remember him. You remember his kindness, his broken English, his photograph of a fiancée waiting at home. You remember standing in no man's land together, sharing bread, talking about families and football and the stupidity of war. You remember that for one day the war stopped. Not everywhere, not permanently, but in your sector of the front for one bright winter day, the guns fell silent and men chose peace over violence. That's worth remembering. That's worth carrying forward into whatever comes next. Years pass. The Great War becomes the First World War when a second one proves that humanity hasn't learned quite enough from the first. You grow older, the sharp memories of mud and trenches softening at the edges, while somehow remaining intensely clear at their centre. You never forget Christmas 1914. You tell the story occasionally when it seems appropriate, to your children when they're old enough to understand, to fellow veterans who nod knowingly. Some of them were there too in other sectors where similar truces spontaneously erupted. To historians later who want to document what happened before everyone who remembers is gone. The story gets told in newspapers, in books, in documentaries. It becomes famous, the Christmas truce, capitalised and turned into a proper historical event. People are amazed by it, moved by it, sceptical of it. Some call it propaganda. Some call it proof that humans are fundamentally good. It becomes both more and less than what it actually was. But you know the truth of it. You were there. You stood in no man's land on Christmas Day, 1914, and shook hands with a German soldier named Hans. You played football in frozen mud. You sang Silent Night in 2 languages. You saw Christmas trees lit with candles in trenches, small flames burning in the dark. You never found out what happened to Hans. You tried, after the war, writing to schools in Bavaria, asking if anyone knew a teacher named Hans who served in the army. But Bavaria is large, and Hans is a common name, and the chaos after the war made searching difficult. Eventually you stopped trying, accepting that some questions don't get answered, but you think about him sometimes, especially at Christmas, when you hang decorations on your own tree, when you sing carols at church, when you sit with your family in warmth and peace. You think about a young German man who loved his fiancée and Shakespeare and wanted to show you the mountains of Bavaria. You hope he survived. You hope he made it home, married his sweetheart, taught children about literature and language, grew old in peace. You hope his memory of that Christmas is as clear and precious as yours. The world changes around you. Another war, more terrible than the first. Then peace again, uneasy but lasting. The trenches in Belgium and France are filled in, though the scars remain if you know where to look. The generation that fought in those trenches grows old, then begins to fade, but the story persists. The Christmas truce becomes one of those moments that people need to believe in, proof that even in the worst circumstances, humanity can assert itself. It gets simplified, romanticized, turned into a symbol. But that's all right. Symbols matter. Stories matter. You know what matters most, though? It really happened. The singing happened. The football game happened. The handshakes and the shared food and the brief bright peace. All of it happened. Not because governments ordered it or generals planned it, but because ordinary soldiers chose it. That choice echoes forward through time. It echoes in the lives you all went on to live, in the stories you told, in the simple fact that for one day, the war stopped, because men on both sides decided it should. On Christmas Eve in your old age, you sometimes stand by the window and look at the stars. They're the same stars that shone over Belgium in 1914, unchanged by human wars or truces or the passage of years. You think about all the men standing in trenches that long ago night, looking up at the same stars, hearing the same carols, and you remember the candles on the Christmas trees. You remember Hans's smile and Thompson's harmonica and the taste of German bread. You remember standing in no man's land without fear, celebrating Christmas with men who were supposed to be enemies but chose briefly to be something else. The guns fell silent once, and the memory of that silence carries forward. It reminds you that peace is possible, that humans can choose kindness over violence, that even in the darkest times light can find a way through. That's worth remembering. That's worth preserving. That's the gift those soldiers gave to the future. Proof that peace is always possible. If enough people choose it at the same time, the story ends where it began. With men in trenches, cold and far from home, choosing to honour something larger than the war, choosing Christmas, choosing humanity, choosing peace, even though they knew it couldn't last. It lasted long enough. One day, one bright winter day, when the guns fell silent and the world briefly remembered what peace felt like. That was enough. That was more than enough. That was everything.